The young man was a time traveler, whose name was Yifeng, and this story begins with him. But this young man was different from other typical travelers. From Mary Sue, for example, he was a typical fool who was offended by fate, as the young man himself believed. The events that awaited our hero. The presenter offered to beat Wang Chunyong and memorize Zhang Xinfeng with his feet. These were Taoist famous masters, and having solved everything with the help of force of arms, the one who wanted to participate would look for all adventures in the eyes of others. The presenter announced and also said that the young man would be the founder of Wulin. This was one of the schools of Wushu. Our hero at this time stood and listened attentively to the presenter, who was flying around him. The young man understood that the blood vessels were blocked and he was sluggish and could not move. The young man stood in the middle of the street and shouting and worrying, asked if this was really what they wore in the world of the immortals. Asking what the presenter and founder Ulin had put on himself was complete nonsense. He said and asked what was going on in the world of the immortals. Was it really possible to become only such a mediocrity? What was the terrible situation, the young man asked, turning to the heavens. The presenter, who was standing right in front of him, said that he had already given him instructions, and the truth was that the young man still had to correct his character. In general, he welcomed the young man to the immortal system and said that the guy did not forget to put 5 stars for service, and saying goodbye to the young man and flying away into the golden light that shone from heaven. After seeing this young man, I shouted at the guy to wait, because he didn't understand anything. Our hero was nothing outstanding with worthless abilities and was forced to face a useless system. At this moment, the system was showing the general information of our hero. The young man was 20 years old and his name was Yifeng. He was an ordinary person achieving it. It was a fist-fighting technique, not inferior to the deity. As it was written in the system, the art of wielding cold weapons was also not inferior to the deity art. Wielding a stick was also not inferior to the deity, as the system also wrote the art of ball possession. Our hero, training with the tree and honing his punches, thought that there were a lot of psychos around him who were everywhere at that moment. The master was watching right behind our hero, somewhere from behind the clouds, and addressing him. His subordinate told the master that he had long lost all tact. Why it was necessary to spy on a simple person who asked him. The master, waving off his subordinate, told him to close his mouth, because the young man's fist-fighting technique was ordinary, the breathing was wrong. But all this contains the highest meaning, he said, because the young man had an incomparable martial spirit. The master thought, watching the guy down. Upon hearing this, the subordinate was insanely surprised by what the master was saying, because he could not believe that a man like him would watch the young man from a high position and also find some higher meaning in it. The hero also used broken knives. Turning to Yifeng, everyone asked if the young man could give them a knife and argued for who our hero would give this knife to which he said when he left that they should sort it out themselves, because he did not need this knife at all. And from that very day these very men became enemies, and it was all the fault of our hero's knife. And another celestial, who stepped on a slippery path, decided to hit on our hero and chasing the young man everywhere. She turned to mentor Yifeng, to which the young man said that he had no money, and that the girl threw all these thoughts out of her head, to which she thought that something unusual had to be done to attract the attention of our hero. And she introduced herself to the young man, said that he could say anything and she would do anything for him. She said that she could even become his servant, because she had long ago discarded all shame. Because Yifeng's mentor was an unsurpassed, incomparable god of war. But our hero himself, of course, did not know about it and asked that if he really was the incomparable god of war, then why didn't he know it? What did everyone chasing him in this world think about the young man joking like that? That was the first time when our hero got into a new world, where he only had to study everything that was waiting for him. In the lands of Sanjiang, the sage cultivated immortality, and when he ascended, he said, addressing everyone, I greet everyone, saying that he was Jia Jiahui and created a new way of cultivating immortals. You will only need to repeat after him and everyone will fall in love with this technique, he said. Since then, a new generation of immortals has begun to return to Sanjiang. Jiangping is a small village where ordinary people live in peace and tranquility at this moment. Unusual things began to appear from the sky and people looked up realizing that someone had finally ascended. The color that the sky was full of meant that it was the god of the Great War. Our hero, watching all this from the side, sitting in his chair on the square, looking at the sky, thought that these little guys were so lucky. They coped again, and he was a time traveler Yifeng and thought about how it all started. And it started just 5 years ago. Continuously playing the simulator of becoming immortal for 90 times in a row, the young man was transported to this world, or, simply put, died suddenly. Once in the world of the immortals, our hero was only in a negligee and realized that he did not understand at all what had happened to him, and at first the young man was shocked, and then calmed down a little, because it was like a dream. Looking at the world that was in front of him, where people were flying with knives and fighting around, there were ice floes that flew in the sky, and everything was so unusual. Our hero thought that in theory, if he was transported here, did it mean that there should have been a system or something like. Moreover, at that moment something grabbed him and said that the young man was calling him. Our hero was hugged by some strange creature saying that they had met for the first time, and said that introducing herself, she said that it was the savior of all travelers. He was a system modifier. Greeting our hero, she said something that was already standing in front of him, and the young man sitting on his knees watched what kind of creature began to talk to him. The modifier of the game that he perfectly understood that he was beautiful, but asked the young man not to look at him like that, because in this world he was the best assistant. Our hero at that moment threw up right on the ground because of what happened, and the modifier thought that the young man wanted to humiliate him with such actions. The modifier, addressing our hero, asked the young man to listen carefully to him, because he would tell him something, and this was something very important. The guy said, addressing our hero, saying that he should get the best system of cultivating the spirit of war in the whole world. The young man thought about how lucky he was. Then in this world he would be able to cultivate immortality and train spiritual strength, as well as destroy all enemies. Our hero imagined how he does it all. The young man was dreaming so much that he thought about all this while the power was generating in him, and the young man also dreamed that he would have lovely concubines, imagining how great it was, and the system said that it would help him unlock his potential, and in honor of the young man's debut they would give him a 600 square meter martial arts palace. At that moment, the palace fell from the sky directly to the ground, and the young man, looking at all this, thanked God and said that everything was fine, and now he could begin his path of immortal cultivation. At that moment, the modifier, having heard about the path of immortal cultivation, did not understand at all what other immortal our hero was talking about, because it was not about that at all, and pointed to the tablet above him, where spiritual power was shown, asking the young man to look at the table. After seeing the sign with spiritual power, the young man did not understand at all what it meant at that moment. The modifier told the guy to figure it out himself, and said that he had a bunch of travelers waiting for his salvation. So dissolving right in front of our hero, the modifier said goodbye to him and wished him all the best. The young man just stood and looked at the wall that she was right in front of him, not understanding what was happening. As a result, having got to the center for testing the level of spiritual strength, and having passed the examination, the young man was told that he did not have spiritual strength. He understood that something was wrong when the device that measures spiritual strength showed that the young man did not have spiritual strength, and the man who was dressed as a girl, surprised and horrified looking at the device in front of him, said that the guy scared him to death, because everyone has spiritual strength and he had never seen anyone without her. Being surprised, he asked our hero if the young man was exactly human. Then continuing his monologue, the man said that he asked for forgiveness for being frank with the young man, but our hero and the opportunity to become immortal were absolutely incompatible, he told him. At that moment our hero understood that everything he imagined collapsed in an instant. During these 5 years, the young man went many places to check the level of spiritual power, and in all places all the devices in the world told him that the young man had no spiritual power, and therefore the fight against monsters, domination over the world, the desire to become the strongest, all these things were beyond imagination and had nothing to do with the young man. And his dream was to become first a student, then a specialist in military art, a senior specialist in military art, then a deity of military art, a luminary of military art, the lord of military art, the founder of military art, a respected ancestor of military art, a genius of military art, and then the god of military art himself. What was our hero's plan, and understood that all these were now unattainable dreams. The young man thought that he was absolutely useless, and therefore, sitting on a chaise longue, having already returned home, under the sun, it was at the house that the modifier once gave him. The young man realized that he was a man without spiritual strength, and that he was good for nothing. At that moment, jumping up from his lounger, the guy thought that he only knew what to trade, collect books, and the like, and if you do nothing, then you could starve to death, our young man thought, looking at his piggy bank. The next moment he heard enthusiastic cries, and the girl told her sister to look ahead, because she had never seen such books, and our hero realized that these were monks in front of him and that they were definitely with money. Bursting into a smile, the young man asked the visitors what they wanted and said that he had to serve them at the highest level. Looking in front of her, the elder sister thought that there were such extraordinary people in a tiny town like Giantping. but she thought that it was a pity that the young man was only a mortal, and therefore already told her sister out loud that they had to go from here. The next moment, our hero, running up to the girls and showing everything that he had, said that they should wait, because he saw that the girl was unusual, and that she had a natural gift that would not be found for 10,000 years ahead. The one said, the girl was gifted in the art of war, and he compiled these rare books in the art of war, which can be useful, and said that 10 gold for one book, and then the young man will give all these books at a discount of 50%. The younger sister, hearing this and looking at the young man, was very surprised and blushing, asked if she was really so talented, and said that then she would choose the mentor's book, Ma Surpass the Ether of the Universe of Lightning Brilliance. But the sister, grabbing the girl by the hair, said that they had to leave and it would be better to spend money in a more useful place than here. But the younger one screamed for the older sister to let her go and said that she wanted to buy this book. The sister, taking the younger one away, said that the Kingshan temple was in critical condition, and the girl still treated all this carelessly. Did she really have extra time to read books, she asked, but the younger one said that she didn't care and asked the older one to buy her a book. The elder, addressing Liu Olai, said that they were monks. What was the use of this commoner's books? Watching the sisters dispute, our hero thought that he really wanted this girl in the whip, but realized that it was pointless. At that moment, the younger sister turned into a half-man, half-girl, saying that she wanted a book, and seeing this, sister understood that it was useless to argue with her anymore, the younger sister, because she was very strong, and then approaching our hero said that she was buying everything. The younger sister at that moment was thinking that what a good sister, and that they could go now. The girl was pleased that she got what she wanted. Leaving, the older sister asked if the younger one was happy, to which she turned back into her true form and told her sister that she was very happy, and thanked her. Then the older sister said that next time the girl needed to control her form in front of ordinary mortals. Our hero, shouting after the girl, said that she should have been really pleased, because his book cost 10 gold, and he did them a favor. There were so many secrets hidden in this book. The sisters left the city of Gianting, and then the younger one, addressing the elder one, said that this book was really interesting, so much new, and offered to read to her together. Running around with the book around the elder sister, the same one decided that since the sister was so inspired, she decided to take the book out of her hands and said that now she would take a look with one eye on her. The more she thought to ask that since she had paid. After reading a few lines from the book, the girl did not understand what was happening, but then she felt the power that poured directly from the book. What was drawn in the book brought an unprecedented feeling. There was a feeling that she was in an endless galaxy, while she was overflowing with stormy joy, as if she was returning home after a holiday. And the girl was thinking about whether she would be able to understand what kind of forces were trying to fill her body. Was this an incredible military equipment? The girl thought. At this moment, the moment unimaginable things happened to her, and then the girl thought that earlier her training did not give such a result. Everything was in vain. But after reading only one page of this commoner's book, contrary to expectations, her skill level improved, the girl thought. The next moment, the older sister looked at the younger one, and she ran up to her and asked what happened to her sister, because her face turned red. And the older sister thought that even willpower had increased several times. Was that bookseller a man with great talent and abilities? The girl thought, remembering our hero, and needed to tell the master about it as soon as possible. She decided. Lu Kingshan, the head of the Kingshan clan, a high level of military spiritual power. Before us was a man who was the strongest in the sect in hunting. He said that he came to the soul of the wolf that was next to him. Then an unusual man suddenly appeared and told Lu that he had killed a monster and thanked his clan for their efforts, because thanks to him, he did not have to strain too much. Seeing a man in front of him, a man ran at him and said that their clan had been hunting for this monster for several months. There were many dead and wounded. Really a newcomer, he took advantage of the result of someone else's work. Apparently no one explained to him about military ethics, Lu said, and ran at his opponent with a sword. When he saw Lu, he said that if he wanted to fight, he could attack. It was Ning Xuanwu, the progenitor of the Xuanwu clan. The level of military spiritual power was incredible. The man said that he was not against dealing with Lu even before the competition. Seeing this, Lu understood that it was bad for a friend that he absorbed spiritual power and his level of strength was so huge. Looking at his opponent, he thought. Then the man looked in front of him and said that in 3 days he was waiting for Lu, and it would be a life and death battle. If Lu Kingshan won, then Ning Xuanwu would leave his clan alone. Listening to this, they stood in the middle of a field where there were many dead, and then Ning Xuanwu said that it would still be a pity if the Xuanwu clan swallowed up the Kingshan clan. The next moment, the girl sitting at the table, in front of the audience, said that if the Kingshan clan wanted to resolve the conflict, Then they had to ask for help. After hearing this, everyone who was sitting in front of her only kept silent, and the girl thought to herself that everything was in vain. In this way she would not be able to attract her side at least someone. Did she really fail? I thought to myself and thought that maybe during the territorial war, all these gathered should not have caught fire with enthusiasm. At that moment, the audience, including our hero, were sitting on chairs right in front of the girl and thinking about how boring her speech was, so they asked her to continue it further and tell something else, because it was a posthumous burden for them. Everyone said, and then our hero sat around, everyone just silently looking at the girl. The Kingshan clan. The young man who trained in the clan thought that a few days had passed after that incident, and thought about whether there was any point in training at all. The master is constantly training. He can win the battle anyway, they said. At that moment the master, who was right in front of them, told them to shut their mouths. He had been with the master for 30 years. At a critical moment, he became unshakable, and said that he would not back down, because the more difficult he found himself in, the more indestructible he became. And they talked about Master Liu Kingshan, who had previously fought with his rival. At this moment, while the young men were discussing Liu, and he was sitting in the courtyard of his castle and thinking that how could he compete with Ning Xuanwu. He had cultivated military spiritual power for many years, but he could not reach the highest level, and thought that he should go and kill himself, because it was the only right decision. The next moment he distracted him from his worries and said that the disciple Lan Zhu asked for an audience. After hearing this, the master asked the girl to enter. The hysteria immediately stopped. The next moment, the same older sister appeared in front of him, who bought books for her youngest from our hero and showing those books to the master. He could not understand if the young man was really an ordinary person. Taking his book in his hand, which the girl handed to him, and told the story that preceded before, and said that the young man, he was really an ordinary person, but he is an incredible expert in his field. The master thought that the disciple was laughing at him and said that it was all nonsense, because the girl was a disciple of the Kingshan clan, so it was better for her to focus on training. This commoner from the street cheated her, because he is an ordinary ignoramus, the master told the girl. Liu also believed that this book was trash and it was useless. Lan Zhu said that the master should have calmed down. She was his disciple and insisted that the master read the book. If she lied, then the master could punish her, the girl said. And after hearing this, the master decided that he still had to open the book. The next moment he could not believe that it happened to him. The master saw the step, the sunset. It was the inner subconscious. He thought and thought that he was in his inner world. Right now, he wasn't retreating so much as trying to escape from the pressure of the Xuanwu clan. After he became the head of the clan, no one could compete with him for many years, and at that moment someone from the clan said that the weak should be weak, and the strong should be strong. And then Liu realized that he was very inattentive. In the next moment, the force struck him. And our hero, eating his food, thought that someone else had raised the level and that no one appreciated him, and it was Master Liu Kingshan himself. Having raised his level, the master sat in front of the book and looking at it. His disciple said that the master had reached the highest level of military spiritual power. Looking at Lan Zhu in front of him, he said that he would finish off the Xuanwu clan, and thought that if this kid could expound such important knowledge in the art of war, then he was incredible, and they had to get him. The girl recalled her first meeting with our hero and thought that earlier she had talked to the young man also arrogantly. How did she not see such a talent? She immediately thought, and after such treatment, the young man was probably very angry and quite thought that he could destroy their Kingshan clan, presenting our hero as omnipotent. Meanwhile, the young man, cooking food, thought that he would finally eat meat. At this moment there was a large cauldron in front of him, in which the young man fried food. Our hero thought to himself that the skills of ordinary people were not respected here at all. But finally 2 idiot nuns appeared who bought a book for 1 gold piece, and the young man thought that he had bought kilograms of a bowl. The dog that was running along with a paw in his mouth, some animal, down the alley, and 3 men were running after her, who said that it was necessary to catch this dog because she stole their meat. The dog thought to herself that these idiots had to thank her for eating them meat, and said that people were very stupid. This dog turned out to be quite difficult. It was the king of the wolf clan, and his strength is equivalent to the military spiritual strength of people. The king of the wolf clan thought that his spiritual strength was almost exhausted only because he was betrayed by his relatives. He still had all the uneven, weak, and pathetic people, he thought, running away from the people who were chasing him. At that moment he saw a commoner ahead and thought about how the young man dared to block his way, even though his spiritual powers were weak now. But it was easier to kill an unprotected person, and thought about our hero dying by attacking him. A young man was sitting in the middle of the road and frying his meat. At that moment, looking at the dog, he grabbed her by the head and she thought that really her powers did not work on the guy. And our hero, looking at the dog, thought that when a stupid little dog wandered into the city of Jiangping. At that moment the dog let out his energy, asking did the young man dare to laugh at him, and the meat of our hero flew to smithereens. Seeing this, the young man was beside himself with grief, because he spent his hard-earned money on this meat. And the dog thought that really her attack did not affect this mortal in any way. Why was it so, and thought of what this guy was made of? Trembling with fear, the dog understood that she was scared, but understood that this could not be, as she was afraid. She could be afraid of a mere mortal person, and even when the dog was attacked by 5 monks, even then she was able to stand. Our hero understands that his dinner is gone, thought that the dog that was in front of him was very cute and looked quite appetizing, and he then thought that maybe it was worth eating it. Grabbing the dog's nose, then thought that did people just want to eat the king of werewolves? Could he really have done it? And at that moment the dog fainted from fear, and our hero, watching all this, did not understand what was happening. And the last thing the dog and the master thought about together with the elder sister, they all thought about what level our hero had. Jiangping Market. There was a girl standing in the middle of the market, and everyone shouted that if they found the girl, they would kill her, because she didn't even have spiritual vessels, and she wanted to cultivate more. At that moment the girl fell to her knees and thought that if she really was a loser who couldn't cultivate, and said uncle, that she disappointed the villagers. At this moment, the young man, hearing her suffering, sitting at his table, asked the little girl, was she really trying to steal meat from him in such a position? At this moment the girl was sitting on her knees and cursing everything, banging her fists on the ground, and our hero said that if she wanted to eat, then she had to pay. Although his meat is famous for 10 miles in all 70 villages, but even if she calls her father, she will not be able to take this meat. To which the girl asked not to laugh at her, because she will not eat his meat, even if she is forced. But having felt the aroma, she ran up to the young man and started eating meat and saying that she would not do it. The young man saw that the girl was kicked out of the gates of the Green Mountain clan, asked her about it, but before that he thought less about the fact that she had brazenly robbed him by eating his food. Although she said that she did not want them, the girl, looking at our hero and chewing his meat, said, was it really so obvious? The young man, addressing her, said that instead of becoming an idol or someone else with such a hairstyle, the girl wanted to become immortal, and thought that the girl had the same problem as him. Giving the girl the key to the martial arts school, our hero said that she also had nowhere to go like him, so he was looking for a friend and asked the girl to come in, running away from the girl. He said that he would go buy spices, and she had to go back to the martial arts school and look after the house, to which the girl, seeing the guy running away, she screamed that she did not agree to be his friend. Holding the keys in her hands and embarrassed, she did not understand how this person could be like this, because if she could find a job in advance and it would be easier for her parents, she thought to herself, looking after our hero. Half an hour later, the master and the elder sister came in the door, addressing our hero, asking if he was here. Entering the exquisite courtyard, amazing or extraordinary statues, strange scrolls, and a drawing that was right on the wall, the master was amazed, because it was a very powerful battle plan. The master also thought that this person should have been with them, because this drawing was beautiful. Although the old man from the Green Mountain clan didn't understand anything, but he still deeply understood that this must be some kind of fantastic thing. These fighting intentions seemed to tell the old man that about the rivalry of sects, that they were strong, and he was weak. He thought it temporarily and then realized that he was enlightened. Then suddenly they were asked if these two were standing in front of the girl and the guests, to which the master and his disciple greeted. The girl was told and apologized to her that they were from the Green Mountain clan. After hearing about the Green Mountain clan, the girl thought that they had come for her because she was stealing, and kneeling over him, she said that she would no longer dare to appear on their territory. Looking at her in her apologies, because she was thin and she had only skin and bones, the master and the student did not understand what the girl was doing and asked her to get up. At that moment the master saw that the student was holding out her hand to the girl, and asked the girl not to behave like that. One day he heard that the Buddha had a friend, a Western god. He tests the believer for contempt. In this case, perhaps the girl was sent by the gods to test them, they thought. Looking at the girl who was standing and bowing to them on her knees and seeing her anther made of chicken feathers, they realized that it was to remove dust, which means removing distractions, and only by removing distractions they could achieve everything. Or so it is undoubtedly. This was the first test that the Almighty hinted it to them, so the guys were thinking about showing the gods their sincerity today. Looking at all this, the girl saw that the man and the girl grabbed a mop and buckets and that they had to clean up the dust, and the girl said that it was her job. because they were cultivators of the Green Mountain sect, and she was still small, and I didn't understand what was going on at all. Evening came and our hero said that everyone should forget about what had happened. He forgave them, and the same ones came to pay for the book, so he asked to stay with him for lunch. Then the student, addressing the master, said about the chapter that he saw something in the master. He looked at the young man that was standing with the dog. Turning to Kinner, he said that he needed to eat a roast of dog meat today. The master, watching this picture, said that he could not discern the level of cultivation of the young man. The next moment our hero started cooking, and they saw his skill with a knife, and then they saw a wolf that was right next to our hero. Or rather, it was the dog that attacked him in the alley, and the master thought that, if he was not mistaken, this is the rarest of demons, a heavenly demon, the wolf. And they did not understand if the master really meant that he was going to use the heavenly earth wolf as an ingredient, and thought that if they ate it, the demons would not let him go. The girl was afraid that a wolf and demons would hunt her for the rest of her life. Sitting at the table, the master said that he was afraid that those who dared to do so were in the kingdom of the heavenly emperor, and that in the year of the rebellion of the gods and demons, it was the demonic wolves that held off the attack of 30,000 soldiers with the strength of one clan, which allowed the damaged demon clan to survive. Watching all this, Kinner thought that all the people who cultivate immortality were very strange. Then they saw that the dog had escaped and said that this heavenly demon wolf now wanted to fight to the death. At that moment our hero looked at the dog holding a knife in his hands and then starting to stroke him. The master thought that this heavenly demon was very amazing, and our hero said that the dog was like on the dog that he had in reality, and asked if it was necessary to make a pet out of it. Liu Qingshan, watching this picture where our hero was stroking a dog, thought that the young man had spared the wolf demon at the last moment and that he was very kind. Then his disciple, seeing that the master was crying, said that now was not the time for emotions. The master thought to himself that if the young man was so kind, it would be easy to ask him for a divine weapon. Moreover, he had just easily scared off a demonic wolf at the peak of his powers. At this moment, the disciple, addressing the young man, said that he forgave her. She would like to ask the young man to lend her this knife to help save her sect from destruction. After hearing this, the young man did not understand at all what the girl wanted at this moment. The master, dropping the girl's face to the floor, said that she was too tactless. She exposed her greed in such a way, to which the girl told the teacher that the young man was not happy. Both of them were sweating and did not understand what would happen next. The young man holding the knife in his hand said that it was not a valuable thing. It could be borrowed, so he asked it was wrong, because he could still find one by addressing the guys and giving them the knife. Then the master lifting the knife and holding it in his hands, and that it looks like heaven will not destroy their sect of the Green Mountains. The master was crying, and the student was glad that now they had this knife. Our hero was thinking that these were so poor that they could not even afford to buy a kitchen knife. The next moment, the master shouted to Ning Xuanwu that he was going to die, and he was sitting in his chair saying that there was no need for anything and asked to bring the messenger of the Green Mountain Gate. He wanted to see him. Everyone else was off. Everyone who stood in front of him obeyed the order and left. Xuanwu sect, the secret room, the envoy who was under the cloak, said that he had heard a lot about Mr. Ning Xuanwu, addressing him, and he said that the envoy was not a fool, and asked what he wanted to tell him. Then the envoy said that today he was here to tell Ning Xuanwu that something, what he was afraid, really happened. The man at that moment was looking at the messenger with sadness in his eyes. The secret room of the Xuanwu sect, the messenger addressing the master said that not so long ago, the old ancestor Qingshan entered the realm of the martial king. After hearing this, the man said that he had been the martial king for more than 30 years. Then Liu Qingshan was still a toddler who had just started walking. And Ning Xuanwu, sitting down in his chair, said that he was sure if it was just that, then the young man would not have sat all evening to find out. He said that it was really so. The subordinate reported that earlier the old man of the Green Mountain sect called all the disciples to the square. All the disciples gathered in the square at that time, and Zhu Yun, who was the head teacher of the Green Mountain sect, said that she did not know, but they said that something was happening here, to which the disciple turned to her and said why the master wanted them to gather at such a late hour. What was wrong with him? Not like that. Then they all saw the gem of the ancestral trial of the Green Mountain sect. Steel is very strong and indestructible. Even if you hit it hard with a divine weapon, only a few scratches will remain on it. Right in front of everyone there was a giant boulder, near which the master was standing. At that moment everyone greeted old Zhu, to which she said that it was not necessary, politely addressing everyone. The next moment, the master, who had our hero's knife and tried to break through the stone, and the elder said that he had a broken kitchen knife in his hands. What was the master doing? She was alas sure that too much pressure was being exerted on the master, and along the way he went. The master thought about everyone being cursed, saying such a thing for the glory of the sect, and then thought that he had to be careful. The power of this blade was still unknown to him. The next moment, when he touched our hero's knife on the stone, lightly, the stone exploded and fell apart into small pieces. A student of our hero asked the doggy to see how beautiful. After seeing this, the dog thought to ask that the meteorite had scattered and that the girl was very stupid once showed him this. It was a powerful fighting intent. The mighty pressure was clearly the highest divine weapon. Where did they get it from? Our hero was also watching this. What was in the sky couldn't figure out what it was. Then, after looking closely, the young man realized that it was a meteorite and began to make a wish that he wanted to have a lot of money, mountains, a lot of clothes, and a lot of food. And then he said 1,000 more words, but that was the main thing he wanted. While the master was dealing with the stone, all the students gathered behind him did not understand what the hell was going on. And then seeing what he did, they understood that the master was very cool, that the Green Mountain sect was saved. The same looking at the knife in his hands thought that he did not even hit it, he just touched the stone, and thought that the strength in this knife was simply stunning. He liked it, but it was not worth using this knife if there was no need, because this is not something he can master. The master thought to himself, remembering the young man and the fact that he created the blade, there was at least a martial god realm. The master shouted to everyone that the day after tomorrow he would meet with the Sanwu clan and win, and that the Green Mountain sect had been saved. At this moment, the messenger addressing Ning Xuanwu said that he would not have broken through to his abilities by remembering the master so quickly, and that his comrades could not either. Someone was standing behind him. He said, "Shouldn't they have done something?" Addressing the master, he said. Ning Xuanwu said that it had been 3 days since the green ice toad had gained a foothold in the young man, and then throwing the guy said something that it was a payment for information and wished him good luck, because when he did his job, he would release him. The messenger, who was his subordinate and told the whole story, bowed to the master, saying that he thanked him for his kindness. Bowing to him, the same promised to Linner when leaving, and told her to go with him. Linner was a disciple of the Sanwu sect and said that she couldn't wait for the master to come and said that they had to go. The Mound of the Sword. Turning to his brother, the young man said that when the teacher was alive, he told him not to climb here, to which the guy said that the young man should close his mouth and open it, and after all, he said to whom? This is why, so that he would not regret his words. They were near the door of which the seal was sealed at that moment. It was taken off and something broke out. Addressing the teacher, the girl said that she did not think that the sacred weapon was sealed in the Mound of Swords, that it would be so dangerous. This is just the beginning of the destruction of the Green Mountain sect, he said, addressing Liner, and that everyone would kiss his feet, Ning Xuanwu's feet, and that it was not worth underestimating him. The power of the gods can only be overcome by the power of the gods itself, he said, looking at something that broke out of the sealed mountain. The city of Jianping was completely empty. There was no one on the streets, and only 3 guys who were running around the block were trying to find medicines, thinking that there were less than 4 hours left before the fight and that they were completely useless, because they could not help, and ordinary people would suffer in such a fight. They thought, alas, it would be better if everyone ran away, because even the slightest touch of spiritual power and people could die, the guys thought. The next moment, our hero, taking a stick in his hands and standing on the dais, told all his countrymen to find a good place to watch the war, and everyone thought it was great, because they had been waiting for this war for so long. They wanted to watch how the battle would take place. Our hero thought to himself that he did not know who would fight, but there are many people who want to see such a fight. This place is the highest point in the vicinity of Kampyong, and everything was visible. The young man was talking about exactly the point where he was standing now. It was the elevation on which he put the flag, so that everyone went up there and started selling binoculars for 1 gold coin. Everyone asked Master Yu to sell everyone one of these binoculars so that it would be better to observe from the mountain. Under the mountain, Master Lu Qingshan stood with his army, and opposite him was Ning Xuanwu, so they stood and looked at each other. Then Ning Xuanwu turned to Lu Qingshan and said that he did not think that he would have the courage to appear, to which Lu Qingshan said that it was unknown who will die, and who will live, and so they clashed in their battle. Ning Xuanwu attacked first and hit Lu Qingshan right in the face. He fell and his subordinates ran to him. But the man asked them to stay away, because he wanted to fight against this opponent himself. Lu understood that, of course, he and Ning Xuanwu were already far apart in terms of cultivation, and if he hadn't read Master Yu's book and advanced to the level of a martial king, he would be afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight Ning Xuanwu right now. Now he could only pin his hopes on their power. Then Ning Xuanwu turned to Lu Qingshan and said that he knew what he was up to and asked him to show his divine weapon. After hearing this, Lu did not understand at all how Ning Xuanwu knew about this divine weapon. At that moment, behind Xuanwu stood the same messenger who had told him about this, and Xuanwu was asking Lu if he really thought he would let Qingshan leave, and at that moment he used the very ancient curse that he released from the mountain. The Soul Eater sword, and the use of which for the second time costs decades of life, can easily corrode the spiritual power of any weapon. And Qingshan's weapon was a simple kitchen knife, which he was holding at that moment behind his back, and addressing him, Liner said it all. At this moment, everyone thought that the Green Mountain sect was finished, even if this divine Soul Eater weapon devoured him. Ning Xuanwu, possessing a divine Soul Eater and standing not far from Qingshan, said that the enemy had just a kitchen knife in his hands, and everyone was thinking about what a broken kitchen knife could do from the side of the Xuanwu army, and laughed at Lu Qingshan because it was just a knife in his hands. The old man of the Green Mountain, and such a desperate that he wanted to use a kitchen knife. It was the laugh of the year. Everyone thought in the next moment Ning Xuanwu wanted to see how strong his opponent's weapon was. Looking at his knife, Qingshan understood that he had lost. The knife in his hand was borrowed from Master Yu in the end. And if the soul-devouring sword corrodes the spiritual force and turns it into an ordinary knife, then he had no choice but to cry and think about what he had to do, turning to the Master Yu. Master, hearing Qingshan calling for help, told him to hold on. How could he admit defeat so easily? He shouted from the mountain. Our hero, looking at the battle, thought about that how could he end his battle so quickly here? Did the young man make a dozen binoculars in vain and sold them at that moment? Everyone who stood on the mountain with him watched the battle with those binoculars, and our hero thought that how much he could earn depended on Qingshan. The next moment, Lu Qingshan saw Master Yug standing on the mountain and shouting to him, and Master understood that he had brought so many people to the battlefield to cheer him up. This encouraged him, and he understood that he had just heard Master Yu cheering him up. So it was a great endorsement for him, and he showed weakness in front of the enemy, and had to respect this sword that was in his hands. So looking at his knife, he decided that it was necessary to continue the battle. Clutching a weapon in his hands, Lu Qingshan knew what had to be done. Then looking at him, Xuanwu asked if his opponent was so scared, and he brandished his knife and went into battle against Qingshan using the Soul Eater. At that moment, Qingshan, using his weapon that Master Yu gave him, smashed all the Soul Eaters, and everyone on the Xuanwu side understood that it was a broken knife that broke the devouring sword. It was simply impossible. Its power was so amazing that it split the earth. The next moment, Liner shouted that the master was in trouble and needed to protect him. At that moment, everyone, including Zhu, took advantage of this and had to put the Xuanwu clan in place. All the disciples ran forward to pursue the Xuanwu clan because now there was an opportunity to destroy the clan. The master was telling Lan Zhu to look, and Lan Zhu was saying that Master Yu was looking from above, and the master was saying that he was afraid he wouldn't like it if they continued. Then, looking at the knife that our hero gave him, the master asked why Zhu thought that Master Yu, who is not interested in fame and fortune, lent him an artifact just for the sake of meeting this bad person. Lu thought that Master Yu didn't want to destroy one of the sides. Lan Zhu carefully looked at the master and listened to him, asking if he wanted to say that the elder needed balance. Lu Qingshan said that he wanted them to maintain a balance between the two sides in order to preserve peace for the residents of Giantping, and life is not enough to understand and appreciate the heart and mind of such a great man. The master said to Lana Zhu, because compared to him, they were destroyed like ants. Our hero ordered everyone to fight and then saw that it was the end of the battle. Everyone began to disperse. Who had previously watched the battle, someone told the master that he needed to work. Someone said that they would go down the hill themselves. Someone said that he needed to feed the baby. Therefore, he will leave now, to which our hero shouted to everyone not to leave. And he also told me that later there would be Godzilla against King Kong. It would be great. The young man said. He thought to himself that really it was all this that aggravated the already supposed family of me. Then suddenly he was called out and asked Brother Yu what he was doing here. Hearing this, the young man saw Peng Ying. She was standing not far from him, and then he asked if the girl really had time to visit her childhood friend, to which she said that the young man misunderstood. She was here only by order of her master, to find a high-ranking person. Fen, looking at the girl, asked if she wanted to find a master. Peng Ying replied that she was sorry, because she knew how the young man felt and that he was a good person. But she joined the Green Mountain sect with the help of her brother, because Feng should have known that with her strength it was impossible to join the sect. It had always been her dream to be able to enter the Green Mountain clan, for that's why she promised her brother that she wouldn't have any more relationships with other men. Hearing this, our hero turned to stone and just looked at the girl. The next moment she was already turning around and saying that she had to leave and asked that they never see each other again. Our hero just looked after her. At that moment, the girl approached the young man who was the messenger and he asked his sister if she had found anyone, to which the girl replied that only immortal. The brother, addressing his sister, said that she was asked to find a strong master, and she walked around mortals and asked what the girl promised him. She asked her brother to listen to her, because this guy is just the owner of a martial arts school. How could she compete with her brother if she only did what she dreams, and she writes all sorts of nonsense, grabbing the young man by the hand, saying this and saying that she met him by chance and asked him not to be angry with her, because he was the only one she loved. The brother, looking at his sister, thought to himself that the girl was very stupid and could not even find a partner for them, and that if not for her appearance, he would not have bothered with the girl. It was all the fault of that bad person. How could Ning Xuanwu lose this bad person? And understood that he had to do something or else the Xuanwu clan would be angry at him when he recovered. While he was flying in his thoughts, his sister asked Brother Wu if he was alright. The next moment, my brother thought that he needed to remember about the martial arts school and about books, because this girl Lanzu bought a secret book in one of the martial arts schools of Jianping. So that old man broke down, suddenly dawned on the young man and addressing the girl. The guy was asking if she had just said that this guy runs a martial arts school. The young man writes books in his free time. Was it so? He asked Peng Ying. The girl said that it was really so. But the young man was just mortal, and then leaving the girl in place, the guy did not run away, saying that it was wonderful and ran away from her. I was thinking to myself that if his books were so incredible, then he would have to watch them kill each other, he said, and on the other hand, he would be an ideal target for the Xuanwu clan, on whom they could vent their anger. And the young man said that Infeng was just mortal and would be a scapegoat, even if he didn't want to, laughing and rushing away from his sister. At this moment, those in the Xuanwu clan, he was furious sitting in his throne and turned to Yu Wuzhai and asked how he dared to come here without knowing anything, to which the envoy of Yu Wuzhai apologized very much and said that he had already found out that Lu Qingxian had received a knife from a master in the city Jianping. Ning Xuanwu sat in his chair and looked at the messenger who came to him and listened attentively to what he said. That this man owned a martial arts school, the one he needed. And then the messenger said that even though he didn't learn anything else, but if Ning Xuanwu would give him a little time, then he would get all the information he needed. The young man said. Ning Xuanwu said that it was bullshit. If a martial artist of such a high level was here, how could Ning Xuanwu not know about him at all? He said that he wanted to see what kind of master helped Qingshan, and was beside himself with anger, because he was left without one hand and was defeated by the enemy. Liner, who was standing next to her master, said that she wanted to deal with this matter, to which the master said that he could not let her go, because they had completely different plans with the girl. He also chose someone for this task, Ning Xuanwu said, and right next to the roof at that moment we will land Wu Chen. Looking at him from the window, Ning Xuanwu said that despite the fact that Wu Chen was usually limited in his actions, the time came when he was needed for an important matter, and Ning Xuanwu said that the young man knew what to do, whether it was so, and asked very much to rely on him, turning to his master. Feng Martial Arts School. Kinger, looking at the gentleman, thought to herself that he had not left the room for 3 days. It seemed that the woman who came earlier really hurt the young man, and going into his room, the girl realized that she had not seen the gentleman for several days and the room was in a very terrible state. Apparently the gentleman was very sad. It was not permissible to end this way, the girl thought to herself. The young man's room looked terrible. Everything was scattered, everywhere there were pieces of parchment, and everywhere there was dirt and dust in which our hero was sitting. Kinger thought to herself that the master would not worry. While Zhang King was here, he would never let the young man disappear like that. And turning to the master, she said that she could help him by getting closer to the young man. Then he turned to her and said what the girl wanted to help him with, because he was going to treat her to a barbecue, and she wanted to work, which, after looking at the master, she realized that the young man did not look offended at all as she had previously thought. She realized that she had made her conclusions too early. Perhaps the gentleman did not want to show her his sadness, and she was so sorry that she was actually a guy and could not support the gentleman emotionally. Kinger decided to ask what was about love in Feng. Chewing his food, said that if she was talking about Peng Ying, then the girl was just his childhood sweetheart, and that women only negatively affected the speed with which he earned and also the speed with which he cooked barbecue. So she said that it was necessary to go to sell books because he wanted to change the cart next month, and that everything depended on Sinner, so he asked the girl not to wait and go to work properly. Valuable, holding books in her hands, looking at them, she realized that from the outside these books looked very strange. The names of the books were as follows: the stories of men from 3 countries, the story of a group of women and a man, the story of 3 women and 105 men, the story of 4 monsters and men. She thought that it could definitely be sold. Stumbled down the stairs and flying along with these books, and she thought. The outskirts of Jinping City. Someone called for help, and Wu Chen said that even if the Lord of Heaven came here, he would not be able to save a person who was no longer with a person at all, namely, the one our hero was holding, and when dealing with him, said that the stomach was full, only food was needed, if it was delicious. He was I was hoping that this martial arts guy would be able to satisfy him. Here, addressing the young man, they said that it was worth being condescending and advised him not to appear in Jinping City anymore. And there was an old man in front of Wu Chen who said that he was going to Jinping City and to pay a visit to his old acquaintance, and said that he would not allow the young man to hang around here. To which Wu Chen, seeing this, asked, was the old man joking with him, realizing that he was very strong, and this old man in front of him clearly wasn't. Well, at that moment the old man attacked the guy and offered him to die. The young man, seeing what power was in front of him, did not expect at all that this old man surpassed the strength of the king of martial arts. At that moment his huge hand was already right over Wu Chen's head and he could not resist it. The old man thought that the master that was in front of him was cultivating an evil spirit. But as he avoided the blow and thought that this child had just pulled out, there was a stone of fear in front of him. He thought that if the emperor's treasures fell into the hands of such an evil cultivator, the small town would suffer greatly, and understood that he had to act. And Wu Chen thought that fortunately he took this treasure with him, otherwise he would have died now. The next moment, he was already rushing towards our hero and thinking that he had killed all the students from other martial arts schools. This one that was in front of him should have been the last one. Heading straight to our hero's school. He thought that it would not be difficult for him and that this bad school was the home of a young man and wanted this one to show him what he was capable of. Thinking about our hero and addressing him from afar, attacking the school that was right in front of him. The earthquake stone is an evil item used by the founders of the Xuanwu sect themselves. Will be used to kill immortals even in the face of high-level attacks. It can protect against everything. Liner, standing next to Ning Xuanwu, asked the master why he did not send her, to which the man replied that Wu Chen was holding his stone in his hand. Even if an accident happened, the stone would be able to protect him, he said, and they just had to sit and wait for news. At that moment, Wu Chen was already in front of the school and thought that there was not even a name for this school, and that it was another garbage right in front of him and broke only one tablet. He decided to go in without checking further and thought about where to start. But only the young men did not know what awaits him. The next moment, a fire flared up in front of him and Wu Chen thought about what kind of terrible pressure was in front of him. Did it really want to kill him? But fortunately the young man had a stone and he could do anything with it. Taking the stone out of his bosom, he said, defeating everyone who was in front of him. But that was before he faced our hero, who was able to resist the young man. The next moment, our hero saw the stone that was lying in front of him and asked if someone had dropped the stone, because it was very beautiful. And then the sinner who was walking next to him said that the size of the stone was suitable to fix the threshold that they broke, and our hero just took the most dangerous stone and I shoved it into the threshold that was broken. The stone fit him perfectly. Turning to his brother, and the peasant said that at the beginning he thought he was on the same level with him, but when he looked closely, he could not understand what level the young man had. Playing the game, our hero did not understand at all why this old man came to him again. Of course, he did not see through him. The old man thought that he had come here to play many times, but he had never managed to see the true skill of the youth. Thought to himself, but there are many secret techniques on the Xinjiang mainland. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the young man practices a technique that makes it impossible for others to see his cultivation level, he thought. However, if such a person existed, he would not have remained unknown in the world of cultivation for a long time. Did the young man really surpass him? The old man thought. The next moment our hero interrupted his thoughts and said that he had lost. The old man did not understand at all how the young man could defeat him again in this game. Then he saw an earthquake stone. Was this kid really killed by the enemy, using such a valuable treasure to prop up the threshold? It's like saying I can get this. And you, and our hero thanked the peasant for the game, bowing to him. The old man, looking at him, thought that the young man should know the values of this stone. But the young man just trampled it into the threshold and thought that whether it was something or a chess game, this man is much stronger than he thought. Plus he hints at it. The old man thought that it was a completely different level of competition, and it was no wonder that the young man was so confident in himself. But it turned out that he underestimated him and told Brother Yu to appreciate the strength that he had at that moment. The old man was holding a rake and said that his back itches, so the young man should help him scratch it with a sacred rake. Seeing this, guy was very surprised. The young man should have been shocked in the opinion of the old man, because he lost not only his family's fortune, but also half of his life to get this treasure, namely the sacred 7-tooth rake. To which our hero, looking at the rake, said that they were rusty and the man had to get rid of them. It would be it is inconvenient to do agricultural work and so on. Our hero said that he should have noticed this a long time ago, so the old man came to him again and again to play chess and deliberately lost to him so that he could help him repair his agricultural equipment. The young man said, after hearing this, the old man did not understand at all why the guy was telling him this and how could this man so offend his pride. Our hero asked the old man not to worry and looking at the rake thought that the rake was a tool that is often used. It is not surprising that they were so rusty and taking the robbed with him asked to wait for him 1 minute. The old man stood all angry and thought that since the young man despised his 7-tooth rake so much, he would see what the young man could do to compare with his 7-tooth sacred rake. Blacksmith house, martial arts school. Our hero was looking at the rake and at that moment Sinner ran up to him, said that Grandpa wanted to see the boss, who lent him a kitchen knife. Hearing this, the boss understood. Was it really the cook from the Green Mountain? To which Sinner said that they had come to give a gift, and hearing about the gift, Infen said so let them come in then. Ju and the master went into the gate and then Ju, addressing the master, said that it was really a high-ranking person standing in this hole. She felt it. To which the master was so silent and could moderate her ardor in front of Master Yu, showing Ju with her hand so that the girl closed her mouth. Kingshin explained that the girl saw the power of the knife and if she obeys Master Yu, the consequences will be unbearable. And the girl thought to herself that Kingshin exaggerated. At that moment she stepped on the earthquake stone, the main treasure of the Xuanwu sect, and that it was it that was used to close the hole in the threshold. The girl was madly surprised by this. Squatting down, Ju told the master to wait for her, watching the stone that was inserted into the threshold. She suspected that there was something wrong with the owner of this place, so why don't they start by saying that without finishing? The master pointed his finger and asked what she was talking about. She had to open her eyes and look for herself and asked if the girl had seen it. At that moment, our hero was doing something, and a dragon was breaking out of the house, namely, a young man was trying to fix the rake that the old man gave him. Ju and the master were watching this, and the master asked the girl not to panic, but to which she said that it was obvious that the master panicked the most and said that it couldn't be, that she was imagining it, because it was a 7-tooth holy rake. Ju said, looking at what our hero was doing. The legendary weapon used by the 9 heavenly deeds to destroy the demons in the Shengjing region. It was these same 7-tooth rake and Ju said that it could not be. How could it be real? Then Ju began to say that it was probably a fake, to which the master said that you can't make a mistake. It was really a 7-tooth rake. Next to the house where our hero was repairing the rake, a man was sitting and the master said that the same fighting intent came from this man as from the sacred rake and the sacred rake should have belonged to him. In ancient times, those who could use sacred items were at least at the level of a martial emperor. At that moment they saw how the old man choked and the master thought to himself that this man looked a little like a madman who once cut out 6 cities of Xinjiang. But he disappeared for 30 years and the master did not think that it was just a coincidence. At that moment this old man saw these two and turned to them, asking if they were here to see Brother Yu and invited them to come and sit down. The master heard that the old man was addressing him and talking about Brother Yu and said that they were really here. And Ju was also very surprised, told the master that it was necessary to leave the knife and the gift to the owner as soon as possible, to which he said that he was afraid that they were late, because it was already late. At that moment, our hero finished the finishing touch and thought that the rake had finally been made and thought that it turned out very well. They sparkled and shone and looked like brand new and then the master and Ju seeing it could not believe that the young man was able to improve the quality to the best holy object. How was it done with such a weapon? It was possible to control the whole world and thought about what they had to do and why the young man was coming straight at them. Ju panicked and asked the master what they needed to do, to which he said that there was no need to panic. The next moment our hero ran to the old man with a rake and he thought to himself that being with the reverse master and he can still watch such an exciting scene. The mind quiets like still water. The young man actually forged his crippled semi-holy object right into a real holy object. The old man realized and thought that it was the moment when he realized how ridiculous this competition was. The young man said that what he did was not for free, but he gave a 50% discount to his client and gave him a rake for something he thought that he could not afford this holy treasure, even with a discount, because the 7-tooth rake, which was a little battered, had already cost him half his life. In an exchange for his savings, he was afraid that he couldn't afford it. The next moment, our hero looked at the old man and asked what had happened. Turning to old Wu, did he really not have enough money? The young man thought to himself, did the man not even have 1 gold coin to pay for his work? The young man told the old man that it was just a rake, so if he didn't have enough money, he could take them for free, he said. After hearing this, everyone could not believe that the young man called the 7-tooth rake just a rake. Old man Wu, looking at our hero, told brother Yu that he could not accept it for free and tried to ask the young man to accept his love as a sign of gratitude, addressing our hero and sending him kisses. Seeing this, Yu did not understand at all, because he just helped fix the tool. Why was he so happy? To which the old man shouted that he would always remember the kindness of the young man, and that he Wu Yang Hong swore to be his servant and die if the young man said. At that moment, the master realized that the old man that was in front of him was indeed one of the 4 madmen of chaos, the devil of murder, and that he worshipped our hero. It was a shocking realization. At that moment, the old man was standing in the pouring rain and a thunderstorm, saying that if he broke this promise, he would die. And our hero just looked at the old man with his mouth open and did not know what to say, because it was embarrassing to look at. The master stood and looked at the old man who had a rake and said that he could not believe that he could see the vow of heaven and earth with his own eyes. Now he had nothing to regret in this life. Miss Yu, who was standing next to him, did not understand what the vow of heaven and earth the master was talking about, to which he decided to tell what exactly he had in mind. The vow of heaven and earth is a special contract that only beings at the level of a martial emperor can conclude, he explained. The contract once concluded with heaven and earth could not be broken, despite the young man in front of him thinking that since he has such a powerful person at his disposal, how terrible the level of cultivation of the Lord must have been. The old man said that he was a gentleman and he was signing a contract, so now he would do everything that he was ordered by our hero. Looking at him completely, did not understand what he was talking about. But since he was serious about it and said that he would do whatever he wanted. Then the next moment the old man was rushing through the rain and he told the gentleman that he understood that he was a man of honor, and he was not needed, but the contract was concluded. He thanked for this mercy and turning to the gentleman and said that as nothing will ever change the mountains and the water will always flow, so they will never be able to disperse now. Our hero accompanies his old man and putting away his umbrella thought about how stupid he was. At this moment, Zhu, who was standing and looking at it all together with the master, could not believe that even the contract of the killing demon was not the most amazing thing here, and the master said that only Mr. Yi could do such a thing. Then our hero noticed these two and turned to them and asked what they had forgotten here. Seeing the reaction of the young man, they stood up and gave him a gift that they brought to our hero, and seeing that they wanted to give him a gift, he said that it was very nice. Looking at the glass ball that was masterfully made, the young man said. Master Kingshan and Zhu, who were looking at our hero, who was looking at the ball very interestingly, thought that the treasure of their mountain of fiery pearls for the young man was really just a glass ball. Our hero, leaning against the ball with his cheek, said that it was very warm and that it was not bad. In winter it could be used as a heater. At this moment Master Kingshan and Zhu looked at our hero and thought that it was so good that this ball liked Mr. Yi, but they still did not feel a little resentment in the soul from the fact that the young man thought it was just a ball. Our hero decided not to remain in debt and said that he had only recently finished his novel, so he would give it to these two in return, and brought the book to Kingshan and Zhu. The girl, picking up the book, read the title, which sounded like Falling Snow Kills a White Deer, and thought to herself that this book was full of lights about martial arts, because it was thanks to the young men that the master was able to improve his skills. Those bowed to our hero said that they still had things to do in the section they had to go, and therefore asked to forgive them and thanked Mr. Yi. Zhu Yun took the book and the master ran in the other direction, and then the master shouted, Zhu Yun, what was she doing and why were they running away? The girl thought to herself about that with this book she will be able to improve her skills faster. Our hero, seeing them off, thought that they would really become his devoted fans. The next moment, someone called the boss and said that the carriage was ready. It was Kinger, who showed the young man and his new carriage and said that she was happy to serve him. And then turning to Zhang Qin, he said how could she spend so much money? Didn't he ask to find a cart with a donkey? On that she said that she wanted to prepare for the young man the best carriage in his life. Our heroes watching this was extremely upset, because he was one of the poor of this world. Clapping Siner on the shoulder, the young man said that in any case he would become a billionaire when he returned. And when Siner asked what the boss's plan was, since he wanted to become a billionaire, the young man winked, said that he would find out when our hero returned. The Green Mountain Sect. Master Kingshan said that it was not the time to delay. He wanted to refuse. But how did you dare to take the book without his permission? Moreover, the advice set out in this book is too complicated and powerful. The girl will not be able to follow them. It is too difficult, and she and the master fought for this book. Ju was sitting clutching a tree and pulling the book towards herself, telling the master to give her the book and let go. To which he pulled the book towards himself and said that did the girl believe him when he talked about this master. But Ju explained that how could she have known that in the small town of Jiangping there would be such a great man. In the next moment the master defeated Ju and she stood only behind. While the master said that in the village times the city was a place where immortals practiced. It's stupid to think that it was an ordinary place. The girl asked, but what does this have to do with the elder? To which the master told the girl that he thought that the elder was now preparing to play a big game, and at that moment our hero was standing in front of a gorgeous palace that was ahead of him. Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Our hero walked through the Chamber of Commerce with a book in his hands and thought that now he is in such a financial situation where he cannot make ends meet. But if everything works out, he will be financially secure, he thought. At that moment, a man greeted him and asked Master Yi if he was here again. To which the master said that he was here, and the man answered him that Boss Mao wanted the young man to go to the guest room, and therefore, passing into the guest room, the young man was treated to tea. The master, addressing our hero, said that he had read the novel and that this novel was just wonderful, especially the part with the battle between Iron Dust and Taurus. To which the young man thought to himself that he did not remember writing about this, and thought to himself, did men really read the novel for sure? The boss, addressing him, said that they were people running a big business and earning a lot of money, had the deepest respect for cultured people. And the master noted that last time they promised him that they would continue to print his books, to which he replied that did the young man really want him to print those stupid fairy tales again? It was not necessarily. Before us was the chairman of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin, immortal, and he said that after all they were a big chamber of commerce. Many people down there depend on Mao for their livelihood. Such things usually do not bathe themselves. Just thinking about it makes his head hurt, and asked did the master think that he was right, because he was a straightforward person. So he asked the young man not to take it to heart. He could give the young man money to try to promote his book elsewhere, because he saved his life and he just had to do everything that was in his power. Our hero, getting up from the table, said that it was not necessary, and then the master shouted to the master, and that he would come next time. And I think to myself that his stupid books were not worth a single coin, while our hero was leaving and he only looked after him, seeing off the young man with a glance. At that moment, the man's daughter entered the room and told daddy that who was he here, and when he saw the youngster, he asked what the girl was doing here, to which the girl said that he had promised to introduce her to the author of The Dream in the Red Chamber, and had the father forgotten about it, and the girl was only interested what if this writer wasn't here. The father thought that every day the girl was more interested in these books, instead of studying business, and answered his daughter that the person would no longer be published here. Then the daughter did not understand why, unless the Dream of the Red Chamber does not bring a lot of money to the Chamber of Commerce. The father replied to his daughter that the young man was just a poor bumpkin. If he had not helped him, would anyone have started printing his books? And addressing the girl said that the girl should have understood that this writing was worthy only of a place in the trash of their Chamber of Commerce. And the girl, instead of wasting her time for nonsense, I had to learn business from my elders. Tearing up the book, my father said. The girl with tears in her eyes looked at how her father was tearing up her favorite book and said that she did not want to study business. She knew that her father only wanted this, but the girl did not want to do it. And even if she started doing business, it would not hurt to read books in any way, to which the father asked for no more words and asked to take his daughter away from here. And now he had a crucial moment of competition with the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce. Also, the father said that the girl should be given accounting accounts and not let her out of the room until she reviewed them all, and the daughter was taken away from her father. She only shouted to dad with tears in her eyes. Our hero at that moment, sitting and looking at his book, thought that life was not so easy at that moment. He met monks, namely two girls, an elder and a younger sister, who turned to the gentleman and asked what the young man was doing here. The hero told what happened, and the girls said it was clear what was written, and the girls say that the book unwritten by them was rejected by the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, and they did not think that the young man wrote all the popular novels in Jiangping. By the way, the mentor, that is, the uncle, asked to give the young man these fruits, and talking about the novels of the sister addressing the elder sister, asked if the girl hadn't read them and said recently that, but she was interrupted by her sister and asked the younger one to shut up. The girl thought that she would never accept her sister's admiration for her literary abilities. At this moment, the older sister grabbed the girl by the skirt, and she told her to turn so that her sister would let her go, to which our hero, looking at all this, could not understand at all why the girl turned into a huge man and asked to heal her sudden transformations already. Accepting the gift, the hero said that he would gladly accept it, turning to two sisters, and they said that the young man should eat as much as he could. While our hero was eating, the elder sister looked at the young man and thought that she could not think in any way that the authors would be a master, and she did not expect that with such strength, such a soft and tender heart, the affairs of the sect's family, as well as generosity and good nature mixed into one in this person, and looking she was very embarrassed at him. The younger sister, watching the reaction of the older one, thought that in that case why wouldn't she do it as a favor, so she ran to the gentleman and said that she knew a way how they could print his book and why the young man wouldn't go with her. Hearing this, the young man thought that if the girl will help him print a book, then he can go with her. And the younger sister said that her father was the chairman of the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce and he would be able to publish Yifeng's book in a matter of seconds. The older sister thought that it was a great move. Addressing her sister to herself, she understood that the gentleman was so unusually far from the world that he never wanted to reveal his identity, so this possibility surprised him. Then the sister said that she had a small condition. She would help him print the book if the young man gave Sister Zhu a kiss, and whether the young man agreed. Then the sister was completely shocked by what the girl said. The younger sister asked the master to give her sister a kiss, and she would then be able to print his book. Whether the guy agreed, asked the girl, smiling at him, to which he said that he was offered something like this for the first time. Because the young man had zero experience in relationships, he never fell in love and was always lonely. The young man thought that he had spent many years alone and finally had a chance to get closer to this sister, and thought that today he would say goodbye to his first kiss, and therefore realized that he needed to greet the bright moments of life. Our hero is the youngest, and looking at the girl said that since she herself offered it, the young man would sacrifice his first kiss to them. And as then the sister looked at him and thought, did our guy cry? Our hero said that the truth was that voluptuousness is emptiness, emptiness is voluptuousness, and said that the girl was going straight to him now. Our hero tried to hug the girl. She jumped away from him and thought about his words about voluptuousness, and that this emptiness, and emptiness is voluptuousness, this is what an absolute state, she thought to herself. Each of the 3,000 worlds has its own cultivation travelers. It is rumored that there is also pair cultivation in contact with someone else's body, the yin and yang connection, breathing divided into two to help each other expand the edges together. The master's heart is overflowing with love, and the girl, since she was weak, he shed tears of pity, thought to herself, damn her. If she was going to use the young man to succeed in her cultivation, how could she even think about all this nonsense? Sister thought to herself. The girl said that the sister mentor behaved recklessly. She did not understand what was right and what was wrong, so she made such an inappropriate offer to the master and told the young man that he was a man of great wisdom and it was a great honor for her to be useful to him, and said that she and her sister did not dare to ask the young man anything else, so I asked the gentleman to forgive them. The younger sister, seeing what the older one was doing, told her sister what she was doing and what she was saying to the young man. Because the gentleman was not against doing it, the girl resisted. Our hero said that he was not against it at all, and then said that is, it was not such a big deal. The girl standing next to the young man said that there was no need for him to explain it, because she knew that she was unworthy of it. She told Master Yu and said that now it was necessary to visit the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce to discuss the printing of his book. The young man thought that everything was fine. He was fine. He didn't care at all, and now he was sure that there was nothing good in this world after the girl didn't want to kiss him. Beifeng Chamber of Commerce. Our heroes came to the Chamber of Commerce, and then, addressing Leichka, the man said that he had heard that the girl had brought a friend with her, so why not introduce him to daddy? And at that moment our hero was standing behind the girls and they greeted their father. The chairman of the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce, Yingxin, was also immortal, and the father, greeting his daughter, climbed to hug her, and she also ran into the arms of her father, and hugging the father asked the daughter that she had already grown up and that it was time for the girl to learn to control herself. Then his daughter asked if the father was worried about the floor tiles in the house trying to withstand the onslaught of his father's love, to which he said that they had just replaced them. Trying to hold his daughter in his arms, kneeling on her strength and asking the girl to get up from his arms. because she could embarrass herself in front of the guests. I greet the gentleman, and addressing him, the young man said that he had to try his favorite food, crispy from the dragon's whiskers. It was a traditional sweetness made of flour and malt sugar in the form of thin threads, which the girl's father offered to our hero. Addressing the elder sister, the father said that he understood that Mr. Yi was an outstanding personality, but he would like to ask his niece, who was also a young man, to which Yu replied that she could not tell him too much information about Mr. Yi. But he had to remember that even her the esteemed mentor calls him Mr. And hearing this, the man realized that there was someone unusual in front of him. He thought to himself that it was completely unexpected that the girl brought to him this man like the statue of the great Buddha, who is respected even by the head of the Green Mountain sect. And then the father, turning to our hero, asked how the young men had snacks. They satisfied his hunger, to which the guy said that everything was very tasty and thanked for the hospitality, bowing to the father of our younger sister. Then the father asked how else her dear daughter was so lucky to meet him. This is a blessing for their family, the men said. Addressing our hero, he already knew why the young man had come, asked him not to worry about anything. From that day on, the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce will try its best to help to the gentleman in the publication of his books, and asked him to be kind enough to type a text about the handwritten text of the printing of books. All this will not do at its best if any mistakes are made, and he will be responsible for them. After hearing this, our hero was overjoyed and delighted that what the man said. The manager was telling the gentleman that at this time their Chamber of Commerce was engaged in jewelry, gold and silver supplies for cultivators, and right now the crucial moment had come when evaluating the trading classes of the first-class Chambers of Commerce. If the gentleman was distracted now, the printing of the book of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce would easily capture the market. At this moment, while he was talking, the man kicked him and he asked if he would teach him how to do business. Our hero, looking at this whole situation, asked Chairman Yin that there was no need for this. After all, this is the main occupation of their Chamber of Commerce. The one approaching our hero, addressing Mr. Yi, said that he would not worry about it. They were just going to engage in educational activities, and coincidentally, Mr. Yi brought them his book, and this is a great opportunity for which he was only happy to seize. To which our hero, looking at his facial expression, thought about why it all looked like a spontaneous decision. But he said that he was very grateful and bowed to the man. A few days later, with the full assistance of the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce in Jiangping, a book was born called The Great Treasure, and the goddess Zizia love, hatred, and enmity between the two main characters received a response from many people. One edition of the book was quickly swept off the shelves as a result. The excitement in the pursuit of the book went beyond Jiangping and even spread to other settlements. After reading this book, the elder sister thought about what words were written in it, namely that the hero would love a girl for 10,000 years. In the whole world, only a gentleman was able to write such a thing. The girl thought and, embarrassed with tears in her eyes, held the book, pressing it to her heart. Here to her Zhui came to Zuer, and said what happened in the clan while she was in seclusion. It seems that everyone is just wandering around doing nothing. She saw only a few students on the training field. Then Zuer gave Zhu the book and said that most likely it was because of Mr. Yi's book. Wiping the tears from her eyes, the girl said that if you look at Jiangping now, almost every resident will have this book. People are completely intoxicated by this story. Where will they get strength and training? Zhu saw that the girl was showing her the book and realized that it was the master's book, and they said that she was going into seclusion for a couple of days and would leave the affairs of the sect to Zhu. To which you asked if the girl had not just returned from seclusion. The popularity of the book in Jiangping has become an unheard of and outlandish phenomenon, and everyone was discussing this book and saying to wonder when their heroes would descend from the colorful lucky clouds to get married. If she once met in true love, then she would say these 3 words. Everyone in the neighborhood said. All the lovers talked about this book and talked with phrases from this book, looking at each other with loving eyes. Chapter 13. Someone shouted down from the bridge that it was necessary to look at that person. He looked like a dog. At that moment everyone said that they were almost there. It was necessary to deduct this from his ward. It was a personal disciple of the Green Mountain sect, the level of a martial master, Yu Wuji, a spy. Someone said that he had never seen a mortal jump like that. Addressing him, he said that the mortals from Jiangping were just like a flock of clever salted fish. And by the way, they searched for so long but did not find a single trace of Wu Chen's brother. Even more long awaited would be a waste of time. So why would they? It was easy not to report. To which the spy said that he was afraid that the old man had another move in reserve. Pingji Chamber of Commerce. As everyone was well aware in Jiangping, maybe there is only one first-class Chamber of Commerce, and now it is time for the evaluation of Chambers of Commerce. everyone gathered at a large table. This month, thanks to the books, the income of the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce is 20% more than theirs, not to mention that their status has also increased, and it was said that if they did not find a way to suppress them, then the title of first-class chambers of commerce would go to Beifeng. The head of the Chamber of Commerce thought that because of his negligence he had missed a great opportunity, and Beifeng did not fail to take advantage of it. That old rascal Yingxin was probably laughing at him now, the chairman thought. Someone addressed them and said that he had heard that the author of that book first appealed to the chairman to arrange for the printing of the book. But the man drove the young man away. Then he said that why the whole chamber suffered because of his decision. The man said that if they lost through the fault of the chairman, then he was afraid that his position as chairman may be shaken. When he heard this, he was beside himself with anger and said that he was the chairman of this Chamber of Commerce. He had his own methods of solving problems. Jumping up from his seat, the chairman spoke and said that it was necessary to prepare offerings and follow him. They would pay a visit to Mr. Yi. In the kitchen of the martial arts school at that moment, Kinger was holding vegetables in her hands and told the boss that he also said that they would eat meat when his book was sold out, and he was holding tofu in his hands and said that he was just trying to figure out how to make tofu taste like meat and was thinking about the fact that now they had to have money. Since the book was published, they could not seem stingier than the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. He thought so, because either the young man thought that he had acted rashly. At that moment, the manager of the Yin family came to see Mr. Yi on behalf of the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce. Our hero was thinking that the work is the force of attraction, because he had just thought about it and told Zhongking that he would fill in the basis of cooking are not products, but imagination. This is the most important thing in culinary art. Hitting the table with a knife, he said, and running out into the street said that he came on time and was just going to cook. The young man looked in front of him and asked where the money was, to himself. If he did not bring a chest with money, then it should have been at least a plate with money or a purse with money or a bunch of chokes. Then the one who came thought that the gentleman really scolded him for being late, and apologized to the gentleman and said that specially for the Chamber of Commerce prepared this privileged savings card, handing it to the young man. It contains 100,000 gold coins with the sale of their book for the past month. Hearing this, our hero was stunned that 100,000 were waiting for him, and accepting the card said that it was very exciting for him. The newcomer said that from that moment on, the Chamber of Commerce would make monthly money from sales to this card, and seeing how the young man tried to restrain his emotions, the newcomer thought that this was a barely perceptible facial expression. Was the money too little for him? Then he said that he did not dare to bother the gentleman anymore and decided to leave. He told the man to take care of himself and come back when there was time. But what was he thinking to himself that he had to go back to the chairman as soon as possible and tell him about Mr. Yi's reaction. At that moment, our hero kissed everyone around him and said that he had 100,000 years in just 1 month. He was very touched. At last he would know the happiness of the rich, and said that friends needed to celebrate such a joyful day with dancing. The light operator had to bring the words richer for him on the big screen. At that moment, a representative of the Jinping Chamber of Commerce came to him and asked why Mao's representatives came to him. To which he said that he was apologizing for coming without warning. He wanted to apologize to the young man for what happened at their last meeting, and said that there were 1,000 gold coins in the chest here, and he asked to accept his them. Opening the chest in front of our hero and thinking to himself that there is an annual income of an ordinary person, did it not make an impression on the young man? Our hero asked Chairman Mao to get straight to the point, and thought to himself what the hell this old man was thinking, and thought that he would believe him the hell out of too, because this nasty old man was in front of him. He was smiling and said that the era of cultural enlightenment had come. Although the business of their Chamber of Commerce was very great, they could not just introduce something. It was necessary to follow trends, look for some innovations. So it was planned to cooperate with Mr. Yi, because their Chamber of Commerce would do everything in their power to help the young man in publishing, of course. The young man was amused by the words that he wanted and planned to cooperate with him. Chairman Mao's statements contradicted him. He personally informed the hero that publishing books would not benefit him. Our hero said, so it seemed to him that he should still focus only on the specialization of their Chamber of Commerce. Our hero said. Then the chairman tried to justify himself and said that he was wrong that day. How could a young man take this nonsense so close to his heart? The chairman was sure that the gentleman was definitely not a stingy person. To which the young man said that he took Chairman Mao's words to heart and that he Yifeng was a stingy man. Hearing this, the man got angry and told Mr. Yi that he should not have behaved much nicer if he did not meet them halfway. How much he thought he could help out for his book. To which the young man, waving his hand, he said that if Mao had nothing more to say, then he could leave and never come back, because he had no time to sit with him. To which the man, running up to our hero, said that he was just not a very skilled conversationalist and he did not want to offend the gentleman and, therefore, he was ready to listen to the young man and asked how much his trust was worth. The young man, removing the chairman's hands from his shoulder, said that getting in the way and forcing someone in broad daylight was not a good idea. It could harm his reputation, but that he said that 10,000 gold was the final price, 10,000 gold coins. The young man could not earn that kind of money in 10 years. He said, was there any? It wasn't enough then that the guy had an exorbitantly large appetite. Right after hearing about 10,000 gold coins, and the young man asked if it was really a lot. What the chairman was thinking to himself was it not so, because the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce simply gave the young man a first-class savings card, despite the fact that the young man was holding in his hands the minimum deposit amount on this card was 100,000. Our hero, leaving and putting away the map, said that Signer would escort the guests to the exit and they would understand when they left that the young man had caught a big fish and they were unlucky with their offer. Our hero was beside himself with happiness. It was so cool that he thought he would die of happiness. At that moment, Liner was telling the teacher that the people he had sent to Zhongping to investigate reported that they had not found any traces of senior fellow student Wu Chen. There was something wrong here, the girl said, and he asked where Wu Feng was, to which he appeared saying that his student was here. Then the man told the young man to go down from the mountain to scout the situation, found Wu Chen and teamed up with him, then returned to them with a report. Liner asked if everything would go according to plan. Was it so? Then Ning Xuanwu said that as long as Wu Feng wears the mantle of agility, no one can match him in speed. Even if someone manages to see his movement, they will not see his real body. He said, no one will be able to harm him. Addressing Wang Kai, the young man said that he should guard the house, and he would treat him with bones when he returned from the celebration. Then the wolf thought that he was really a simple dog for the young man. Everyone loaded things into the cart, except for the dog, including Signer and our hero. The wolf thought that he was a heavenly demonic wolf. If not for his wounds, he would not have been trapped in this place, and thought that who knows when he would get into his head to eat stewed dog meat with vegetables. He thought to himself, to which our hero sent the wolf a loving kiss and he said that he loved a good boy, to which the dog dissolved in love and said that how she wanted to escape. Although he had lived with this man for a long time, he still had no idea how strong the young man was, because he easily paints these pictures of heavenly martial techniques that have a monstrous martial essence. Looking at the pictures in front of him, the wolf thought, it is quite clear that while these paintings were hanging here, only a few people in this world would be able to harm this place, and yet the wolf thought that the wolf was left to guard the house. It was really strange, and it was capable of confusing the one thought. At that moment he felt some powerful influence that flew straight to the house, and it was a young man who landed in the middle of the street near his grandfather, who was selling sweets and crawling like a snail. And then the young man dealing with him thought that it was a daring mortal, smashing his cart and killing the man himself. The guy sent by Ning Xuan thought that this was the only untested martial arts school in the city, and he felt the remnants of Chenzor. Was he really dead? The young man thought to himself, and it seemed that the one he was looking for was right here. Angry, the young man thought that then he would first leave no stone unturned from this place, then he would kill this man standing in front of the sect. He thought, because today he would kill all the inhabitants, no one would remain alive. The wolf, seeing a stranger at the gate door, thought that in his current state he would not be able to defeat this young man. But the next moment the drawings that were guarded, they began to attack the young man, and after defeating him, the young man shouted what it was. Only bones remained from him, and the spirits crawled back into his paintings, and then the wolf crying said that he was very scared, but then he understood everything. His highest martial art and cultivation reached the realm of the martial god. It was simply hidden from his eyes, because the young man never harmed him, protected him at the moment of danger. His wolf thought, the young man left him here so that he healed his wounds with the help of this militant essence that descended to him, so that to moderate his state of mind, he thought. The wolf thought that it was useless to nurture in his heart feelings of guilt. He would rather try to become a good dog. If he is not able to become a good dog, then even more so he will not be able to become a ruler. This is the true intention of the elder, he thought, and began to watch the gate for the sake of the elder. This is the greatest purpose in his life. The dog's life. At this moment the wolf was completely dog-free. Beifeng Chamber of Commerce. Everyone gathered and said that it was time for the evaluation of the Chamber of Commerce. Addressing the gentleman that he had become their blessing, the profit, influence, reputation gained through them, gave a lot of points. Then they had to be extremely polite to the gentleman, and, after all, while he was with them, the Pyongjing ward was no match for them. The chairman said that it was true and told the manager that he had reported to him that Mr. Yi had reluctantly accepted his share of 100,000 gold, so he intended to increase the percentage of his payments to protect them from a big mistake. Others assumed that their Chamber of Commerce received only 10% of the revenue, taking into account the cost of production. All the rest of the money should be given to the master. And so everything was decided, and the girl sitting next to her, the older sister, said that the mentor saw her maintain good relations with the master, and so she thought that everything was going well in the best way. The spy thought that he had not found a trace of Chen. The guy who went to inspect the martial arts school had not returned yet. If this matter was not resolved, it was scary to imagine how angry Ning Xuanwu would be at him. At that moment, the young man was standing around the children, who ran around him and shouted that the young man had 103 lions, but he would take all 100 lions, whether the young man would pay in cash or write a check. To which the young man asked how he dared, a mere mortal, to demand a high price. Apparently he no longer needed this hand, he said. To which, turning to the gentleman, the young man asked to forgive him and begged that he would recalculate everything again. And seeing the young man in front of him, a friend stood in front of him and asked Yifeng if he didn't understand what she told him for the first time, and told the young man to stop running after her. To which the guy said that she didn't. I misunderstood him. He was just passing by. If the girl hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't even have noticed her. Our hero was on his way to a party at the invitation of the Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, a spy came up and said that the girl had been with him for so long, but still could not get rid of her old shameful ties. Approaching her, the guy said, to which she thought to herself that she was very angry with Yifeng, and seeing Brother Wu, said that she would not even look at such a rootless beggar, an unattractive mortal like our hero, hugging her brother and saying that she would rather die than have anything to do with him. To which the young man said that there was no need to explain anything. He would just kill Yifeng. At this moment, an older sister appeared in front of the young man and told Mr. Yi not to get his hands dirty, and stopped her brother against our hero. The girl thought to herself that the guy was a fool if he rotted. Mr. Ito was afraid that the whole sect of Green Mountains would cease to exist. To which our hero said that the sister was very cool, and he was very happy that she protected him. Seeing Luo Lanzu in front of him, the young man understood that his attack was very painful, and it hurt him. At that moment his younger sister stood up in front of him and asked if the young man really hurt, and hit him so that he was imprinted into the ground, which the girl, looking at Brother Wu, could not believe that he was defeated. The next moment, two sisters turned to the gentleman and said they were sorry to bother him, to which the young man said that fortunately they won. They saved him from trouble in the right time. Brother Yu, the girl who was watching what was happening, could not understand what was happening. Why Wu Chenyu, the head of the Green Sect, was talking so respectfully to a mortal like Yifeng and even fighting for him, could not understand them. The girl fell to her knees and turned to Mrs. Luo Lan, to which she said that she had to tell her name, and the girl said that she was Peng Ying, a disciple of the highest sect of the Grave Hill, under the guidance of Elder Feng. She had recently joined the Green Mountain section, and crying, she said all this to her elder sister. The girl said that her skill was simply not enough to join the Green Mountain sect, who was so audacious that he allowed the girl to join them without consent, and said that from that day on, the girl was expelled from their sect. Peng Ying did not understand at all why she was exiled because of this mortal Yifeng. Then she received a slap in the face from her older sister, and she said that she warned that if the girl even dared to touch Mr. Yi again, even using the name of the Green Mountain sect, her sister would wipe Peng Ying off the face of the earth. Peng Ying thought that she had paid countless bills to get into this sect, and now she had lost everything because of Yifeng, as the person she rejected. She could not allow this in any way and thought that she had to find out what was going on here. She thought with tears in her eyes. Xuanwu sect. At that moment, Ning Xuanwu and Liner were cultivating energy through meditation, and Ning Xuanwu was saying that meditation is the basis of enlightenment. But turning to Liner, Ning Xuanwu heard her uneven breathing and asked the girl what was troubling her heart. Sitting across from her teacher, the girl said that they suspected that the mysterious master from Jiangping was somehow connected with the Green Mountain sect, and they sent the mentor's brother to investigate. Chen and mentor's brother Wu Feng. But now thinking about it, she found this step reckless. At this moment the girl was very tense. And yet, the divine weapon that suddenly fell into the hands of Elder Kingshan was truly amazing. If some master really helped him, then given the violent morals of the mentor brothers, they would definitely rush headlong to kill him. Ning Xuanwu said that in this case, whoever the creator of the divine weapon is, will Jing Wu Chen and Jing Wu Feng be able to oppose him with something. That's why, turning to teacher Letter, she said that she thought it would be better if she personally descended from the mountain and dealt with this matter. On that, when he sent the girl, he told her to be very careful. Descending from the mountain, the girl went to one place and turned to the attendant, and he asked how he could help the dear guest, and then grabbing the guy by the breasts, she asked what they said. That he knew absolutely everything about Jiangping and asked her to answer the question, is there a person in this city who writes books while running a martial arts school? Did the young man know who it was? The girl was sitting in an institution and waiting for the guy to answer her this question. What did not frighten him was that the girl grabbed him by the breasts and said that such information was not so easy to get and certainly not for free. For something, lowering the knife directly into the table at which she was sitting, asked what he told her. The young man understood that he had contacted the wrong person from whom money could be extorted and said that it was a trivial matter to find this information, and said that the person the girl was asking about was called Yifeng, and asked if the dear guest wanted him to take her to this person. Our hero, entering the sect and greeting Wang Kai, tried to ask the dog to guess what he brought her. The young man was very happy, and the happy dog that rushed to him thought that it was something delicious, to which our hero in a bag brought her leftovers from food and also bones. Seeing this wolf, he was running away from what the young man brought him, and our hero thought it was very rude, because he tried very hard. The next moment, the wolf resorted to our hero and showed him a bone that was in his teeth. This bone was with Feng, who had previously come to this sect. Looking at it, the hero thought to himself, could this bone belong to someone, and thought about what it means the wolf has already stolen somewhere that meat. Therefore, was full, and taking the bone in his hands, the young man asked if he had left a bone to show him and wanted him to praise him. The wolf, hearing this, thought that the elder knew in advance what was going to happen yesterday. He thought to himself, and he told the wolf to guard the house, but in fact he deliberately allowed him to see this scene so that he realized what would happen if he did not obey him. The dog thought to himself in horror, looking at our hero. At that moment, Sinner approached the guy and asked the gentleman to look at what was in her hands. She brought the remains of clothes, and our hero, thinking that it was a rag, and grabbing it from his hands, said that no one had cleaned up at home for a long time, so it was necessary to take this rag and wipe it dust, and do not forget about the props and planks behind the door. Sinner, grabbing another piece of this rag, ran away and agreed with the master. Our hero, looking at the wolf, thought to himself that alas, in comparison with the fact that there is devastation in the house, the fact that the song likes to drag all the garbage here is not such a big problem. He thought to himself. The dog was sitting and crying at that moment, barking in response to our hero, thinking that he finally understood the elder's true intention. Our hero, looking at the reaction of the doggy, thought that he was sorry to throw out this bone, and picking it up from the ground and throwing it in front of the wolf, told him to go ahead, calling him Pikachu, and that it was now his toy. At that moment the bone caught the liner and saw how the wolf grabbed it, to which our hero, seeing the look of these girls, did not understand what had happened to her. At that moment, the girl was falling to the ground, and blood was gushing from her mouth. Seeing this, the young man did not understand at all what was happening. So turning to the girl, he asked if she was okay, and grabbing her said that she could go inside to sit for a while. He was not a very good doctor, but he understood a little about medicine, and if she didn't mind, I could feel her pulse, and it just so happened that they have ready-made medicinal herbs at home. Our hero spoke to the girl. Jumping away from the guy, the girl said that it was not necessary, she was fine, and she no longer dared to distract him. To which the young man said that he realized what he had just seen when the girl tried to pull this bone out of the mouth of his dog. So this bone belonged to her family. Our hero, turning to Liner, the young man thought to himself that when he saw that there was only one bone left, she coughed up blood already. The girl, looking at him, thought that the young man was a demon, because he saw through her, and running away from the young man, he shouted after her that since there was only one bone left, he could not help but return it to the girl, and thought that he could just sell all the bones to her at the market price. But the girl only ran away, and our hero thought that it was not good. And running after her, he said that if he did something wrong, he had to pay for it, and he would write these bones to his account. The guy said. The girl ran away from his academy, and he thought that since she was able to stand on her feet, then everything was fine with the girl. Which the wolf, looking at all this, understood that the young man at first sight managed to figure out this impertinent girl in disguise, and immediately forced her Kai and blood to strike at heart. The elder has an inquisitive mind and a high level of cultivation. He was absolutely incomprehensible, thought the wolf, looking at our hero. The Xuanwu sect. Liner ran to the teacher and said that there really was a martial artist in the city and both of the mentor's brothers were killed by him. Hearing this, Ning Xuanwu was beside himself with anger and told Liner to tell them everything she had learned, word by word in all details. The girl, addressing the master, said that there was not a trace left of Chen's mentor's brother, and Feng had only one bone left of his mentor's brother thanks to his training in the divine arts of the sect. But this man was playing with his bone like a dog toy. After hearing this, the teacher was so angry that he even hit the pillar, which was standing in the room, and smashed it. Ning Xuanwu said that if this was the case, then his tactics sounded to instill fear in Ning Xuanwu and at the same time make the whole world laugh at him. He said, the only people who could bring glory to their sect were Wu Feng and Wu Chen, and this man almost destroyed the future of their clan, and I thought that it had gone too far. It was a shame. Then the teacher decided to ask what was about his two treasures, to which Liner, lowering her head in front of her teacher, said that she hoped that he would not be angry and said that this man used his earth-shaking stone to close the crack in the steps, and he tore the mantle of agility into rags to wipe by her dust. At that moment the teacher was beside himself with anger and laughing nervously thought that the master was ruthless, even more ruthless than Ning Xuanwu himself, and asked the girl to tell what else was there, because he wanted to know a lot more about the guy. The girl said that this master was very smart, even though she was careful and disguised herself. He still understood who the girl was, but he did not kill her because he wanted her to return to the teacher and convey the words of the young man. The master said that if he did something wrong, he had to pay for it and that he would put everything on his account. Hearing this, Ning Xuanwu realized that the young man wanted to kill all of them. Would they sit meekly and wait for this, and ordered all the sect disciples to come down the mountain with him. He would personally cut this man's throat and avenge Wu Feng and Wu Chen, he said in anger. The teacher also wanted to return the two greatest treasures of the Xuanwu sect together with this to wash away the shame of the past. At this moment all the students rejoiced together with their teacher and wanted to deal with the one who posed a danger to them by supporting their teacher. Jiangping City. The plan to destroy the martial arts school and return the treasures was ready, and then Liner, addressing the teacher, said that this brave man who was in front of him was ready to go to death for them. His name was Jiang Sam. She said there was a young man in front of him and said that he would fulfill any order of the head of the sect, to which Ning Xuanwu told him to go to a martial arts school and learn everything about it. He had to share special attention with the owner of this school. Linear, addressing the guy, said that she could not even see the fighting power of this man. He was far from being so simple. He is one of those people who is able to grab you and not blink an eye, she said. In addition, this master is incredibly cunning. His martial arts school is imbued with a murderous essence. So the girl asked the young man to try not to show any hostility, otherwise he will face the same fate as her mentor brothers Wu Chen and Wu Feng, and said that it was necessary to remember the first students. Ning Xuanwu thought to himself that it seemed to him that he had overlooked something and said a rumor that the terrible knife of Qingshan could also be the creation of this man. If this was really the case, then his true power was far beyond the realm of the martial king, and he was afraid that the young man might possess limitless power. If someone throws him away, he will fly into a rage and ask not to worry. If he does not return from there alive, the clan will take care of his family. But if the guy was a coward and runs away, then the teacher will send him and his loved ones to hell, where they can reunite. Ning Xuanwu spoke while addressing the young man. At this moment, Liner looked at her teacher and realized that apparently the teacher had just realized how scary the person who was their opponent was. Then the guy, addressing them, said what would happen if he returned, to which the teacher replied that if the young man survived and returned back, the teacher would immediately elevate the young man to the rank of a direct disciple and he would be allowed to choose any of the elders of the sect as his mentor. At this moment, our hero was lying on his lounger basking in the sun, thinking about how great it was to be alive when there was nothing to worry about. At this moment the dog was lying not far from him and drooling, happy barking in his sleep, thinking that he had achieved enlightenment. Around our hero was scurrying Sinner, and he said that he loved to work and clean up at the martial arts school. To serve Mr. I, our hero thought that this child was very obedient. Then the young man said that yesterday the weather was so chilly outside, so he offered to remove these 18 paintings and let them dry in the sun. Our hero thought that they should have just put them in the yard. It would not be good if they were blown away by the wind, and Siner said that of course he would do whatever he said in the Lord. The young man was thinking that even though the paintings looked useless and didn't even cost a penny, but they still looked good as decorations on the walls of the martial arts school. At that moment someone apologized to them and asked if anyone was here. Siner offered the gentleman to rest and lie on his chaise longue, and at that moment he would go find out what was the matter, to which our hero, getting up from his seat, said that the martial arts school had been out of business for some time, so he would go check himself, and said that the young man had done so many things and worked hard, so I could go to rest. The guy who was Ning Xuanwu's acolyte stood and looked at the school and thought that this martial arts school seemed completely ordinary. It was no different from other similar schools. He would even say that this school is not half as good as other martial arts schools. At this moment, our hero, walking to the gate, thought that he realized at first glance that his brother was a martial arts master, and it just so happened that the martial arts school gives a discount to everyone who decides to enroll these days. Our hero thought to himself that it turned out that so far everything it was going well. The young man who entered the gate greeted our hero and said that he would like to ask how he could get into the Xuanwu sect. After hearing about the sect, the young man was beside himself with anger, and the guy understood that he was so worried that he accidentally blurted out too much. He was already at odds with this sect, and now the same fate awaits as all those two disciples. The young man thought to himself, looking at the angry master of the martial sect to which he had come. Our hero, addressing a guy with, in his opinion, a terrible face, and said that the young man had to get out of here, turn right, then go further, and he was on the spot, explaining to the young man how he could get into the sect. Hearing this, guy did not understand at all why the young man was telling him how to get into this sect. Our hero thought that he could not believe that the young man had come to him to ask for directions. The guy standing in front of him thought it was strange that the guy really told him the way to the sect. Was he planning to kill him slowly, or was he too lazy to waste his time to finish off the young man? He thought, looking at our hero. Yifeng, looking at the guy in front of him, thought to himself that even such a smart kid looks down on his school, and that he has failed completely in business management. Guy, the longer he looked into our hero's eyes, the more he looked like an ordinary mortal. The assumption of the mentor's sister Liner and the teacher seemed to him incorrect. Then, addressing the master, the young man said that it was quite deserted here. It seemed to him that the young man did not have very many students, and whether he was right to ask our hero about it. He understood that the guy had hit the heart and was right. The young man thought to himself that if he was really a master of martial arts, then after such a well-known mockery, he should definitely show his harsh temper. These words certainly do not taste the thirst for murder in him. But if the master does not answer anything at all, then the person is not a master of martial arts at all. The young man said that he should have opened a restaurant instead of a martial arts school. You look at the place would have started to enjoy at least some popularity. Not like now, he said in his ear, to which our hero showed the young man to the exit, and he understood that this guy was definitely a mere mortal. And this the martial arts school is the most ordinary martial arts school. What kind of hidden murderous entities, the young man thought. And this time he will definitely be promoted to the rank of a direct disciple, the guy thought as he left this sect. Our hero just looked after him sadly and thought that it was just a shame to be so stupid in his young years. At that moment an old man landed behind our hero, and with him appeared the fighting clan Chu Shikwan, the fighting clan Sun Chuj, and the fighting clan Lai Motzi, and the old man addressing the lord, and he said that he came to visit him with his friends. The old man came with his friends and asked Mr. Yi if they had disturbed them, to which our hero, escorting everyone to his sect, said that it was not necessary to behave so politely and asked to enter the house. The young man thought that, as expected from people who plow fields, together with the old man they all looked quite extraordinary. One of them, grabbing the old man by the shoulder, said that really this is the mysterious martial arts master, about whom he was telling how a mere mortal with a 0 level of cultivation could be worthy of inviting their martial arts masters to him. Another said that didn't the old man say that in his martial arts school there was a plaque above the door containing the purest martial essence, and asked where this plaque was, to which he, addressing everyone else, asked fellow martial artists to think what they were saying by putting their finger to their mouth. The old man said that they all saw his divine rake, and he was so kind that he took them with him to visit the master, and they made a scandal for him here. If they did not believe him, they could leave. There was no need to disturb the tranquility of this place. To which one of the masters said that they had to stop. After all, they were more than 1,000 years old, and they argued like small children. It was necessary to look there, because this was not a case of a stone shaking the earth, pointing with his finger at the threshold, which was propped up by a mortal stone. One of the masters was that what a frightening person it was. It was an artifact of at least imperial rank, something that even they were the founders of the main martial arts would handle extremely carefully. The young man decided to seal up a crack in the steps with this stone. This journey was not in vain, they thought, looking at the stone in front of them. The next moment they entered the sect. At this moment the young man was hanging portraits that our hero was drawing and passing by. Our hero was walking past the fabric and then addressing his fellow elders. One of the elders said that this fabric seemed to him some mysterious, and then the old man said that it was also an artifact of the imperial rank. This is a sacred relic. After selling it, a person will be able to afford to buy a guru and establish a clan on it. Looking at the cloth that was hanging, and they asked the young man where he found such a wonderful thing, to which he said that it was just a rag. It was slightly shabby, so he decided that they would wipe the dust with it. With this very answer, he amazed all the elders who stood in front of him. They greeted the gentleman and hoped for an unexpected visit, that he did not cause them any inconvenience. They thought to themselves that if an artifact of the imperial rank is worth nothing in his eyes, then he is certainly at least a saint of martial arts. At this moment our hero was telling them to stop bowing. They are all here neighbors. There was no need in these ceremonies. At that moment, the young man hung up the last painting, and the burst of energy amazed everyone who was next to her. Looking at the guests who came, our hero did not understand at all what these old men were so happy about. Maybe because of ugly faces in the past they were often denied hospitality, and he thought, looking at the old men who were insanely happy and performed some incomprehensible dances. The young man said that today they were cleaning the school, so there was a little mess inside, so he offered to sit in the hall. He asked his dear student to boil water and make tea, so he asked to wait a minute. Our hero would go bring a chessboard, and they could all get comfortable for now. While our hero was busy, all the elders sat down at the table and were surprised at how much pressure and how powerful a militant entity dwells in this place. They had never seen anything like this before. Some of them have been stuck for hundreds of years in this kingdom, but now they have found freedom and everything is returning to normal, accompanied by the power of heaven. The old man said that the saint of their martial arts, no, he must be the god of war himself. What a surprise, happiness it was to meet the god of war, he said. To which one of the cracks said that it was not surprising that they were not able to see his cultivation level. It turns out he was a celestial from the world of immortals. Or maybe this warrior essence is so powerful that they are no longer able to withstand it if he stays a little longer. Then he will go crazy. And the other said that he too could not stand it anymore. So they ran away from the sect, and going outside they thought that what a pity it was not worth them to be greedy. And this is such a great opportunity. At this moment, those who passed by the sect thought that these old bastards had come to become disciples of the Lord, and they all looked like terrible decrepit ruins. At this moment our hero, trying to bring snacks and a game, asked why everyone was sitting outside, and what they said, that they had come to them and in such a hurry that their feet were still in the mud, so they decided that it would be better to sit outside. To which our hero, looking at all this, thought that they were all honest people, earning their living by farming. Let them do what they want. Turning to Tsiner, the hero said that the young man should not forget to hang the plaque later, and he would go to cook dinner if these old people needed something. Then he had to take care of them, and the young man, of course, when hanging the plaque, told the gentleman that he took care of everything without. Everyone looked at the plaque that the young man hung up and thought that every word seemed to have a special deep meaning. He knew that they could not comprehend the militant essence living in the front, so he showed his disciple to hang a tablet with a softer essence and how much kindness there was in him. All these elders thought that they were sitting outside. What an outstanding mercy this young man had. People watching this spectacle from the outside understood that when these old men cried, they became even uglier, and it was impossible to watch with a calm heart. At that moment, the young man was returning to the head of the clan and said that the warrior they had sent to investigate had returned, to which Ning Xuanwu, seeing that the guy was able to return, was very surprised and asked him to come to him. The guy said that he was happy to report to the head of the historical clan about everything that he learned. He managed to find out that this man does not have any incredible powers. He is the most ordinary mortal, to which Ning Xuanwu, looking at the young man, thought that he was lying. The guy said that he cursed with his life in the face of heaven and earth, that he did not lie, and said that there was absolutely nothing unusual in this martial arts school. And this Yifeng behaved like a mere mortal, despite his attempts to provoke him, if he really is a martial artist, and why would he pretend to be an ordinary person? The young man said that he thought about the deaths of two of his students. Chen and Feng had some kind of misunderstanding. He even suspected that they could still be alive. Ning Xuanwu said that they had not met him in person yet, and this Yifeng had already become the headache of his clan, and thought that the young man was really trying to convince people that he was not afraid of him. The guy said that some mortal was wasting Ning Xuanwu's time, and turning to the teacher, he said that he should make him beg the young man for death. Let this serve as a warning to everyone. Liner, addressing the teacher, said that something strange was definitely going on here. She asked the teacher to send her again to make sure of everything herself, to which he said that there was no need for this, if Wu Chen and Wu Feng were probably hiding somewhere in this martial arts school, he said. And what else is in this school? He will find out personally. If this martial arts school is capable of taking people's lives, he wanted to check if she could kill him, Ning Xuanwu himself. The next moment, the entire Xuanwu clan gathered and attacked the martial arts school, following the order of its head, to find out if our hero was really an ordinary mortal or if it was all stories, and he really was the same Lord Yi, the greatest master that everyone was talking about. Together with the head of Ning Xuanwu, his disciples ran running into the city of Jiangping and running away from them. The residents of the city thought that suddenly this angry crowd jumped out of nowhere, and therefore they had to hide so as not to get under their feet. At that moment, Liner shouted to the teacher to look in front of him in front of the gates of the martial arts school. Some old men were sitting, perhaps it was a trap, she said, to which he said that they had already put arrows on the bowstring, so they had to stop talking and said that they would attack first. They had to everyone is watching everything and not letting a single person leave alive from this martial arts school. And as for these old ones, they are probably relatives of this mortal. It seems that these old guys are blind and deaf. They don't even have the mind to escape at the sight of danger. At that moment, all the elders were sitting in front of our hero's sect and were in bliss from the power that enveloped them, so they did not pay attention at all to Ning Xuanwu, who ran straight at them, who in turn shouted that he would grind to powder together with this martial arts school. The old man woke up asking what kind of noise was right in front of him and what kind of sick person dared to disturb the peace in this peacetime. Opening his eyes, he saw a man running straight at him and trying to attack, and when the old man opened his eyes, they did not understand who this ugly man was in front of him. But then Xuanwu sensed the aura of a great martial artist and understood that there were 4 of these masters here. Martial arts master Lai Mose owns the Accounts of Fate, a unique sacred relic of heaven and earth. Martial arts master Chu Shikwang is an unparalleled madcap, raised a rebellion in his clan. He not only slaughtered all the members of the clan, but also processed their skulls into artifacts and carries them all on himself. 2 other masters, namely, martial arts master Sun Juge was born with a flaw. In his youth his meridians were destroyed, but later he entered the dark path and changed his fate. And the last martial artist Wu Yonghong, the owner of 9-toothed divine robbers, was once deceived by some rascal as a result of a fit of rage. He cut an entire city. Many martial artists united to stop him, but they were all brutally killed by Master Wu, who chopped them into small pieces. And Ning Xuanwu did not understand what such 4 great martial artists were doing here, what these 4 famous psychopaths, whom no one had seen for many years, were doing at the gates of a small martial arts school. But then one of them managed to grab his leg, and the young man understood that it was a martial artist, and that he was kind of weird looking at him. When the students saw that Ning Xuanwu was in danger, they said that these old men looked suspicious. They should have helped their teacher, but then they all slammed into the barrier that they put right in front of the sect. And one of the masters turned to the teacher and said that the whole martial arts school had just been washed. And the one in front of him and his students came here to cause trouble and said that they cockroaches probably tired of living. Since they were here, at that moment he used the force on all the disciples that they all turned to dust, except Liner and Ning Xuanwu himself. Xuanwu, addressing all 4 of them, wanted them to allow him to pay their respects and asked for permission to find out what they were doing in such a place. The old man, addressing the man, asked who he was that dared to attack them, to which he said that both great ones were not angry with him, because there was an unfortunate misunderstanding. He would not dare to disrespect the 4 great masters. His plans were only to destroy this miserable martial arts school. After hearing what they heard, the masters asked again, did he really say that he wanted to destroy the entire martial arts school, and said that now he could not wait for mercy, to which he said that the younger generation was so arrogant. They did not know what a terrible mistake they had made, and the elders were angry and they did not want to harm the 4 great masters. So Xuanwu was on his knees begging for mercy from them. They were already about to deal with Xuanwu, putting a weapon to his throat, when the old man asked them to wait and not deal with him, because they could easily wipe these people into powder, but then they would inevitably dirty half the school of mystery, and if he saw it, he would definitely fly into a rage. Xuanwu thought that it seemed that the person they were talking about was the real master of this martial arts school. And the master with the account said that of course he would like to kill the man right now for interrupting their meditation, but they could not deal with him here on this earth, to which he said that he knew that he had made many mistakes and was bowing to the floor in front of these 4. He thought to himself that he would like to know who this man was, that he had convinced 4 of the most terrible madmen to become his gatekeepers, and one of them asked if the young man was Ning Xuanwu from the Xuanwu clan, to which he bowed and said that it was really so. And then the master explained that even if the ancestor of his family was alive, he would not dare to cause riots in this place. Did he really think that he had surpassed his ancestor? The master asked. Then they all heard our hero, who said that he had forgotten that eggs were being sold at a discount in a nearby shop today. And when our hero left the house, he apologized to all the masters, said that he had to go out and buy some of the products, to which they apologized to Mr. Yi and bowed to him. At that moment our hero saw Ning Xuanwu in front of him and they said that the man had come, and our hero the video said that they could not talk, because he himself knew why this man had come. Back then, before they saw the young man, they understood that this was Mr. Yi. 4 famous madmen were eager to become his disciples. But he was no different from a mere mortal, Xuanwu thought to himself, because there is nothing outstanding about him. But at the same time the young man seems elusively mysterious. Xuanwu thought about our hero. At this moment, all the elders were thinking that it turns out that Mr. Yi already knew, so they just scratched their tongues in vain. The young man said that everything was fine. Our hero thought to himself that old people like to make a fuss about the younger generation when they want to sleep. Right, he had also encountered this in a previous life. Here his thoughts were interrupted by one of the masters, asking because they would like to know how the young man is going to do with Ning Xuanwu. Our hero asked if they really turned to him for this question. Looking at the man who stood right in front of him, he understood that this young man who was right in front of him now decides to live or die. All 4 masters gathered around Xuanwu said that he was the martial arts school of Master Yu and of course the decision was up to him, addressing the master. To which he looked at Xuanwu and said that he had nothing to say, but since he made a mistake, he had to be responsible for his actions. They could do nothing but give the younger generation another chance, but whether he learns a lesson or not depends on his own fate. And in general, the young man seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, our hero said, addressing the master, so he asked 4 masters to take care of him. Running away. Our hero thought that when old people find fault with you, it was still a big problem and thought that the lesson learned in a previous life. The young man applied it in this one. To those who looked after thought that the young man was really leaving, and Xuanwu was still alive. The masters, looking after our hero, said that the gentleman said that they had to watch this man, but not for very long, and therefore, when they heard his phrase that he should, they had to take care of him. They understood that the young man had entrusted this matter to them to test them. If not to solve this, the problem is that it will affect the solitary life of the master and, perhaps, their destinies. 2. The old men thought, looking after our hero and understood that this was how the master expresses his anger. Ning Xuanwu, looking at the 4 elders, did not understand what all these glances meant and whether he could already go or not, to which they said among themselves that they almost made a huge mistake. Because Mr. Yi, so attentive to them, he would never have been put in an awkward position. The chairman of the younger generation, Mr. Yi, wanted to say that the youth should be punished, but in an honest way, and they just killed a lot of people and asked, turning to Xuanwu, to give his shoulder bag here. Holding his bag and giving it to the masters, he thought that this was all he had. It was the last artifact, and he thought that with its help he could get out of here. Then everything else was unimportant, so he gave the bag directly into the hands of 4 masters, and the old man took it and looked at the bag very much carefully. When giving the bag to Xuanwu, he told the elders that it was the only treasure of the Xuanwu clan. He understood that it meant nothing, but he hoped that he could atone for the mistake he had made and asked them to forgive him and accept this thing. But that they took the bag and asked the young man to get up, and he said that he would probably go. He did not dare to interfere with them. Then hearing this, the masters stopped Ning Xuanwu, thinking that he could not just go like that. One of them, attacking Xuanwu with his divine poison, said that this divine poison would spread throughout the body starting with the young man's hand and it would all pass in 3 days. Seeing that the poison was spreading through his hand, Xuanwu was terribly scared. He thought that the old people would finally get away from him, and so he had only one left a hand, because he lost 2 hands in battle. Then the masters, turning to Ning Xuanwu, said that he had heard everything himself. That's what Mr. Yi meant, not to decide his life by simply killing him, that Ning Xuanwu would survive or not. It was already a matter of his luck, they said, and hitting him with all their strength. They said that he finally got out of here at that moment. Xuanwu was flying high into the air. The next moment, Xuanwu returned to his sect, and in front of him was the same disciple whom he started beating, because this was the disciple who told him that there was no one scary in the sect, for which he received a slap in the face, and I apologized to the head of the clan. He said that there was some misunderstanding, He asked him to explain everything to him lying on the floor right in front of Xuan. What then again attacking the young man asked if there really was some kind of misunderstanding. Because according to him, he misunderstood him, said Xuanwu, beating the young man already with his feet. The master was so angry that the energy was falling over the edges, and his hand was already half absorbed by the poison. And at that moment the man turned to the head of the clan and asked what they would do next, because they are all that is left of the clan. Did Xuanwu still crave revenge, because the opponents still had the earth-shaking stone, and the mantle of agility? Did the young man want to continue to bring them back? He asked. Ning Xuanwu, turning to the man, asked if he was hungry for revenge, wondering with the only hand he had left. And even then poisoned? He said that the enmity between their clan and the martial arts school had come to an end. Anyone who dared to insult this school or any of its inhabitants would also end up getting rid of. Xuanwu was talking to the guy on the floor. Leaner, standing in one towel, turned to the master and asked the teacher what was inside that school, shaking with fear, because she said that all the students of their clan simply disappeared from the face of the earth in the blink of an eye. If she did not have a higher level of cultivation than them, she was afraid that she would have disappeared too. Xuanwu did not say that the four founders of martial arts were one martial arts genius or even the lord of martial arts. In the face of absolute power, they could only retreat their hatred, and more importantly, now they had to defend themselves from the Green Mountain clan, to which Liner asked what the teacher wanted to say. Everyone stood in shock waiting what the head of the clan will say. Then exhaling, the teacher said that the Xuanwu clan and the Green Mountain clan had been fighting with each other for thousands of years, and they had always maintained a balance. But he could not imagine that one day a power hidden from the whole world pretending to be immortal check would fall from heaven to their land. Kingshan managed to make friends with him and got an incomparable weapon from him. And if the Xuanwu clan closes their eyes, sooner or later Kingshan will absorb them and exterminate every single one, so that they could and should do everything in their power to appease the young master of the martial arts school, and get close to him, just like Kingshan. Turning to Liner and telling her, Xuanwu asked her to use her beauty and charm and seduce and become his woman, to which the man said that he knew that it would hurt the girl's pride, but she was like his own daughter to him. But now the future of the Xuanwu clan was in her hands. Xuanwu said. Liner said that she wasn't exactly against it, but she was just afraid that the young man might not like it. Xuanwu, hearing this, asked how she could be afraid. Did he teach her this while she was growing up, and told Liner to achieve greatness she had to be brave? He knew that the girl always worshipped strength, so he would not lose anything if she lost the general understanding of the situation with her stiffness and tension. How could he bet on she is in the care of the Xuanwu clan? To which, turning to the teacher, she said that she understood everything. The Pyongyang Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Mao was sitting in it, and then the daughter came to the father and asked why he called her so suddenly, to which he told his daughter that he asked to be allowed to ask her something, what she thought about the author of The Dream in the Red Chamber, to which the girl shyly said that the father, at least she knew the young man only from books, but she had never met him in person, and it seemed that he should be an attractive young man. Then the father said that to tell the truth, the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce beat them in sales thanks to just one guy's book, and said that as her father, he wanted the girl to have a good relationship with Yifeng. He thought to himself that he had made the wrong step and now had to sell his daughter, that there would have been a chance to save her own life, to which the girl told her father. There was no need to explain anything. She understands everything. She said that the gentleman was a wonderful person. She wanted to do it herself, and at that moment Liner was wearing her most beautiful outfit. I thought that this bait was very good. She would succeed or not depended on whether the young man would succumb to her beauty. Both girls were ready to win the heart of our hero. Kinger and Yifeng were standing in the house, and then the young man said that all these things were left by 4 grandfathers. Half of the things were gratitude for the mercy shown by the young man today. The other half was payment for the rake that the young man repaired last time, and looking in front of him he saw a dog that was sitting on all these things. The wolf, jumping all around all these things that the masters presented, thought that there were a lot of precious artifacts here. An ordinary caster could not even get one such item. Only the elder was able to get so many powerful artifacts without even lifting a finger, as expected from his master. Our hero, looking at all these artifacts, realized that this was payment for fixing the rake. Was it possible to just give money? He asked what he had to do with this mountain of junk. Even a toy for his doggy would not work, he thought. But suddenly he stumbled upon something, and I thought about the fact that the one standing behind did not lift anything, because it was an art whose name was cosplay, and said that they would better help him drag all this junk into the pantry. Some time later, they dragged everything, and the wolf, looking in front of him, did not understand what was happening. As soon as the elder passed through these doors, a dark, terrifying aura began to emanate from inside. At that moment, our hero was stroking his dog, and he was thinking that it seemed that the elder did not care about this situation at all. What was it's hidden there inside this pantry, thought the dog. Mr. Yin and the elder sister greeted our hero as they approached him at the martial arts school, and asked if Mr. Yin from the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce had come to present an invitation to the poetry session. At this moment, when they were addressing the master, and the elder sister was telling the uncle that he had to be very careful when addressing the master, and because he settled in the world and while adapting to the established order, decided to comprehend the life of a mere mortal. These two topics are forbidden and should not be raised in conversation. What he said that he knew and that she should not worry. Our hero appears on the threshold, said that in previous years the requirements for the participants of the poetry meeting were incredibly high. Why this year the chairman personally brought him an invitation. He asked and saw how the chairman smiled and said that Mr. Great and his book has become a byword in all cities, and its literary importance is unanimously recognized by all readers. Young man, he became one of the most important writers, a new popular star in the world of literature. Does Mr. Yi have a minute to look into this meeting? It will be great for all the creative people of Jiangping. Our hero, accepting the offers, said that then he would come and have fun properly. The young man thought to himself that he had to see that knowledge of this world or his 50-year-old cultural heritage would be stronger. At that moment, Yin and the elder sister looked at our hero with relief that he accepted their invitation. The annual poetry meeting has finally begun on the banks of the Chengxi River that flows in Jiangping. Young talents and cities will gather here. Here people are not judged by their strength or origin, but by their literary talents. At that moment, people gathered around the building and thought that they should have gone sooner, because the four greatest talents of Jinping are not going to invent poems. Some were outraged because they could not understand if it was really the great talents of Jiangping, and asked everyone to wake up. Our hero, leaving this event because he absolutely could not stand it anymore. At this moment, Liner came to the Enterprise, and all the men made way for her. Liner, pretending that her leg hurt, tried to get closer to our hero. She thought to herself that no one had ever managed to escape the nets of her beauty. She did not believe that she would not be able to seduce the hero. A young man saw that the girl was falling, said that it was not good. He almost got into trouble and abruptly dodged her. So all the other men caught the girl, saying that how that guy had the strength to hold such a beauty in his arms. Thinking about our hero, the girl, quickly dealing with everyone, sent them far away. And they also told her after that they would take care of this beauty. Looking at the young man and at the portrait that she had in her hands, the girl saw Mr. Yi, said that they had finally met him. At that moment, the girl turned to the young man and said that she was the daughter of the trader of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, and her name was Mao Yuner. And our hero just said hello to Ni, thought to himself that Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce was chasing him again. The girl, crying, turned to the gentleman and said that after all that they had done, the girl was still trying to attract her attention to the gentleman, and it was just ridiculous that the girl, turning to the rival, said that the only thing ridiculous here was her and who she was at all. She was that. Liner looked down on the girl and said that she was the one to whom the girl could grow only in her dreams. Did she really want to get closer to the master, and she was unworthy of it? At that moment, everyone saw the confrontation of beauties who fought for the guy, and said that the appearance of this guy left much to be desired. But he received the attention of two goddesses at once. Someone started singing poems to girls and other guys complimented, because it was very cool to do such things at such a moment. At this moment, another girl turned to our hero and said that the young man was a scoundrel and constantly follows her like a ghost. If Brother Wu sees her again, the young man will definitely destroy everything she worked so hard on. After she had to endure humiliation, did the young man just want to leave? Said, to which our hero, turning around, said that they had nothing to talk about with her and left. Peng Ying, looking at the young man, said that he was still so smug. He had too high an opinion of himself, just because he wrote a book, and did he really think that Lan Zhu from the Green Mountain clan would always be able to protect him? And asked not to forget the young man that he was just a pathetic mortal, and that he was forever eternal, will remain garbage, dragging its existence at the very bottom. Peng Ying was a disciple of the Green Mountain clan, a caster. The young man will never be worthy of her. Our hero said that the girl's speech was very good, but he is not going to turn around for her. Peng Ying, grabbing the guy by the hand, said that she hated when he pretended to be such a simple-minded guy. He pretended that he was better than her, because such a small fry like him deserved only to lead his worthless, unnecessary martial arts school until the end of his days. that the young man lived at the very bottom of no girl in life won't look at him. At that moment, when our hero was about to turn around, the daughter of the chairman of the Pingjiang chamber overtook him and slapped the girl, to which Peng boiled and asked how someone dared to hit. The guys watching all this saw that the mortal had just hit the caster. Then our master looked at the girl and said that she was protecting the master, to which Peng Ying did not understand if the girl was scared now after she dared to hit her. Looking at the girl in front of her, Peng thought that the physical impact of her level 9 martial art could crush them, mortals, like ants. At that moment, another girl hit her and asked Peng Ying if she was such a person, introducing herself as an admirer of Mr. N. Seeing this, Peng was beside herself with anger. What other admirer? The girl thought to herself, was it really all because of one book? These girls looked at Infan as a sacred one, but he was an ordinary bug. Peng thought about how sorry she was that even such an incomparable beauty, an ordinary loser, without a cultivation level, just like him, and having already started cultivating energy in his hand, he thought that these helpless mortals were boring her. The next moment Peng Ying decided to show her strength, but Liner stopped everyone else, and said that it was not appropriate for a well-mannered man to interfere in girls' affairs, so she asked to let her completely figure out that the daughter of the chairman of the chamber of Pyongyang said that the girl just wanted to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Peng Ying, addressing a stupid mortal and saying that she was the first to show her disrespect, now dared to accuse her. It seemed that she should have punished the girl with all severity, to which Yun'er said that she was not talking at all with Peng Ying, who was standing next to her. Peng Ying shouted that it was too late to regret what she had done. Was it really not Yun'er who had just slapped her and asked the girl to kneel? To which she shook her head and said that she would not do it. And then Peng Ying decided to attack Mao's daughter with her sword and asked the girl to look at herself. After all, now she was definitely scared. At that moment Peng Ying broke the asphalt next to the girl. Looking at this, Liner thought that this girl hit her harder, so her punishment should be 2 times more painful. And when Peng Ying went to Liner, she stopped her sword with just 2 fingers, and Peng Ying did not understand how the girl dared to catch her sword. The next moment Liner dealt with the opponent with just 1 blow, throwing away the girl's sword and asking if her sword was so hard to hold in her opinion. Looking at Penger, Liner said that a martial arts student who had reached level 9, who was unable to hold her own sword, whether she deserved to be called a caster, and hitting the girl, asked to answer whether she was worthy of this title. Peng Ying only endured her blows, to which Liner asked if Peng Ying was worthy of the title of a caster with such a low level of cultivation, and she, standing in front of the girl, said that she was unworthy of it. The next moment Liner hit the girl so that she fell right into the river nearby. Our hero, watching this, thought that women's showdowns were terrible things, so he looked out from around the corner, looking at what was happening. At this moment, the young man was greeted by Liner, and bowing in front of him greeted the gentleman. The young man also greeted her in return and said that he remembered the girl, and thanked her for her kindness and help. Yifeng thought to himself that when the girl came to the martial arts school last time, she behaved very strangely. Now she showed herself so elegant. It turns out the girl was his fan and a fan of his books. The embarrassed Liner thought to herself that she could not believe that the young man recognized her immediately. That's why he treated her so coldly, she thought. The young man, looking at Liner, said that everything was fine and that she should not worry. And turning to the young lady Yun'er, he also said thank you to her for helping him. Liner thought to himself that in the face of this incomprehensibly great martial artist, their entire clan in Xuanwu seemed unworthy of his attention, not to mention her pathetic persona. At that moment, Yun'er, looking at the gentleman, said that he was very courteous and smiled at him despite the fact that she could not help him. The young man thanked her anyway, to which our hero smiled at the 2 girls and said that as a sign of gratitude today he would treat them to dinner, to which both the girls respectfully accepted his invitation. The young men who watched this were very jealous of our hero and did not understand why they were showing them all this. Peng Ying, who got out of the water and was sitting on the steps crying. At that moment Brother Wu came to her, and when he saw Peng Ying, he realized that her face was so changed that he did not understand at all who she was in front of him. Why she put on his Peng Ying's things, hitting the girl, he said, to which, with a swollen face, Peng Ying knelt down, told Brother Wu that he knew it was her and that it was all her being beaten, Yifeng and his followers, and that brother had to avenge her. Looking at the girl, the young man said that her face was already ruined, so why did she need his help now, and what a pity that he never had time to touch the girl, and thought that it was not luck. At that moment Peng Ying was lying on the steps and did not understand at all now that her brother Wu looked at her, realized that everything was a lie. It turns out that everyone was the same, thought Peng Ying was worthless and treated her badly. Remembering the look of Brother Wu, realized that he was looking at her now the same as everyone else. The girl was lying down thinking that where did she turn the wrong way, because she just wanted to quietly and peacefully comprehend the art of cultivation, to have full control over her own life. She also wanted to be treated with respect and also to have a good life, and crying asked if he really asked so much, addressing Brother W. Trying to rush into his arms, the girl said that he treated her like a piece of dirt and trained her. But at that moment the young man asked to remove his hands from him and grabbing him. The girl said that she would stick to him forever and ever. The young man would never be able to get rid of her. Together they fell into the water. The whirlpool carried them into the abyss, and the girl thought to herself that if there is life after death, then everyone will have to pay a price for it. Wang Kai was sitting on the grass and just plaintively looked towards the warehouse, to which our hero ran up to him and asked the dog what was wrong with him, because the dog had been acting a little strange lately. But what did the dog think? That he was scared, and the young man, I thought that the dog really had something is wrong. And looking at the shed where the young man put all the things and looking at the dog, the young man knew that he wanted to tell him he would try to come up with something. But in the meantime he asked him to make himself comfortable. Yifeng thought that the more he looked at the dog, the more obvious it becomes that he has estrus, our hero thought. Remembering his past dog at this moment, Kainer turned to the gentleman and said that the young man had finally returned and asked how the poetry session went. The young man, addressing the guy, said that if he had played do diju with the girls from the Yahong entertainment house, he would have called those two ladies with him, and thought that he had not visited them for a long time, although the time was not too late, and decided that he had to go play. After hearing all this, Kinner was embarrassed, and when he heard about the game, he asked the gentleman if it was interesting to play Dao Diju, to which the young man said that he would not understand anyway, even if the gentleman explained everything to him, to which the young man thought that he would understand everything and said it to the gentleman. The young man thought to himself that he often passed by this place when he went to buy drinks for the gentleman and constantly saw these beautiful girls doing all sorts of things. So Kinger also wanted to play and asked his teacher about it. At that moment I was thinking that he invented the poker deck in this world, and he taught these girls to play Dao Diju, a card game. It was impossible to understand without a teacher, he said. Liner, walking through the city, thought that even though this Mao Yunner was a fool, but her appearance figures were not so bad, so she did not know which of them would like the master more, and the only way to get an advantage was to have a good relationship with the master before Yunner got them, she thought to herself. Liner, coming out across the street. At this moment, all the men turned around after seeing such a beautiful girl. Approaching the young man's section, Liner thought that this martial arts school had not changed a bit, but she now had a different attitude towards it. Her master is now her prey, and not an enemy, Liner thought. And this dinner, which the gentleman invited, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she recalled the words of the teacher, who wanted the girl to do everything in her power to make the young man fall in love with herself, because the future of the Xuanwu sect was in the hands of Liner. The girl had the honor to meet the gentleman, and therefore, not daring to forget about good manners, she came to pay her respects. After hearing this from Kainer, he was distracted from his training, and the dog who was lying next to him thought that it was not like the smell of cosmetics of ordinary mortals. Kainer, leaving the sect, apologized to the girl, said that the gentleman was not at home. When he returned, the young man would inform him that the girl had come in. Liner cleared her throat and asked if the young man was not here, because they had seen each other this morning, and she thought that the young man would be at home. She would like to know now where the gentleman was, to which Kinger, embarrassed, turning away from the girl, said that the gentleman had gone to the Yahong entertainment house to play Dao Diju with the local girls. Hearing this, Liner came closer to the young man and asked her younger brother if he could tell her what kind of game it was, do diju, to which the young man was embarrassed at first, but then Liner asked him to tell him more, and the young man said that it was a game played by a man and a woman. Hearing this, Liner thought about that the younger brother didn't know anything yet, but she understood everything perfectly and thanked the young man for helping his sister. The girl would introduce him to someone later. Kinger, running away at this time, said that they should have talked about it later, because it was time for them to go, and they also needed to train. Looking after Mr. Yi's fleeing assistant, she was worried that Mr. Yi was too close to her for a woman's love. But it was unexpected. He seemed so short on the outside, but deep down he was not at all modest, Liner thought about himself. At that moment, she saw the mantle and taking it, she thought why she heard the wolf. At that moment, what was Kainer and his wolf rushing at her and asking how the girl dared to steal something from them, because she was such a beauty, and the young man did not expect her to do such an act at all. The girl turns to her brother and said that it was just a rag and why wouldn't the young man give it to his sister. To which the hero said that the girl put the rag in place, and the girl, looking at the young man, said that if she didn't put what the child would do to her. At this moment, Kiner, using the master's weapon, told the girl to put the rag in place, and seeing this, Liner knelt in front of the young man from the force that emanated from this object. The earth-shaking stone and the mantle of agility are artifacts of the imperial rank, but they really are no match for this pressure radiated by this knife, which Kiner wielded, showing the girl his strength, and Liner thought that this knife could be a divine weapon or something even more powerful. Kneeling down, giving the rag, she said that she would return it to the boy, and would not dare to touch it anymore. The young man took it and thought that the girl would not even think of stealing something from the martial arts school right from under his nose. Whether it was a rag or a piece of Wang Kai's wool, it was cute. The house of Kiner. He swore to protect the Lord and the wolf, everything that was here, even at the cost of his life. The young man warned Liner that if she tried to steal something from this martial arts school again, he would not spare her, to which she bowed to the young man, and then sitting on her knees said that she understood everything and would not make such mistakes again. At that moment a dog was looking at her and she looked at he was thinking that, okay, the boy was, after all, a pupil of mystery, but the dog that was sitting in front of her was just a pathetic dog. Did he really think he could bark at her? She said. The wolf, looking at her, thought that a martial arts student with a low level dared to come to the door from school, and tried to steal something from his master's things and barked, but then looking at the girl, he thought that really she didn't have enough of what Kiner showed her and decided to use her strength to deal with the girl. And she jumped away from him, and from his blow, she thought that some dog could really deal with her. When she fell to the ground, the girl realized that it wasn't a dog. Was it really a glorified heavenly demonic wolf? Right in front of her. How unpredictable was the place. This martial arts school, this madness will stop only if she can win the Lord today. And Liner thought to herself. Kingjiang Chamber of Commerce. There was a bottle on the table, and in this bottle there was a drink made of spring flowers. It was capable of igniting a person and a feeling of passion. If she wanted, then tonight is the perfect time to donate her life, her father said to Yun-er. The girl, standing in front of her father and shyly stretched out her hand to the bottle, thinking to herself that why not? When she met the young man today, she immediately realized how wonderful he was. She had to do it. She could not let that girl take the young man away from her. Unintended house. Our master was in this house, and the girl said that she was ready and that it was unpleasant, because the young man was very rude. To which he said that he had a very big one, and she asked him not to cheat and show. At that moment, the girl who was supposed to bring water said that the girls from the Unintended house sell their art, not their bodies, and who dared to break the rules and destroy the screen saw how our hero and other girls were playing. She saw that they were just playing cards. Due to the fact that the girl destroyed the screen, they had to pay 300 yuan, and they all sat playing. Then she apologized, left, and our hero, going out on the balcony, thought that he should have been cold or friendly. After all, they love his books and should treat him like to the idol, he thought. At that moment another man came out on the balcony and asked his brother to stay away. Judging by his facial expression, he was waiting for a girl, to which our hero said that it was so. The young man addressing our hero said that his name was Wang Xuan, and he was also here for the same reason. It was not easy to build a relationship with his girlfriend. The young man ran after her for 3 months before she agreed to go on a date, but when he thought about her beauty, he realized that it was worth it. At that moment, the guy was called by a girl, and he greeted Xiao Yu. A blonde came up to them, and the young man, addressing our hero, said that he was not just scratching his tongue. He would not be able to find a girl with such a figure and face in all of Jiangping, the guy said, looking at his girlfriend. Our hero looked after them, and when leaving his girlfriend asked if the guy knew this person, to which the young man said that this young man was just a passerby and offered to look at the stupid expression on his face, because he said that a girl was waiting, and the young man told him that he should stay with his girlfriend because she was not such a bland girl, but beautiful as a meadow flower. At that moment, young Mrs. Mao came to the house, and they said that the girl was a very rare guest. Escorting the girl, they invited the lady to pass, and said that as soon as she came, their whole small yard showed a paradise brighter than the stars in heaven. At that moment, Liner was walking next to Mao, and the young man saw her and said that if the girls came together, then as he expected companions. Mrs. Mao realized at first glance that the girl was an unusual person. Our hero greeted both of them, and they greeted the gentleman, and bowing to him, the young man who saw them off said that they were honored guests, and the gentleman, and that the gentleman and the generous man, he said, the best places in their inn. because only this corresponded to their status. At this moment, the young man who had previously talked to our hero thought that he was a stupid person, because they were not on the same level with him at all. Our hero together with the girls went to the table and they tried to feed him. Linear, looking at how Mao tried to feed the hero, thought that today she would teach her that comeliness does not matter next to sensuality, and at that moment the girl offered the gentleman a drink. The young man, taking a glass from her hand, thought that since the table was set, it was impossible to refuse, and Liner, looking at how the young man drinks, thought that after he drinks her wine, he will definitely become her man. At that moment, Yunner asked the gentleman to try another piece and asked him to drink it more slowly, but not to get drunk, otherwise someone would try to take advantage of it. To which the young man said that he did not want to eat at all and thought to himself that he felt as if these women wanted to extort money from him, and thought that Yifeng had to come to his senses and not let beauty stir up his socialist heart. At this moment, Liner interrupted him and told the gentleman that he must have been tired while walking here and asked to be allowed to massage his shoulders. Grabbing the young man by the shoulders, he thought about how cozy it was and turned to Amitabha, the Lord Almighty. It felt like his blood was ready to fix from the touch of the girl. The next moment, Yunner took off his shoes and said that speaking of relieving fatigue, she also dealt with massage and needed to make sure that the blood in his legs would circulate properly. The young man asked her not to do it, but the girl said that there was nothing to be done. The young man should be silent and try to feel what she was doing. Our hero thought that he could not scream. He would lose if he screamed, and if he was unable to withstand even a regular massage, he would soon become a laughing stock in the eyes of girls. The next moment, our hero screamed and took his leg in his hands, because it was very painful, to which he asked if both were happy here because they were hurting him, and when he left the girls, he asked not to pay attention. He did not want to yell at them. He just wasn't used to this and I don't like it, he told the girls. The girls understood that a record moment had come, and Liner, turning to the gentleman, offered to spend the night together and do dishu. And our hero asked if the girl had already played this game. That she said she had never had dishu with a young man, she would have her first time. The hero said that it was addictive. If he played with Liner today, she would not be able to stop, but if she promised, she would not cry, no matter how rude he was. Then they would rent a room and play until they were completely exhausted. At that moment, Liner thought that the young man he spoke quite unashamedly, but she absolutely could not refuse. That if they were really going to play dishu, then it was really possible to do it only together, and he said that there should have been 3 participants. So he turned to Mr. E, told the girl to join them, and held out his hand to her. Yunner thought that she certainly wouldn't let them be alone, so she agreed. To himself, Liner thought about whether the young man really wanted to arrange a threesome, and whether he understood what he was talking about. Therefore, turning to the gentleman, Liner asked if he really wanted to do dishu, the 3 of them, to which the young man said that it was self-evident, because there should be at least 3 people in the game. Of course, if a large company is going to, then 4 can play. Then Liner said what Mr. N meant. It was really good in the morning. It was fine, just fine, she thought, taking a sip from a new glass. The young man did not understand at all what was so beautiful about it, because for him it was a common thing. Therefore, the young man offered the servant to prepare a room for them and send someone to the martial arts school to let his student bring the necessary props for the game. At this moment, Liner, looking at our hero, choked. Looking at our hero chatting together with Yunner, he said that she was teaching a girl. If she didn't know how, then it was very easy, so everything agreed with him. And Liner was thinking to herself at this moment that did the young man need props? Now it's as if she can see through the shell and ordinary appearance and to feel his true nature of an old monster. How good that she was not alone, Liner thought to herself. At this moment, our hero was saying that he was going to the bathroom for now. Yunner looked at our hero out loud, asked herself, is this what dishu, about whom she was thinking? Why don't they put aside their differences, spend a pleasant time in the company of mystery? And turning to Liner said that she would like to share something with him by pouring into a stack the contents of the bottle my father gave me. Liner stood not far from Ning Xuanwu and held a parchment in her hands, remembering the words of the master, who said that today she would enjoy the joy of intimacy with Lordy. After that night, the Xuanwu clan would return to its former greatness, and thought that Kingshan was an old cunning man. But he didn't care what tricks Kingshan had to go in order to gain this man's trust. Ning Xuanwu would win in the end. looking at the head of the clan. No one could understand why he was so happy, to which he, sitting in his chair, said that Liner had already penetrated the heart of this master, and after tonight Liner would become his beloved, as long as the master would have a good time with her in bed. Then a conflict with him could be to consider it solved. The whole plan will get an unexpected advantage. After hearing all this, they thought that it was great news. If everything works out, the Xuanwu clan will become the most powerful in all of Jiangping, and there will be no place for the Green Mountain sect here. Qingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Mao was informed that the young lady asked to inform him that she had used a drink of spring flowers, and with the coming of dawn and the sect will have even greater success, the young man said, addressing the chairman. At this moment, one man was saying that, alas, of all the people present here, no one can say how to cope with the current situation. If everything continues in the same spirit, they will definitely lose the title of the first-class Chamber of Commerce. The chairman interrupted the man, jumping on the table and saying that it was wonderful, to which everyone asked what made the chairman so happy. Did he find a way to suppress the influence of the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce on the book market? And if not, they would have to raise the issue of removing him from the post of chairman. When he heard about the displacement, he just laughed and said that what was the point there? It was only necessary to drag this baby Yifeng to himself. It was only a laugh. So he asked to let everyone know the following. His daughter and Yifeng would soon announce their engagement. He would respectfully call him father-in-law when they met. Everyone hearing this could not believe your ears. To which the chairman, looking at everyone, said that he would not lie to you about the future of his daughter, because now that he has become his son-in-law, the young man will agree to work with their Chamber of Commerce without any problems. Everyone, looking at the chairman, thought that, as expected, their Chamber of Commerce could still rely on the chairman, who was leading them to a meeting with a bright future. So why shouldn't everyone be calm? As the chairman, they should have reported such wonderful news earlier, because they had been worrying for so much time in vain. At this moment, our hero was thinking that this table was strong enough, and knocking on it and asking everyone to go to him. He was thinking about himself that the game could eventually get mad, so at least the girls would not be able to turn this table over. Yunner, looking at the gentleman, and asked if he really wanted to do Diju on the table. Then our hero did not understand that where else it was necessary to do it. The girls thought that the gentleman was too straightforward. Climbing on the table, they asked what the young man wanted to start with and thought that they would do it on the table, to which the master, throwing them off the table, asked them to move over and laid out cards in front of the girls, talking about the rules of the game of Do Diju, which they were very simple, explaining them to the girls. After seeing how the hero explains about the cards, they realized that they had misunderstood everything and they were very ashamed, because everything was not as they thought. What they were doing here and what they had to do, if not why they came. Both girls were beside themselves with excitement. Sitting down at the table, they just kept silent, and our hero said that a small game is good for the soul, but it will just be boring to play, so it was suggested to place bets. He offered to put something on the line, preferably something valuable, but not very expensive, as it was for them, because he would put it favorite dagger. After seeing this, Liner could not determine the special strength of this blade, but he knew for sure that it was higher than that of the artifacts of the imperial rank and thought how she could bet on some weak object against this sacred weapon. Since last time his shoulder bag was taken away from the teacher, she was given the last treasure left by the clan Xuanwu, paired swords that are on the same level as the earth-shaking stone, and taking them out of her stash. She said whether she could put it on, which the young man said would do. Looking at our hero, the girl thought that two divine treasures in different forms are approximately on the same level. Did he really not care about all the magical weapons of this world? It wasn't about winning or losing. It wasn't about a strong or weak artifact for him. It was just a game, thought Liner. Although the plans changed a little, but still they should have waited until the intoxicating drink took effect. Until then a little game with the master would not do any harm. The girl was sure that Yunner was thinking the same thing and thought that in this case she would be able to try her luck if she managed to win this artifact, because the teacher he will be happy. And Yunner, showing her treasure, asked if she could bet this, thought to herself that if they were betting daggers, paired swords, then she had to bet something worthy. Besides, they both have a mysterious unpredictable aura, which is quite unusual. Our hero was showing the class sign, and Liner was thinking to himself that this piece of copper was like one of the keys of the mysterious kingdom. Liner thought to herself, this Mao Yunner was really not very stupid, or she was still pretending to be pigs to eat a tiger, and whatever she planned in the end, these two artifacts would fall into her hands. And Liner thought, Yunner, looking at the liner, thought that even though her copper sheet was an exceptional thing, she just didn't need it. It just brought luck. But winning these two artifacts is real luck, the girl thought, looking at the liner in front of her. The rooster crowed and thereby announced the dawn while our heroes were playing. Our hero thought that this night flew by unnoticed. He even lost count of how many times he won. These two girls are complete losers, he thought to himself. At this moment the girls who already had bruises under their eyes were sitting at the table or nervously thinking that it was almost dawn. Liner, she was afraid that if she tried, she would get completely wrong results, and if she lost, she would not be able to return to the clan and explain all this to the teacher. At this moment, Yunner was thinking that her treasure of the Chamber of Commerce had been lost and looking at the hero. They were already beginning to get angry. The same one said that it was necessary to rest a little and he would go away for a minute. The girls, sitting opposite each other, started talking. Liner asked if the girl was also no longer able to endure this effect of the drink from spring flowers, which eventually reaches its peak in the light of day. Even if you are immortal, even a deity, no one can escape from the depths of the lowest human desires. Human nature. Liner was surprised. If they don't do it now, they'll have to pay. Looking at the teapot, the girls thought. Then our hero, returning, said that it was almost dawn. He was very tired. Why not continue the game tonight? At that moment everyone grabbed the artifacts. The young man understood that they could not give up. The girls said that since they had lost, of course they admitted defeat. Our hero said that it was the right thing to do. These cheap trinkets, next time they will be able to recoup and get them back. He said. Since he chose today, he must comply with this rule, otherwise, when he plays next time, he will not be able to make people take this game seriously. At that moment, Yunner grabbed the gentleman by the hand and said that he had been playing cards all night and had not taken a sip of water, so he asked him to sit down and drink, and the young man said that there was no need to stand on ceremony with him. They also had to drink water and offered everyone to take a sip, pouring tea which the girls brewed, to which they absolutely did not expect that they would have to drink it too. Drinking a sip, they thought about what they needed to drink and perhaps their behavior after the drink would give the gentleman even more pleasure. And looking at how the gentleman also drinks, they understood that half the work was done. Now they had to wait a little. As soon as the drink affects, there will be no way back. So they all sat at the table and Yunner began to say that the master spent all day, and whether he was tired of teaching his disciple, said that they played du diju all night, so that the young man could relax in their company and asked what he would like to do. To which our hero fanned and asked why here it got so hot, and taking off his robe looked at the girls, and they understood that the drink had worked. Now it remains to take the last step. Liner, taking the clothes that our hero took off, thought that Mr. Yi's clothes smelled very nice, and then our hero, grabbing her forehead, said that the girl's face was all red and that she was feverish. At that moment Yunner was telling Mr. Yi that a spring night and a brief moment were more expensive than 1,000 coins. It was the sound of his heavy breathing that betrayed him. The young man did not understand how they guessed. At that moment the girl took his hand and thought that victory or defeat, everything would be decided in one fell swoop, and Liner, looking at this, thought that as soon as the young man put his hand, she would suck all the juices out of him. Our hero, looking at the girl, did not think that they would notice what he really wanted, and they thought that he wanted to check. But the young man said that he wanted to go to the toilet, and he informed the girls that even though he had just gone to the toilet, he might have had kidney failure. He could no longer tolerate it, so he said that they wanted to believe it was not there. But in such a plight, when nature calls, he was going to answer this call and ran away from the girls. Yifeng said that he always tried to speak directly, otherwise people might misunderstand him. The girls, looking after the young man, could not understand what they had to do. Mr. Yi would come back, they thought, and if he did not return. At that moment Liner snuggled up to Yunio and she said that she did not need to do this. But Liner explained that she did not want it all to be from this intoxicating drink. If she kept it to herself, her body would explode, to which Yunner said that Liner should have suffered the return of the master. But she had already started attacking the girl and said that she could not help herself. Her body itself began these movements. Liner couldn't understand what was happening to them. There was a girl in front of her. Yunner said that this wine was very dangerous and asked Liner to stop. At that moment our hero was thinking about what was going on in his head, and it was endless bliss. Returning, he saw how Liner and Yunner love each other, and running out of the room, he said that he did not want to disturb them. Now he could definitely have a barley in his eye, our hero thought, and the next moment he did not understand at all why he was so upset. Because of this world is full of beautiful girls and none of them belongs to him. He'd better go home, where he will take care of the dog. Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Yun'er returned to her father and told him about what had happened. He heard this, was beside himself with grief and asked what she wanted to say, that she not only failed, but also lost priceless treasures at cards, then also slept with a girl. To which Yun'er was upset. She said that she could not even think that her first time would be with a girl, and fell on her knees in front of her father. My father said that everything was over now and that everything was in vain. At that moment, the Xuanwu clan, Ning Xuanwu, heard what Liner was saying to him, and said that since the girl this time went so far as to spend the night with the girl. And what about the last treasure of the clan Dark Star pair balls, he asked, to which the girl said that she lost them in Du Diju. Ning Xuanwu, hitting himself in the stomach, said that it was a stroke of fate of reverence, so all these efforts were in vain, and everyone asked to pacify the anger of Ning Xuanwu and calm down the head of the clan. The head of the clan shouted at Liner and for her to go to Xuanwu Cliff and reflect on her wrong actions for a year. She was forbidden to leave the cliff until the end of the year. Behind Shanhu Mountain, somewhere in the canyon, 4 masters were walking in this canyon. One of them asked Old Lai how he thought where the treasure was hidden, to which he asked how they had not seen it yet, because it was right here. The other said that it was necessary to be more careful. This canyon is a natural creation of nature, and it seemed like a quiet place. But in fact it was very dangerous here. At this moment they were being attacked by wild plants. And the next moment, one of them put everyone in a cube and turning to Lai Mos, they could not believe that their friend cursed, betrayed them, to which he said that they should accept his sincere gratitude. This is a beautiful treasure. He had his eye on it for a long time and it should have belonged to him. And by the way, this canyon is not just a natural formation. For 30,000 years ago, this place was a battlefield. In those days when great forces fought here, they occupied several beautiful places in these parts. The master said that he, being at the top of the primordial formation, created 2 new words in this canyon, and then many, many more layers, so even the gods would not be able to get them out of here. He said, and they could scream, but it was useless and could scream at least as much as they wanted, because no one would I could find it in this enchanted cube. All the masters asked why Lai Mos did this to them, because they had been friends for many years, but they knew absolutely nothing about him. He said when he left, he asked them why he really needed to ask this question. He said that he would take them on a treasure hunt, but even if they traveled all over the world, would they be able to find treasures more valuable than those stored in that school and martial arts? He said that all this was unnecessary junk, because the real treasure was mystery. At this moment, one of the masters boiled and all the others, too, thinking that how he dared to blacken the name of the master, and to which he asked why he would not dare. And he told them, in truth, that he was not afraid of him, but the treasures stored in his martial arts school are expensive to his heart, even if he really was invulnerable and immortal. As soon as he came into action to deprive him of luck, he would push the young man off the pedestal and make him the most ordinary mortal. The masters who were in Cuba tried to find out from their former friend what he already wanted to say to everyone, to which he said that once in 10,000 years the day of Yin of the month Yin of the year Yin comes, and it just so happened that this rare day will come to Xianzheng tomorrow. The heavenly Yin battle seal, lost thousands of years ago, had been with their friend all this time. They realized anyone who enters the Yin seal, unless they are immortal, will lose all their spiritual power and won't even understand what happened. This is an incredibly powerful seal, but it goes against the laws of periods. If Lai Mos continues to violate the great law of the world and lures Lord Yi into the trap of the seal, and the heavens will condemn him to eternal torment, and his soul will never be able to be reborn. Those told him, to which Lai Motzi replied that he knew how to appropriate someone else's luck. The cultivation of Lord Yi is so great that he cannot see him and does not even know who he is, a martial arts genius or a god. He has a lot of heavenly treasures at his disposal, so a person must have a great destiny given by heaven. But as soon as he takes possession of his luck, the fate ordained by heaven will also become his. Old man Lai, trying to break the cube, shouted that Lai Mos had gone mad. He wanted to bite the hand that feeds him and thought to himself that mystery, even if Master Lai died today, he would gladly give his life for him to break through this seal and warn him of danger. At that moment, the old man was pierced by a ray. Everyone looking at his wound understood that the scoundrel who was behind the cube destroyed old Wu's Danshan, and without his spiritual powers he would die in a few days as a mere mortal. And looking at his former friends understood that this man had lost all his humanity. But looking at the masters, he shouted that everyone should not have died, because he was the oldest in their team and they knew that his time was almost running out. So he had to do something, and turning to Wu Yonghong, he thanked him for introducing him to mystery so timely. After all, as soon as he appropriates his luck and deprives the young man of spiritual strength, he will exchange his fate for longevity and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The Green Mountain Clan. Miss Zhu greeted her teacher and said that the first healer of Nancha, Lu Dash, had been waiting for him at the door for several weeks. After hearing this, the teacher got dressed and asked why Lu was here and why he was not informed about it earlier, to which Miss reported that she saw that the teacher had gone into seclusion. She decided not to let him to interfere. At that moment there was a noise and Zhu was covering her ears and looking at the teacher. Then the man, addressing them, said that the Green Mountain Clan was so small and there was so much noise, and they gave him a teacher in seclusion as an excuse and decided that they could make his Lu Dash wait for half a month. It was the martial emperor Lu Desheng. Bowing, Qingshan greeted teacher Lu, and everyone who comprehends the ways of immortality always looks forward to meeting them. Qingshan did not know that the teacher was here and asked for forgiveness for his mistake. The teacher accepted the apologies, saying that now he needed to refine a grade 5 silver remedy for a martial emperor from Nancha, and therefore he wanted to borrow their flaming pearl. Lu gave them his word that if they voluntarily gave him the pearl, they would not only be in debt to them, but that battle emperor would also be indebted to them. The master, bowing, understood why it was no wonder that the master was waiting for him so patiently. This old gristle wants to get his valuable treasure of the Green Mountain Clan. Fortunately, he lent the pearl to the lord, and Qingshan thought to himself, and bowing to the man said that unfortunately the flaming pearl no longer belongs to the Green Mountain Clan. He gave it to his benefactor. Hearing this, the man did not understand at all to whom he gave the most valuable treasure of the clan, and said that then he would go to him and ask him to lend him this pearl. Lu was sure that he would meet him halfway and asked him to take him to the one to whom Qingshan gave the pearl. Qingshan was thinking to himself that he had given the flaming pearl to the master, and how now he could ask to return it back when it belonged to him. If this displeased Mystery, then he and everyone would have a hard time. He thought to himself. At this moment the teacher continued to stand and wait for his student's answer. He didn't care whether Qingshan was telling the truth or not. He needed him to give him the flaming pearl within 7 days. Even if he really gave it to someone, he had to return it. Bring it to him. To which Qingshan, addressing the teacher, said that it would not be very appropriate if he has other requests. Then they will gladly fulfill them. Hearing this, Master Lu thought that is there really someone in the world because of whom Qingshan behaves so courteously? And Qingshan explained that it was the Lord and his benefactor, and also the savior of the entire Green Mountain Clan. He is so deeply immersed in this world that he pretends to be immortal. That's all. What could I tell him? Zhu said that Mr. Yi descended into the mortal world in order to know the lives of ordinary people, so he does not like to be disturbed. And after hearing this, teacher Lu said that when they talked like that, he wanted to see this Mr. Yi even more. Lu said that they would take him to him, even if we didn't want it. Qingshan started telling the teacher that he really couldn't. At that moment teacher Lu started attacking him, saying that, unfortunately, he was obliged to get the flaming pearl and attacking his students, asking if they were willing to help him or not. He also asked them not to worry, because he would just take the flaming pearl from Master Yi and he wouldn't do anything else. To which the students, trying to resist, said that they could not do it. But when the girl already began to weaken and Qingshan saw Zhu, he realized that it was necessary to save the girl. But he agreed to everything, and then Lu said that sooner or later they would have agreed to it anyway. Qingshan asked himself forgiveness from Mystery, and he hoped that he would not blame him for bringing an outsider into his house, disturbing the peace of his peaceful life. At this moment, at the martial arts school, the dog was very afraid when he looked at the warehouse where all the divine things were stored and looking at him. Our hero could not understand if the dog was so on edge. At this moment the dog was lying on the ground and barking, and then our hero thought that it seems he should have cut this problem off at the root. At this moment, our hero was holding a knife in his hand and thinking that his dog really had a hard time controlling himself. The dog, running away, thought that he could no longer bear it and thought to himself that he followed the elder time after time, rushed forward and reached the level of the Battle King. Why this aura emanating from behind this door did not give him peace and thought that it had to break out soon to come out. It's a wild monster or some incomparable demonic creature. At that moment, it was watching from that very pantry and opening the door. Our hero thought that everything was very bad, and the dog was also very scared, because he did not understand what was hiding behind that door. A skeleton came out of the warehouse, and when Wang Kang saw it, he did not understand at all what it was. Insanely frightened at that moment, our hero stood in front of Wang Kang and looked at the skeleton. The dog, looking out from behind his leg, thought to himself that although he could not see the level of his cultivation or even feel the ore, but there is a feeling that it will not be possible to avoid his punishing hand, and it is without a doubt quite obvious that this is something dead. But if it is a dead creature, how can it move and why is there such a powerful pressure coming from him? The dog thought to himself. At this moment, our hero, addressing the unfinished skeleton, said that he scared him to death and hitting him, said that this system was faulty and that this infection could not teach him how to earn money in any way, nor how to improve himself. This thing does nothing all day, just hangs in the air like a ghost and scares him with her laughter and screeching. The skeleton pitifully fought off the blows of our hero, and the young man said that there was no point in talking about it. But the skeleton was locked and still. Even with his rotten brains, he learned to open this lock in the warehouse. Wang Kang, looking at this in front of him, thought that our hero treats this skeleton like a toy, and was completely surprised by this. At this moment, the skeleton tried to crawl away from our hero and muttered something to himself. Then the young man, hitting the skeleton again and beating off his head, told him to speak humanly, addressing the skeleton as an old junk, and then rubbing his hand in pain, crying how much it hurt him. At this moment, Wang Kang, watching the skeleton, realized that his head was separate, and the body moved by itself, and at some point this skeleton came together, to which the hero, addressing him, said that she was very stupid and that he put his head backwards. The skeleton only repeated the same thing, and then our hero covered him with a mantle, saying that it was a terrible day, and asked the skeleton to cover up, because there was no need to just hang around scaring people away. The skeleton was very happy and only repeated something to himself again. Then our hero said that he rarely had sunny days and asked everyone to stay in the yard, and he would go outside and soak up the sun. Wang Kang ran after our hero, and he did not understand at all what he had to do with this nonsense. Who was running around him? And then our hero thought that maybe it was necessary to put him in the yard as a decoration. But the little bastard knows how to move, the young man thought to himself. Sitting down from the chair, our hero talked about the weather, which was so wonderful, and thought that maybe splitting a plate of walnuts for himself was a better idea. At that moment he was stroking his dog, and then he thought to himself that even that creature could not resist the elder. For what merits the young man loved so much the dog thought to himself. Our hero, imagining a walnut in his hand, suddenly saw the face of a skeleton that had been running around him before and thought that this skeleton had beaten off all his appetite. Waving his hand, the skeleton only looked sadly at the owner, thought that he had abandoned him again, and looked at him with sad eyes, muttering to himself again. The next moment, one of the masters that got out of the city was thinking to himself that the heavenly yin martial seal, the 8 directions of the cardinal directions, and the 16 places of the pulse beat, everything fell into place. A moment ago it was the right time and the right place and with the right people, he said, holding his shields in his hands and looking at our hero, who was sleeping peacefully in his chaise longue. The master wished our master to sleep as much as he wanted, because after that he would fall asleep forever. At this time, lightning flashed and the master said that the time had come and it was necessary to start. All the residents, despite the fact that the thunder is thundering and the rain is starting, ran to take off their underwear and go home. In the next moment, heaven and earth will find the masculine beginning of the universe. The sacred light will pour out and all evil will perish. Yin will turn into yang. The sun will rise, the moon will fall, and the Milky Way will float against the current. Even if he was the founder of the martial art at the peak of self-improvement or at the very height of his power under this sort of spiritless forces, even the god of war can consider himself dead. While our hero was sleeping peacefully, the master used the technique of sealing spiritual forces against him, reciting his spell, and asked the young man to freeze, addressing him at this moment. Energy was directed at our hero, and the master thought that after all this, all his treasures would belong to him. Addressing Mr. I, the young man only slept peacefully, not paying attention to nothing. The master thought that the heavenly battle seal really terrifies them. This man did not even respond to his attack. This means that his spiritual powers were already sealed, and then the ray hit our hero in the forehead. The master thought to himself that it had finally happened. But when the beam hit the hero, nothing happened, and the master could not understand how our hero did it. In the next moment, Master Limos was thinking that how was this possible if the young man's spiritual powers were not sealed? Then why did they manage to block his blow? Even in the heavenly yin battle seal there was a mistake. He had to at least move to repel the attack. Why did the sword just dissolve when it touched him? It was very strange, the master's thought. But then I thought that maybe it made sense. Looking at the tablet in front of him, he saw a summary of the master and where his level was written. The supreme genius of martial arts, spiritual forces were already sealed, and attacking power was unknown. defense, indestructible, and speed was unknown. Looking at it all, the master thought that if the young man was not a god of war, then he at the very least, a martial arts genius. Even without spiritual power, his sophisticated defense was still with him. The master adored being challenged, and therefore in the end it was much more pleasant to destroy a worthy opponent than to crush an ant, and spewing out a life-taking goo. He asked to come out for his life-taking goo to protect the young man, no matter how many monsters would not become an obstacle. At that moment, goo was heading straight into the mouth of our yawning hero, and the master said that even if his spiritual powers returned, as soon as goo got into his body, the young man would only have to wait for his death. At that moment our hero swatted goo with both hands and did not understand at all where these flies came from, preventing him from sleeping. The master saw how the hero smashed his goo to dust and understood that if he continued to violate the great law of the world and lured Mr. Yi into the trap of the yin seal, heaven would condemn the master to eternal torment. His soul could never be reborn, his friends told him, and remembering this, the master thought that he had to run away. Fleeing, he left and thought that how was this possible, because it was clear that the heavenly battle seal had come into effect. His spiritual powers were sealed and did not understand why everything turned out this way, because even without his spiritual powers, the young man managed to swat him with a life-taking goo. The corporeal shell was known for its impregnable defense. The master thought that neither fire nor water could break this creature, and the god of war himself could not crush it with his palms, even if he applied all his strength for this. There is only one explanation for this. The fate of this man is so unshakable that it is impossible to shake it. It is impossible to take it away from him, no matter how did Motzi try. The old man said that he had lost, so first he had to get out of here, and someone in a raincoat appeared in front of him. Seeing his master did not understand at all who it was. In front of him was the skeleton of our hero, who asked if the master was already leaving and looked at him with his burning gaze. The master understood that he could not see the face of the one who attacked him in any way, but this immeasurable feeling of oppression did Yifeng rush after him, he thought, and that the best solution now would be to leave as quickly as possible and get out of here as quickly as possible. I think about who is this was in front of him. The master thought to himself that if it was Yifeng, and he didn't need to treat him so badly, and said that he was Limo's the strongest martial artist of his generation, and since he dared to pursue him, then he had to be responsible for his consequences, and then he was attacked by a skeleton that was nearby. Lu, looking at the sky, thought that martial artists seemed to be fighting there and said that it was necessary to check it out. Kingshan stretched out his hands to the teacher, thought to himself that he was so fast and why he was so eager to join the fun. At that moment, the master did not understand how the opponent dared to stand in his way, whether he understood how strong Motzi was. Here Limo's, paying attention, looking in front of him, saw that it was a powerful attack, but his opponent remained unharmed, because he was standing right in front of him and so on. The emotion was thinking that he should have run, but it was too late. At that moment a huge hand reached out for him and grabbed the master, for which he thought. After all, he had not insulted him in the past and did not cause offense, for which the opponent did this to him. Upon hearing this, he turned to the master and asked if he had insulted or offended, to which he wanted to know what his opponent wanted to say. Was it really Yifeng? But the skeleton said that he was not the master, he was just his servant. Upon hearing this, the master was surprised that it was a servant and he had just called Yifeng master. This incredibly powerful martial artist is just a servant of Feng. The master, remembering Yifeng, thought about what it meant that Yifeng, was he really immortal? To which the skeleton said that the owner could not be immortal, and laughing in response. Limo said that it was true. How could an immortal be in this tiny destroyed place? He was afraid that there was a mistake in the heavenly yin seal. Then the skeleton, removing the hood, said that the owner was a god. Looking at his opponent, Limo's thought that it was impossible. Who is God? The existence of God is countless times more perfect than immortality. He commands the legitimate heavens, the earth. Even an immortal military ruler in front of God seems like a swarming ant. How could such a being whose nature goes beyond knowledge could condescend to such a place? As the master thought to himself. The next moment, the opponent said that nothing was impossible. After all, he was a servant of his master and he was also a god, to which the master, looking at the opponent, thought that he was lying to him, because, in his opinion, are the gods really a cabbage that can be found anywhere? Limo's thought to himself that this guy was trying to take him by fear. He thought that today's outer shell was some kind of trick. But at that moment the skeleton applied heavenly thunder to the master and he could not believe it. The next moment, the master was already frozen, and then embraced by fire, after which he was embraced by a hurricane and experiencing all these torments on himself, more precisely in the laws of nature. Were these really the great laws of nature, to which the opponent said that if he still did not believe, then he could show him something else then, already concentrating energy on his finger. He said that it was a return to the past. At this moment, the mentor turned from an old man into a baby and remembered his whole life, where he confessed his love, but was rejected, where he dreamed of earning a lot of money that it would be impossible to get them, and then remembered his parents who said that this child had rich spiritual roots and he would become a great warrior. The next moment, again concentrating energy on the tip of his finger, the skeleton spoke about the vision of the future, and Lai Mos, looking at his hands, realized that this was the law of time. Since he was really God, he said. The skeleton, looking at the master, thought that it was very boring and said that he forgot everything and he died. Disintegrating into dust, the master thought that how could he be so blind that he encroached on the fate of God. He was terribly sorry and dying he repented, disintegrating into many pieces. Lu watched all this, thinking that what he had just seen, a martial artist who had reached the level of the founder of martial arts, was killed so easily. That other martial artist was so frightening that he thought that he had to escape. The next moment, the skeleton appeared next to him and asked if it was funny, wasn't it? To which he was frightened and told the elder that he was just passing by here and by the way. He was the first healer who could make imperial grade silver remedies, so if he needed something, then Lu was happy to serve to them. He only asked not to kill him, to which the skeleton, looking at him, asked in his opinion, he might need healing means of the imperial rank. Lu only apologized to the skeleton. He was flying away and asked the man to hit himself in the face 100 times, and then roll away from here as far as he could. If he didn't hit himself, then his death would be much worse than that of the man who died before him. And then Lu, looking at the skeleton leaving in the wake, said that he was doing everything like this as he was ordered by him, trying to hit himself as hard as possible on the cheeks. Lu thought to himself that how did he manage to anger such an opponent as this skeleton? He just wanted to watch the fight, instead ran into trouble. At that moment Kingshan was catching up with him and did not understand why teacher Lu was hitting himself on the cheeks and asking what he had committed the sin of punishing himself in this way. At this moment Lu was telling Kingshan to disappear. Kingshan, looking at teacher Lu, thought that maybe he had some problems at home, but it was better for him to forget about it in the end. He had no right to talk or ask questions. He thought to himself. The sun was shining outside, the weather was fine, our hero, waking up from a dream. The young man said that he had slept well and getting up from his lounger asked jonking, and where was this scarecrow, talking about the skeleton, to which the young man said that it was just here, but disappeared somewhere. And then our hero became worried. Articles from newspaper headlines began to pop up in his head. Skeleton gutted Uncle Wang's vegetable garden. Yifeng had to apologize, pay with his own money. The skeleton made a mess in the flower shop of old Lai Da, and Yifeng had to apologize again and give his pennies. The young men thought that the skeleton had run away from him to cause him problems again. The next moment, silence and tranquility reigned in the city. Everyone was trying to buy beautiful jewelry in the shops, and at that moment something swept past them, lifting up all the skirts. It was some kind of strange gust of wind, as everyone thought, but in fact it was a skeleton that was trying to get to its master. But at that moment he came across a beautiful girl, and looking at her thought that it was the delight of his eyes. The next moment, Yifeng appeared, just in time, told the skeleton that he was a shameless muzzle and hit him. Everyone looking at it did not understand what was happening at that moment. Our hero said that this broken thing was trying to get him into trouble again, and looking at Yifeng, everyone understood that he was beating some kind of the creature. The next moment the young man grabbed him in his arms and his mantle and carried him away. The girls who were looking after thought that they had just felt a wave of heat sweep through their entire body, but then everything suddenly stopped. Was it really because the wind was so strong today? They thought, seeing off our hero, who was rushing away from them very quickly. Having run to the sect, the young man put the bag together with the skeleton and said that this bastard was worse than a leech. He had already thrown it out and buried it and locked it up. Everything was useless and thought that there was only one way left. So today the skeleton would either die or the young man would move his mind. The skeleton was just saying again what then incomprehensible sounds, and then the master was even more angry. Yifeng, angry, asked the skeleton if he was still trying to pretend to be a cutie, and thought that this time he would definitely take him apart and see how he would escape after that. The young man said, trying to hit the skeleton again, and the skeleton was raising his hand trying to greet the owner for the last time, as he thought. and showing him the middle finger. The owner realized that he was madly angry looking at the skeleton in front of him. He asked if he really had no brains at all, but he was able to remember this sign. At this moment, our hero was distracted by a young man and asked the gentleman, saying that people were waiting for him outside. They called themselves the Pingyang Chamber of Commerce and they sent a palanquin. They said that his previous book Dream in a Beautiful Chamber was still selling well, so they asked the owner to come and take his share from the sales. Hearing this young man, he said that he was afraid that the old leaf had some trump card up his sleeve. No matter what his intentions were, they had to pretend that they had lost that money and would not take his word for it. The young man shouted that it was impossible and, addressing the gentleman, said that he would not allow anyone to look down on him. It was not easy for him to manage this martial arts school anyway, because he also had to feed the mouths that he had to feed. Even if he did not want this money, he had to take it to help those who he really needs them, so he said that it was necessary to use a bad uncle who offended them. Yifeng, looking at the young man, said that he was too stupid here and that he was too honest, although kindness is a good quality, and he would try, but he was constantly afraid that the young man would get into trouble when he left him. After hearing this, the young man said that he would protect the master and the martial arts school for the rest of his days, to which Mr. Stroking the young man said that then from that day on he entrusted himself to his care. Turning to the young man and stroking his head, our hero understood that the guy had become taller. The next moment, speaking to the young man, Yifeng said that then he had to drive through instead of him, pick up the money and leave there and not worry about the rest, and the main help is that different paths are not looking for a meeting with each other. He told the young man, and holding the skeleton's head in his hand, he said that if he would allow the young man to walk freely according to the district, sooner or later it will lead to disaster, and therefore dividing the skeleton into different parts of his school. I thought that this was the only way out. Holding the last part of the skeleton, he said that today, he had justice. He put a seal on it and he would never see sunlight again, sending the skeleton's head somewhere deep into the well, and thought that it was a perfect seal and heavy. At that moment the gentleman was told that something terrible had happened, that there was trouble. A man burst into the master and said that his little student had been attacked, so he was afraid that he would not survive and asked him to hurry there. Hearing this, our hero rushed faster and resorting to everyone asked to disperse, because the master was already here. At that moment, a lot of people were useful in the alley, and among them was a young man who served our hero, to which pushing all Yifeng ran to him, and people said that alas, he could only take his body, and then our hero grabbing the guy, sitting on his knees holding the young man, repeated his name, to which the young man said that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his promise anymore. Grabbing the young man in his arms, running away with him, the gentleman said that the young man should be silent, because he would not let him die. Everyone just looked and said that it was impossible. Then the young man, bringing the guy home, said that the gentleman brought him home. The young man had nothing to fear. He was looking for all his medicines that he had only in the house. Addressing the guy, Mr. Yi said that he was here and no one else dared to offend him. Wang Kai, looking at this, raised everything that no mortal could recover from such a wound, and that the young man was already on the verge of death. At that moment, the guy was coughing up blood and everything was stained with this blood where he was lying. And the dog continued to think that only the medicine of the immortals could help the young man. After finding the pill, Yifeng said that it was a resurrection pill that the system gave him, so he offered the guy to take it to begin with. The dog, looking at this, turned to the elder and said that he himself knew that such means would only be able to keep the vitality in the danchan for a while, so that it would take a lot of luck to find the immortal potion. He was afraid that even the elder wouldn't be able to do anything this time. And Yifeng was giving a pill to a young man. The young man was telling him to fall asleep, waving his face, and then when he wakes up that everything will be fine. No matter who it was, even if he has to give all his luck, they will pay for it with their own blood, Yifeng said. Leaving the young man's bed, his faithful wolf followed him. At this moment, turning to a piece of garbage, he was asked if he could not cope even with such an easy task. So what was the point of feeding him? At this moment it was happening in the Pingyang Chamber of Commerce. The attendant sat on his knees and said that his servant did not want the victim to be alerted. But this little guy guessed that they wanted to kill Yifeng and attacked them. The servant said that they thought that the young man would turn out to be such a good fighter, but he killed several of their people with his bare hands, to which Mao, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, said that he was just looking for excuses. At that moment, Mao Lin's son, Mao Yi, was telling his father to forget about it all and let them go. The father, addressing his son, said that now the entire top leadership of the Chamber of Commerce was in favor of removing him from the post of chairman, and he decided that since Yifeng did not want to work with him, his death will be the chairman's way out of this situation. But although his father worked tirelessly and sacrificed his sister's honor so that the young man could become the next chairman after him. But something was wrong. Then the young man asked his father not to despair. What could be easier than killing a mere mortal who earns his living by writing books? And pointing at the three said that these fighting spirits from the gang of Heaven Blasters, they would be able to help them solve the problem with Yifeng. Seeing the gang of Heaven Blasters, the chairman thought that in this case they couldn't help but be afraid. Even Yinsheng's precious daughter, a disciple of the main Green Mountain. But whatever it was, Yun'er met Yifeng several times and felt that he was not as simple as he seemed. Then the young man said what would happen to the most outstanding mortal if he encountered a cultivator. If anyone could break the unshakable law that mortals are not able to compare with a cultivator, if he could trample on the natural law of this world, he would not have vegetated all his life in the trading part of Jiangping. Upon hearing this, the father turned to his son and asked if these funds would be enough. Would it cost them a fortune? To which the young man said that the father could be calm. Unlike them mortals, they did not care about treasures. All they wanted was 100 young beauties. And after hearing this, the father thought about that girls instead of money. It was a great decision. The father, addressing the gang, told the respected that as soon as they helped them solve this problem, he would not give them 100, he would give them 200 beauties, to which they said that it was good and they needed 1 day to rest, and then they would deal with their little mortal. The gang said, addressing Chairman Mao. Beifeng Chamber of Commerce. Yin said that he was very pleased with the master and that the entire Beifeng Chamber of Commerce played with bright colors and asked to bring tea for Mr. Yi. And when the young man brought tea, he was just sitting near the table with a mine. Then the chairman did not understand if he had done something wrong, or the Chamber of Commerce had caused the anger of the Master Eye. Then, addressing the chairman, the young man said that his Chamber of Commerce could hire assassins, to which the latter, addressing the young man, did not understand what the young man wanted from him, said that he wanted to say that he needed to kill a couple of people, because someone tried to kill his student. Hearing this, he thought that considering what Mr. Yi is, were there really people in the world who dared to go against his disciple, if this matter was not settled properly, or rather if they left the master to deal with it himself? He was afraid that the whole city would be burned to the ground by the power of his rage. Then the young man asked what his options were and said that, of course, if he wanted a monetary reward, that he could name any price. Yifeng agreed to everything Yin said. There are always options. Could he find out who attacked his disciple? Then Yifeng said that he thought it was someone from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, but at the moment he has no proof and said that they would have to check his guess. He has only one condition in this case, to bring the head of the person who is behind all this, to what she said that Gold didn't have to worry. When leaving, everyone looked after him, and then Yin, turning to his manager, told them to saddle their horses and go to the Green Mountain sect. Yin hurried to the Green Mountain clan and shared Mr. Yi's story with Lu Qingshan. Hearing this, Lu said that it was outrageous. It is understandable why Mr. Yi was very angry, because his beloved disciple almost lost his life. Addressing Yin, he told him to return to the city as soon as possible to try to find out the whole truth about this attack, and the Green Mountain clan would take care of everything else, to which everyone said that they listened to Mr. Qingshan. At this moment there was a debate in the main hall of the Green Mountain sect. Zhu said that Master Yi's heart is like water. When we are calm, everything is fine, but when it rages with rage, capable of sweeping away everything in its path, and despite the fact that he has enough strength to destroy the entire mainland, Master Yi does not want to harm the innocent residents of Jiangping, but they will not allow Mr. Yi to just swallow his anger and not allow anyone to attack him. The younger sister, looking at the older one, said that her father said that Mr. N was already barely holding back his rage because of what had happened. Mr. Yi was incredibly kind to the Green Mountain clan, and his disciple was also treated cruelly on the land under their protection. Zhu said that they should have solved their issue instead of Mr. Yi. Zhu said that Mr. Yi handed this task to the Green Mountain clan through the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce. This is quite a clear hint. Otherwise Mr. will deal with this matter himself. Then not everyone will be able to bear the force of his anger. So everyone said that what's the use of being a cultivator if you can't destroy the evil, generous heart of Mr. and one should not be disappointed in evil people. Master and help them in all dangerous matters. Now it's time to pay him. Everyone said that Lord Yi was terrible in anger. If they could not eliminate the cause of anger, they were afraid that then the Green Mountain clan would have nothing to live for. Qingshan, addressing everyone, said that no matter who went against Mr. Yi's disciple, none of them would be able to escape, so he asked them to pass his order to the whole clan. It was necessary to open the main seal protecting the mountain, inform the 12 elders and 18 guards about everything, send 36 heavenly creatures and 72 earthly demons. Not a single disciple from the 108 pavilions of the Green Mountain sect would be left behind. They would all descend from the mountain under the leadership of Zhang Yi. Qingshan said that he would make those who passed against the Lord and regret that they were born. There was no such army in the Green Mountain clan, even when they fought in the Great Clan War. Meanwhile, in Jiangping, all establishments belonging to the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce suddenly suspended their activities. The doors of all trading shops were locked and countless workers were sent home. Outside of Jiangping, everyone gathered to descend from the mountain, and Qingshan, having received the message, understood that it was the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, the chairman was told in the chamber that something was wrong. Turning to the man who entered and disturbed Mao's peace, he asked if he hadn't seen that he was drinking with the elder, why he was bothering him. To which he said that the spies also reported that the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce had closed all its shops because of Yifeng, and they were ready to take active action against the trade Pingjiang chambers. Hearing this, Mao understood that the sect was declaring war on the Chamber of Commerce, and the guest addressed the chairman, told Mao that they had not finished their wine yet, and he simply forgot about them and left them here alone. Wasn't it rude? Then Mao said that his master, that his son would stay here and keep them company, asked him to relax and enjoy the wine. The fact is that the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce is closely connected with the Green Mountain clan, to which the guest said that maybe this Qingshan has some powers, but he humiliated himself by becoming a servant of immortal. He did not think that the man was capable of anything. In other words, the guest was talking about whether he would dare to insult 3 martial spirits for the sake of some mortal and a pathetic chamber of commerce, to which Mao said that he was right and he counted on the 3 of them. The man said that it was the right decision to drink wine and enjoy food while waiting for the appearance of their opponents, and when they come, the only thing they will not have time to do and regret everything and die. To which his friend said that this was exactly the case. As soon as this Yifeng and the people from the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce show up here, they will be sent to their deaths. From now on, the Pingjing Chamber of Commerce rules Jianping, and they said that then let the music play and the girls dance. At this moment, while they were all heading towards the Pyongyang Chamber of Commerce, their enemies were approaching and everyone was ready to attack, including Zhu and Zhu, who were advancing against their opponents. At this moment, Qingshan, looking at the Chamber of Commerce, held in his hand the weapon that Mr. Yi had once given him. The chairman was approached and told that there was trouble. Yifeng's people were already at their gates, and hearing this, a guest from the gang asked Chairman Mao and said that his servant was too timid, to which Mao turned to the servant that he had already told him that he was resting with his elders and asked not to break into them like that unceremoniously. Besides, if they have already been at their gates, let them come in. What to be afraid of while the elders are here? Hearing this, the servant told the chairman that they had a lot of people and that they definitely would not get rid of them just like that. At that moment he was attacked by one of the gang, saying that it was too noisy, and addressing Chairman Mao, said that it seemed to him that people did not really trust the gang. To which the chairman said that this was not the case. An ordinary manager does not understand anything about this. He just does not know how strong the older ones are, and said that he was scared because he saw that there were a lot of people in Yifeng. But he does not understand that in their eyes the number of people did not matter, because they were all already dead. The chairman said, addressing the gang. Then, getting up from their seats, the gang told Mao to forget about it, because the mood for fun was already gone. And he said that they would enjoy a drink after they slapped these small fry. When they returned, the chairman had to bring even more young beauties to them to compensate for the mood spoiled by them. The chairman, addressing the gang, said that he would take care of it right away, and thought to himself that this battle would not only help their Chamber of Commerce get out of a difficult situation, but it was quite possible that in the end the source of their problem would be uprooted and then the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce would be destroyed. The chairman thought to himself. Then the brothers leaving the sect wanted to see who turned out to be so blind, and then they did not think about what was happening here. It was not a battle, it was more like a war. Looking at the sky, the brothers thought, because all the opponents had a cultivation level not inferior to them, and looking at the sky they saw the invasion of big bats along with the riders who tried to attack the gang. The next moment, Qingshan, holding his knife in his hands, was already standing near the gang and then leaving. Even Mr. Mao could not understand where so many people were from and said that they had nothing to worry about. How many people the opponents would not have brought. They had 3 warlike spirits on their side. In their eyes, all these people on a silver brass spearhead. According to the silver brass tip, this metaphor means that it looks good outwardly, But in fact there is no sense from this, and addressing the elders, the chairman said, because he said everything correctly or not. Then the gang, looking at Chairman Mao, thought that he was blind. Did he not see that the army that was advancing on them was already here? Even if there were 3 martial arts kings in their place, they were afraid that all they could do was silently wait for their death. With these people were clearly not worth messing with. The chairman, looking at the gang, asked why the elder did not say anything. He was very much concerned about it. Then the elders, hitting Mao, said that he was completely crazy, and seeing this, the son tried to understand what was happening to his father. The father fell to the ground, and the son tried to pick him up, and the gang of 3 said that they needed to rest and gain strength today, and he did not give them enough wine. So they left and asked Mao to remember that if he needed something, he had to find Mr. Zhao. Kingshan, who was watching them from the side, only looked silently, but then Mao tried to ask who this Mr. Zhao was and asked the elders if they had not sworn to him earlier that they would help get rid of their enemies. After hearing this they decided to run away, but it was too late when they were attacked by Kingshan. Looking at the guys, he said that apparently those 3 were connected with this case, and the guys thought to themselves that Mao was a very bad person. This time he framed them in a big way, and turning to Kingshan, they said that they were connected with this case, asking what was in it such. After all, they were the oldest heaven-tearing bandits from Nanshan, and that Kingshan should have understood that when the gang was at the peak of its powers, the Green Mountain Clan was no match for them. Maybe now the heaven-tearing gang wasn't as good as the Green Mountain Clan, but it's better than nothing. And if Kingshan touches them, he won't get away with it. After hearing this remark, he said that it could ignite enmity between them, or he offered to listen to his order. 18 guards will stay here and guard the gate, and everyone else was ordered to immediately move out under Yun's command and destroy the heaven-tearing gang in one day. Hearing this, the gang was beside themselves with horror. Turning to Kingshan, they could not understand. For the sake of some pathetic mortal, he was ready to destroy their gang. How dare he? To which Kingshan asked why he would not do it. Even if their gang was still at the peak of its powers, he would tear everyone apart, for that they dared to insult Mr. Yi, and therefore ordered his employee to beat this gang. Chairman Mao, looking at all this, did not understand at all why these warlike spirits did not even resist when they were all captured in one sitting. At that moment Kingshan looked at Chairman Mao with his menacing gaze, and they fell to their knees together with their son. Looking at Kingshan, Mao and his son bowed their heads, to which he said that it was the 2 of them who sent people who attacked the master's disciple, and hearing this, the son immediately began to say that it was not him. He had nothing to do with this case at all. It was all his father. Pointing his finger at his father, the son said, and that it was the old man's fault. The young man had nothing to do with it. Hearing this, the father said that he was his father. How could he talk to him like that? The young man sat and cried next to him. His father said that if he understood everything correctly, then the man in front of him was the head of the Green Mountain Clan. Was it so? Mao asked Kingshan, and that he knew that today he signed his own sentence and now he could not escape. But he has one question. What is so special about Yifeng that Kingshan personally led the attack, and moreover, he called the whole clan for this young man? All this time he was haunted by this question. Who was this Yifeng? Then Kingshan said that without him, the clan on the Green Mountain would no longer be on this earth. The Lord hid his cultivation and came to Jiangping because he wanted peace and was interested in the lives of ordinary people. But Mao, addressing him, Kingshan said that he was a miserable scum, almost crippled his disciple, and if Mao thinks he can stay alive after committing this mortal sin, then today his Chamber of Commerce will also be destroyed. Kingshan said that Mr. Yi had given him so many chances, but the man was blind. If he had grabbed at least one of the opportunities presented to him, he would have been able to surpass 10,000 people and asked to look at himself, because Mao was an ungrateful fool. Mao thought to himself that it turns out that the young man hid his spiritual powers and came to the mortal world to live and wander the world in peace. In the beginning, Mao thought that he had an advantage and he could take the opportunity to work with this person and establish a relationship without any problems. But he buried this chance in the ground with his own hands. Mao thought that he hated himself and was terribly sorry for what he had done. Having dealt with Mao, Kingshan said that now it was the turn of the trio that was sitting right in front of him, and hearing this, they rushed from their seat, asking if Kingshan really thought that their heaven-tearing gang was as simple as it seemed, and said that he could not kill them. But if he decided, then he could come to the gang to find them. They would be waiting for him. Zhu, addressing the teacher, said that these 3 practice the dark ways. It does not look at all like the techniques of the heaven-tearing gang. To which Kingshan said that he had one guessed the possibility of finding 3. They were just Mao's henchmen, and they had nothing to do with the heaven-tearing gang. because it was more like that they had lured him into a trap so that he would start a war against the gang, and said that something was happening that he couldn't even stop, and said that Ju Yun and the rest of the students should have already arrived at the heaven-tearing gang. Kingshan said that they had to personally keep these father and son in custody, turning to the sisters, and hand them over to Mr. Yi, and turning to the girls, he asked Yunxing to lock the gates of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce tightly, and not allow anyone to leave this place. The girls obeyed their master, and he left, taking off on his bats together with 18 guards. He asked to follow him to the gang tearing the skies. While Kingshan flew away, Zhu came to our hero's school thinking that it was very quiet here, because it was not at all like the martial arts school she remembered, where laughter always reigned and a boy met them, and there was always a dog next to him. Our hero was sitting on the bed next to the young man and thinking that it was obvious that his life was out of danger now. But he still did not wake up, and the master did not like this state of affairs, looking at his student, he thought. At that moment, he was disturbed by Zhu and her younger sister coming to our hero together with the offenders, apologizing and bowing to Mr. Yi, saying that the Green Mountain clan of the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce had completed his tasks. They found out that the head of the Mao family and his son were behind the attack of his beloved disciple, and asked the hero to give them further instructions. At that moment the doors opened and Mr. Yi came out. Falling on his knees in front of the young man, Mao said that it was all his fault, and said that the young man's soul was so pure, and his son was innocent, and he did not deserve his anger. He said, and bowing his head before our hero, said that he was responsible for everything alone. At that moment, Zhu and the younger sister were standing next to Mao, then showing the girls with their hand that everything was fine. They thought to themselves that Mr. Yi was really going to do it himself. Was he really ready to sacrifice the game of secret life that had been conducted all this time for the sake of his disciple? At that moment, Mao shouted that it was enough to kill him alone, and he begged for it from Mr. Yi, to which at that moment the son said that it was really his father's fault, and he had nothing to do with it at all. He knew nothing, and said that his father had sent 3 hired assassins. He was afraid that the profit that the young man brings to the Beifeng Chamber of Commerce is a threat to his position as chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. The younger sister, looking at such a son, said that the young man was impudent and wanted to hit him. But at that moment our hero raised his hand, showing that she did not do it. Everyone silently waited for his reaction. The next moment, our hero, addressing Mao, said that his blood is like dirt, and his life is worthless. His disciple's heart is pure and not visible, and he could not pay for hurting him only with his life. He had no other choice, and he had to go another way. In return he owes him this. Then pointing the knife at his son, the father with tears in his eyes said that the young man was not to blame for anything. Yifeng said that his kindness and resentment towards him also had nothing to do with his disciple. At that moment, the son shouted to his father that didn't he say that there was nothing in this world that he could do for him, and would he really watch his son being killed? Didn't he constantly tell him that he had to become the best son in the world? And now that the father, if he made a mistake, then he wanted the young man to die instead of him. Kneeling, the young man said that injustice is the source of sin. There is someone who committed it. If he did something wrong, it was only because his father taught him so and asked him not to kill him. At that moment, his father was running away and telling the master to let him pay Yifeng with his life. At that moment, Yun'er came and shouted at her father not to do this. Kneeling in front of our hero and begging for mercy from Mr. Yi, she asked to spare his father and brother. She was ready to do anything. The father was standing nearby, asking Mr. Yi to show mercy for his daughter's sake, and addressing Yun'er, he said that the father was very sorry, but the girl would have to take care of her brother, and said that he would pay with his life by smashing his head against a tree. Our hero, looking at this, only touched his knife, and when Yun'er saw this, she could not believe what her father had done. And then his son congratulated Mr. Yi, said that the criminal was dead, and asked if he would let him go now. Then Yifeng, approaching his father's body, told the young man that, as he had said, he needed the head of the person who was behind all this, and that the young man was worth too little to take him into account. Yifeng thought to himself that if he had been in his hands that day, these people would have spared him, and when dealing with Mao, he closed his eyes. Looking at Yun'er, the young man turned to her, said that the girl had the right to seek revenge, to which she cried and said, "Indeed, Yun'er's brother has nothing to do with the attack on his disciple, and after her father's death, the Chamber of Commerce will not be connected with the Mao family in any way." The girl said that the debt was paid and Yun'er would never bother him again. Turning to our hero, at that moment the distraught brother left with her and asked his sister if they would take their father with them, and who would then give him money for sweets, and asked the girl to buy him sweets going with mind. At that moment, the Pyongyang Chamber of Commerce was completely destroyed, and our hero thought that he would definitely stay Zhong King. a gang tearing up the skies. Kingshan arrived at the gang and looking at the wall in front of him asked Ju-yun what was going on. The girl standing behind the wall of light told the teacher to leave here. This gang developing heaven is not as simple as they thought. At this moment, the young man was talking about how the little Green Mountain clan dared to attack his heaven-tearing gang. And seeing the young man in front of her, Ju-yun shouted that this man was from the gang and it was also the emperor of martial arts. The power of the heaven-developing gang stretches so high. Looking down on them, he asked about how they dared to attack their gang. Kingshan looking up, turning to His Excellency, I asked if he could find out his name, to which he replied that his name was Ibe. After hearing this, Kingshan thought to himself that it was a genius of cultivation who appeared in Nansha 10 years ago, as if out of nowhere, who reached the level of the king of martial arts at the age of 20. The same Ibe, being in the prime of his life, suddenly disappeared, becoming a legend in this country. And now it turned out that he was hiding in the gang tearing the heavens. 10 years is not such a long time. But during this time he has grown from the level of a king to the level of an emperor of martial arts. Kingshan thought to himself, and that such a monstrous talent will someone in Nansha be able to match him in 10 minutes 20 years. Then Ibe, looking at Kingshan, said that it seemed to him that he knew his name. Then he would die in peace by his hand and attacked everyone, including the master. Looking at Ibe, Kingshan said that the Green Mountain clan did not want to offend him. The whole point was that the 3 elders of the heaven cultivating gang had offended their senior, and turning to His Excellency asked that he had to understand what was right and what was wrong. He could not use his powers to silence those who seek justice by covering up those who have committed a crime. The young man, addressing Kingshan, said that they were the first to destroy the 3 elders of his gang, that they had come a long way to shake the foundation of his gang, and enraged him by standing right at his gate, and now he was talking about justice. Addressing Kingshan, Ibe said, from his point of view, first they deserve to die from hands. At this moment, the young man was behind in Kingshan and was ready to attack him. Taking out his knife, he said that if he forgot to show his bias, then he would fight for the elder with all the strength of his heart. He hoped that Ibe weighed all the consequences, and taking out the knife that Mr. Yi had given him earlier, Kingshan fought off the attack. That Lai, in turn, bouncing off Kingshan, said that an attack of this level was useless against him, but at that moment, the cut on Ibe's face began to bleed. Looking at Kingshan, he understood that he was able to hurt him and said that some martial arts king was really able to break through his attack, and said that everything was clear to him, everything about this kitchen knife that he was clutching in his hand. Ibe was sure that such scum as Kingshan had no right to use such a divine and an incomparable weapon. Only he, Ibe, deserved to get it. At that moment, Ibe was heading straight for Kingshan and was ready to attack him, but Kingshan was thinking that even with this divine weapon, he was still at the level of the king of martial arts, a whole kingdom below the emperor of martial arts, and at that moment he was struck down by Ibe, and the knife fell out of the teacher's hands and he got right behind the fence where Ju-yun and the others were. Taking the knife that Kingshan dropped, Ibe said that now this knife belonged to him. Looking at how the young man picks up the knife, Kingshan shouted that it was a gift from his elder. If he dared to take the knife away without a decision, and thereby cause the anger of the elder, his gang would cease to exist. Then Ibe, addressing Kingshan, spoke about the elder and explained that he really wanted to see if there was such a person in the world. At that moment the memories of everyone who knew Yifeng surfaced in front of him, and then the opponent said that the young man really exists, but he did not seem particularly strong to him, and it was interesting what the impact this knife would have on the young man. He was sure that the young man still had a lot of worthwhile things, so he would go to him and borrow his divine weapon to help his heaven-tearing gang ascend again. Moving away from his barrier, in which he imprisoned everyone, including Elder Kingshan and Ju, he told them to stay here, a bunch of losers by themselves, and they only watched his trail. When Ibe left, it was still late at night, but when he landed in the city where our hero lived, dawn had already come, and standing in front of his martial arts school, he thought that if you believe the memories of Kingshan from the Green Mountain sect, then he was there. At that moment, the skeleton that was in the well understood that our hero was in danger, and therefore called on his powers. At this moment, Ibe entered the martial arts school, and thought that even if the signboard of the School of Arts at the entrance was a fiction, how could the old man not remember these strange paintings? There is no army, nor even any fluctuations of martial entities. These paintings are ordinary scraps of spent paper, are not good for anything, besides just admiring them. Walking further along the entrance to the school, Ibe thought that apart from the fact that the earth-shaking stone was placed in a very interesting place, there was nothing else to look at in this martial arts school. This old trash talked about him with such passion, and the young man thought that the old man had invented something for himself, as this senior of his is magnificent. This ordinary man is no more dangerous than a paper tiger. Standing in the middle of the school, eBay thought that if such a powerful man as him took possession of this weapons warehouse, it would be just great. But the owner was not here. If you take it without warning, it means to steal, so what should he do? The young man thought to himself. Hitting the tambourine, he said that since the young man himself wanted to pretend to be a ghost and open this stupid martial arts school, eBay would do whatever he wanted and smash everything here. At that moment, Wang Kang felt a manifestation of hostility and felt an aura, thinking that it was the emperor of martial arts. But lying on the for a month, he thought that everything was fine. Leaving the house, our hero, addressing eBay, said that he was here and asked why he was rattling. Because looking at the young man, he thought that he absolutely could not see the level of his cultivation. And turning to Yifeng, he asked if the young man was the owner of this martial arts school, and said that he had come to kick his school. Hearing this, Yifeng asked if he really wanted to kick him at school, and if he even knew what it was to kick. Addressing the young man, Yifeng asked. Then he answered him that this meant an open challenge to a duel, the outcome of which would be decided by the death of one of them, and also this martial arts school would belong to the winner. After hearing this, our hero was silent, and eBay said that it was always easy to make a weakling lose his temper. Looking at our hero from top to bottom, the young man did not answer and was silent, but then exhaling, he passed by the opponent and asked him to go from here, because he did not want to fight with him and that he was not his opponent. Hearing this, Yubei boiled with anger and thought that how could the young man not have the audacity, as he has already said he came to give a kick, which means the young man will get it. In the language of the martial arts school, giving a kick meant owning a martial art. And in the language of mortals, to put it bluntly, this is an ordinary fight. The only people who can show up at the martial arts school for nothing to do are mortals, in which case our hero thought that since he wanted to fight, he offered him fight. Here a sign appeared and showed the characteristics of our hero, which were not inferior to God. Our hero thought to himself that he was invincible in a fight between mortals. Yubei was a genius from birth. By the age of 30 he had reached the level of the emperor of martial arts. He was the pride of his generation and there are only a couple of people in the whole country, and thought about how this worthless mortal dared to challenge him. Answering our hero Yubei, he said that then they had to do it, because the young man did not even put a fruit basket on the ground. He pretended that he was also almighty. And starting to attack our hero, Yubei said that since he liked to show off so much, he would show him what a real nightmare was and thought that he would not hold back and kill the guy with one blow. Directing all his power at our hero, he wished him to go to hell. Yifeng clearly reacted to the blow, deviated from it and thought that it was quite intricate. But turning to Yubei, he explained that he should have known that in martial arts there are only 3 rules: to be fast, to be smart, and to be ruthless. At this moment our hero gave the young man 3 slaps in the face and he flew far into the ground. Yifeng, turning around at him, thought that all his pretentious manners were too weak and they were full of gaps in front of whom he was going to show off. Lying on the ground, Yubei was bleeding, thought that how was this possible and trying to barely get up, but thought that like his Yubei had never, they didn't humiliate me like that. Using a deadly jerk and shadow possession, he attacked our hero and said that the young man was supposed to die today. But Yifeng only thought differently and threw a basket at him, directly hitting him in the face, to which Yubei thought that this could not be. The energy that he saved up with such difficulty was scattered. Yifeng, looking at the young man who fell from a basket of vegetables, said that he looked like that and who was he staring at which Yifeng said that the young man was a weakling with the same strength. He could not defeat the reign of Uncle Wang, who sells cattle in the neighborhood. Where did he get such courage to challenge him? Yifeng, looking at the young man, could only point at him with his finger and then asked not to torment him and say that he wanted. At that moment Yubei wanted to attack the young man with the pearl of the heavenly soul, and said that she killed him and that the young man forced him to use his deadly weapon and asked him to consider that he would already be a dead man. Our hero, lifting his leg, said that the young man really was a thorn in one place and attacked his pearl. Seeing that Yubei was shocked, and Yifeng said that he wanted to kill someone with this broken bead. Did he really go completely crazy? Looking at his pearl, Yubei couldn't believe it. Did the young man call him a broken bead? The pearl of the heavenly soul is a treasure of the imperial rank and his gang tearing the heavens. They are almost impossible to find in this world. They have the ability to take away souls, and the young man just called this treasure a bead and split it. But at that moment our hero looked at his opponent and said that he had no chance of winning. Looking in horror at our hero, Yubei thought to himself that this man was exactly what Kingshin imagined him to be. An unsurpassed, outstanding man, a strong slab that could not be moved. He was like an iron-bound wall of rivers and mountains. But that was enough for today. Our hero attacked Ibe with his foot and said that he believed only in one thing: they had to be kind to people. But this does not apply to enemies, because kindness to the enemy turns into cruelty to himself. Our hero thought to himself about what kind of fool he was, even though he was very weak. But the young man could not let him go because of the challenge they had to fight to the death. Before he did not even dare to kill a chicken, but now he had to kill people and thought that after all, it was another world. If he came to kill, he himself had to be ready to die. Wringing Ibe's hands, and he was trying to escape from our hero. He thought that if he used all his spiritual power to defend himself from his attack, it would not work and thought that it was very painful. Turning to the elder, Ibe said that he was wrong and asked him to let him go. And he asked if he really had to let go of his enemy, trying to attack him again by hitting him in the face. He only tried to crawl away from our hero, and the young man, distracted by the call, looked towards the house, because he thought that perhaps Zhang King had woken up, and therefore he said that he remembered that the guy he was from the heaven-tearing gang that he would let him go today. But the other day he would personally pay him a visit, and they would solve this issue. At that moment the enemy was taking his feet out of our hero's martial arts school, the gang tearing up the skies. After returning to his gang, Ibe thought to himself that if Ibe waited for that person to come here, he would level their heaven-tearing gang with the ground. Decades of hard work should not have been destroyed. Now he did not doubt Kingshan's judgments about the young man. Leaving the mundane life, the young man came to the mortal world to learn about them, and Ibe thought that he would not blame his eyes for being blind. But maybe he still had a chance to stay alive, thought the one who was looking at him at that moment. Guard Yi was also watching Kingshan, who saw him and thought that it seemed that his Green Mountain clan was about to die. Turning mentally to Mr. Yi, he said that he was Liu Kingshan and his Green Mountain clan did not regret anything, and that he had no regrets in this life. At this moment, smiling at brother Kingshan, Ibe said that a terrible misunderstanding had happened and asked to immediately remove the seal from them. Looking at their opponent, Kingshan and everyone else opened their mouths in surprise, because they didn't understand what was going on. Then Ibe opened the gates of the heaven-tearing gang at the speed of light, and with a smile on his face invited the entire clan from the Green Mountain to enter his house. Despite the fact that Ibe is strong, but this gesture undoubtedly puts sharper than the ball of the Green Mountain clan to the belly of the gang tearing the heavens. Liu Kingshan and Zhu Yun were in doubt, but because the lives of hundreds of thousands of people from the Green Mountain clan depended on them, they had to submit. By Ibe's order, a feast for 10,000 tables was arranged for the guests. Kingshan asked Ibe what he was up to. If he wanted to kill him, then he would have done it. There was no need to behave like that or he would be considered a coward, he said. To which Ibe hugged Kingshan, told his brother that he only wanted to apologize from the bottom of his heart to them and to all the people from the Green Mountain clan. Taking a glass, he said to show his sincerity, he would drink first. Then Kingshan, looking at him, thought that there was not a drop of hostility left in Ibe's eyes, but the smile he meets is full of cold calculation. He thought though, Kingshan could not overlook the truth hidden behind all this. But if he dies here, then what would happen to the members of his clan? Kingshan thought that he should have died first, rather than be fooled. Wouldn't it be better to die beautifully? Kingshan imagined himself standing on a piece of a mountain and weeping, thought that real courage is not to die bravely for something, but to live humbly in the name of something. At this moment, Ibe was showing the stack, saying that he would dispel his doubts, turning to his brother and asking him to bring these 3 scoundrels here. The next moment, the 3 who had previously escaped from under Kingshan's nose appeared in front of the head of the gang, demolishing the heads of these 3, and Ibe said that the heads of these 3 should have been handed over to them long ago. Turning to brother Kingshan and asking him to forgive him for the delay. Looking at this, Kingshan did not understand at all what was happening, and Zhu was also very surprised, standing behind her master and looking at what was happening. Kingshan thought to himself that the person who escaped the divine knife was so easily killed by him. This is not only strengthening friendship, but also a deliberate attempt to shake their size, to himself, and wanted to see what Ibe would do next. Smiling at Ibe, Kingshan said that since the Lord was so deep in understanding justice, then, as they say, it was better to have a bad world than to be in a good quarrel, and offered to end the enmity between their clans. But that Ibe, looking at the old man, said that it was perfectly said and offered to drink and eat to the brim and leave aside the pleasantries, and said that he wanted to offer him one treasure. So snapping his fingers, Ibe called the maid to him. approaching. The girl was carrying treasures, and Yubei explained that these were sandalwood cigarettes made by the healer of the heaven-tearing gang, and that he used many precious gadgets, such as hua root, xiling leaves, and many others. Cigarettes are called sandalwood cigarettes, in short, or just cigars. Looking at this, Kingshin was very surprised, but Yubei, addressing his brother, said that he was not bragging. But these cigarettes are made only 20 pieces a year. After one sip you will soar like an immortal. This exceeds 10 days of heavy cultivation. Addressing the old man, the young man said and asked him to accept it. After lighting a cigar, he felt that this Yubei was the emperor of martial arts in the flesh. He could easily get such a treasure. It was immediately clear that the scurrying of the heaven-tearing gang had their roots very deep. When he saw him for the first time, he thought that the young man looked terribly arrogant, and that he thought about what about him and the Green Mountain clan turned out to be worthy of his attention. Turning to the head of Kingshin, he asked that he was not frank with him and asked what he deserved such a gift, to which he said to his brother that since he said so, it means that Yubei's gift did not notice his eyes, and they looked at each other and laughed, each thinking about his own. Kingshin thought that it was really impossible to find fault with such a person, since he did not want to open his mouth, and did not let him go to the Green Mountain clan. So far they had to do his will. Sooner or later he would show his foxtail, and at that moment Yubei, looking at Kingshin, thought that if people like Kingshin could read his mind, he wouldn't be the head of the heaven-tearing gang today. The next moment, everyone was sitting drinking and eating to the health of the Green Mountain clan. Getting drunk and losing ground under his feet, Kingshin turned to his brother and asked him to say, "Is there a person in the world who does not envy his talent?" Because the young man was only 30 years old, and he was already a dragon and a phoenix among people, to which the young man understood that his brother was drunk and asked someone to accompany him and give he needs to rest. Remembering Kingshin's words, the young man thought to himself that by the age of 30, Yubei, had made a breakthrough to become the emperor of martial arts, and he had gang resources at his disposal. Did he really think that he got it all just because of his talent? The world was very complicated, and Seoul's people are lowly, and in the end, who knows what is right best of all? At that moment, Yubei asked his assistant to come out, and he, addressing the head of the gang, said that there was information about Kingshin and Ju and the rest of the members of the Green Mountain clan, their abilities, hobbies, personal qualities. Everything was recorded in this information, and then in his ear he said that everyone else was fine. But Ju Yun, then looking at the girl, Yubei asked what was wrong with her. The acolyte reported that the girl liked not just beautiful faces, but young men like the White Lotus. The members of the gang tearing the heavens just simply would not be able to find such an innocent person, to which Yubei said that they had nowhere to hurry, grinning and looking at the girl. And he asked his subordinate if the expression of holy simplicity was not written on his brother's face, because as it was said, while the villain looks good, the worldview follows the 5 senses. After hearing this, the acolyte said that the head of the gang was a tiny clan of the Green Mountain. They had to accept them with such solemnity, to which he replied that they absolutely need it, because this clan is a straw capable of saving the life of the heaven-tearing gang. Kingshin, recovering a little, thought that even the knife was returned to him, and the path to martial arts cultivation has always been treacherous. Divine weapons are a very rare thing, and the fact that they are taken away by force is quite logical. But to return the knife, surely the young man faced someone stronger or someone threatened him and therefore did not. Maybe he can keep the knife and get the knife, and then return it. At this moment, it dawned on Kingshin. Did he really go to meet with the elder? Kingshin thought to himself that this was why he felt his breath come short, and also that Yubei was definitely injured, and he even tried to hide his injuries so that they would not be discovered. Yubei must have found the gentleman and was beaten to death by him, ran away, and now he wanted to save his life. So he tried so hard to please him and the entire Green Mountain clan. Understood Kingshin, and that everything was coming together. When someone's life is at stake, is there anything that he will not be willing to give up for her? In this they were equal in the end, Kingshin thought. He was Liu Kingshin and thought about being just a non-entity compared to Mr. And if the Green Mountain clan was associated with the heaven-tearing gang, then everything would be over for them. It was a real disaster. The entire Green Mountain clan would be buried alive together with the gang, and thought that they had to get out of here and open the doors to leave the house. But at that moment he was greeted by beautiful creatures. Addressing the grandfather, 2 kitty girls said that the gentleman had sent them to serve him. Seeing this, Kingshin was overjoyed and began to recite the Buddha's prayers aloud to calm down. Looking at his hidden beauty ideals, Kingshin thought about how Yubei found out that he liked it. Approaching the girls, they said that Grandpa was a cultivator. Why did he sing the name of the Buddha? To which the second girl said that it seemed that he had lost his true essence. Why did he hold back? Why didn't he give up and let them take care of him? And Kingshin was unable to stand jumping out of the house. He turned to Ibe and said that he was a very bad person because he was old enough to be his grandfather, saying that the young man was a villain. Falling into the cold water, Kingshin thought about how cold the water was and looking at him from the mountain. Ibe thought that apparently Liu Kingshin had already guessed about his plans at that moment. The acolyte was next to the young man, asking what they should do then. Ibe said that bad people go unpunished. The old man was the main Green Mountain to cope perfectly alone. But what is he capable of if his hands can't reach someone else and the only skill to manage the people of the clan that is under his command? But will he be able to do it this time? Turning to the head of the gang, the acolyte asked if the person he was talking about was so terrible, to which he asked again about the man, saying that the young man was not a man. He was an emperor of martial arts, immortal, even an entity close to God, perhaps, but they would never know. This grandiose force was immeasurable. The acolyte, listening to all this, was sweating with fear. The next day, Kingshin shouted that he could not take it anymore, because the girls who were next to him seemed to have broken loose and that Liu Kingshin could not keep them in check. The best chance to focus on the common cause was said by him, and rushing out of the house said that he was from the Green Mountain clan and never he will not fall victim to his intrigues. To which the guy who nailed a hole in the roof shouted that he should learn to go out through the doors and not through the roof. Coming to Ibe, Kingshin said that he was shameless. He insulted the elder. Now he is trying to lure Kingshin into his robber ship so that he would face his immense anger together, and said that he had no intention of obeying the young man and his Green Mountain clan would never lower itself to the level of his heaven-tearing gang. Then Ibe, addressing his brother, said that he had a great time in the last 2 days and didn't know what was going on, didn't he? But today is different from yesterday, and they all managed to become related, he said, and pointed out that he was watching from a mountain on which they were not standing. At that moment, everyone from the Green Mountain clan and from the Sea Gang managed to find their own hearts and were happy. Ibe said that in the end, if Liu Kingshin did not give in, then one of the members of the Green Mountain clan would definitely give up. Looking at this, Kingshin could not believe that the entire Green Mountain clan had fallen under the influence of Ibe's charmers powdering the brains of his guys. Was he the only one who remained faithful to his innocence? At that moment, Ibe was saying that he had found his brother and his daughter-in-law, who were not far from them, and Kingshin was looking where the young man was pointing, to which the young man said that sometimes what is done simply can't do anything and happens what was destined to happen. At this moment, Ju's sister spent the last few days with their gang and she and his 18-year-old brother. This meeting was destined to happen. Soon a spark of love broke out between them, he said, pointing to the joyful Ju, who was hugging together with the young man. Then when he saw Kingshin, the young man asked his sister if Mr. Liu didn't like him, because he had such a frightening look. Ju, approaching Kingshin, said that she had found her true love and asked if he was not happy for her, because not only she, many of their disciples and elders of the Green Mountains also found their betrothed in the heaven-tearing gang from now on. Their clans will be tied to each other by marriage and will share the burden. From the girl spoke of the hardships of the moment of need. Approaching Kingshin from behind, Ibe said that they were now matchmakers, taking the man by the shoulder. Kingshin understood that in just 2 days, their entire Green Mountain clan had gone over to the side of the heaven-tearing gang. And if he insisted that they break off all relations, he would not only lose the love of his people, but also caused general indignation. He thought to himself and understood what a sophisticated move he had come up with. Bay. At that moment, the young man clapped his hands and said that everything just happened, so he asked not to be angry. Then 2 kitty girls, who were usually with Kingshin, jumped up to them and he said that since he could not stop what was happening, it would be best to just accept it, whether the man agreed with him. The one asked, to which, hugging the kitty girls, Kingshin said that they would discuss everything else later. He would need to be in seclusion for 1 day, and the girls who were next to him could help him in carrying them away from Ibe. He only looked after them. Outside Giantping Tora Mufu, our hero walked alone and thought that he was afraid that the real Tiangxin, who could heal Zhong King, could be found either in the Grand Canyon or in places enriched with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Somewhere on Mount Mufu, the girl who was sleeping covered with a book was lying in peace, and at that moment the lady was called and said that she had fallen asleep again while reading this man's books. She got up, removing the book from her face, said that if the girl gave a chance to start all over again, she would say that she loved him by giving out a phrase from the young man's book. To which her maid said that it seemed that the girl was really sick. Bai Pio Pio was in front of us and she spoke with quotes from our hero's book and thought about what kind of words they were. What kind of person could write them? The girl thought, turning to her maid. At that moment someone knocked on their door and the maid said that no one had ever come here. He did not come. Who could it be? Both of them were very surprised, and therefore Pio asked Mao to go and find out who was there, to which the girl immediately obeyed. Our hero was standing outside the gate, wishing a good day. He said that he was on his way to the mountains to collect medicinal plants there and asked if he could ask for them for the night. Then Mao told the lady that it was a young mortal who collects medicinal plants and that he said that he wanted to spend the night at them. Pio said that it was dangerous for mortals to walk around these places in search of herbs and asked to let him in. To which the young man, coming in, thanked the girls very much, and seeing Pio was very surprised that there was a beauty with an excellent character in front of him. The young man began to talk about how the rain had stopped and the sky was clear, but you could feel the coolness. Autumn was coming soon. The stream was rushing around the rocks. The moon was rising among the old pines. In the distance he heard women talking. It's too late, we must hurry to the house. Let the flowers fade completely soon. I'll stay here, I won't return to the capital. He was speaking at this moment. The maid asked him to follow him, and Pio was watching the young man very carefully. Yifeng told the maid that the view was so beautiful that he could not restrain himself. By looking at him, could not believe that an ordinary person, while in the mountains, composed such a poem, and only silently watched our hero, thinking to herself that ordinary people are not necessary. And at that moment she told the young man that it was a good poem. The young lady thanks him for it. The young man asked the lady that it wasn't worth it. It was raining outside, and the maid, coming into the house, told the mistress that everything was ready for that. When she saw what the mistress was doing, the girl realized that it was a poem that the young man had composed. It was written on parchment, which was right in front of Pio, and the girl, addressing the mistress, said that she had not fallen in love in this mortal, to which Pio asked not to talk her nonsense. She thought that his poem would look appropriate for them. As soon as the ink dried, she asked to decorate it and hang it on the wall. At that moment, the maid gave her funny rhymes, and the girl said that even if the young man was good, he was just a mortal and they lived with him in different worlds. Besides, how could she fall in love with someone because of one poem? Because her heart had long been occupied holding a book in her hands and thinking Pio. At that moment, our hero cut the ingredients and felt at ease. An hour later a rabbit was roasting on a spit, and feeling the aroma, he thought that how delicious it was, rabbit meat with a jug of good wine. It was just delicious, he thought. Therefore, filling the songs, the young man was happy and thought that there was moonlight in front of him. As on earth you raise your head, the moon shines in the sky. You lower your head longing under the clear moon, and sad thoughts will come from your native side. He thought, and the young man thought to himself that this scene reminded him of those days when he spent time with his brothers and friends. At that moment, his rest was interrupted, and the girl said that the poem was very good and said that who in the mortal world is capable of composing such a poem, to which Yifeng said that it was Lai Bo, and Pio and Mao stood in front of him. The girl, hearing that the young man called someone's name, then said that the young man's name was Mr. Libo, to which the young man said that it was not so. The girl, pointing to the girl next to her, said that I was Mao's sister, and her name was Pio, and the young man greeted them by repeating the names girls. After their conversation, he decided to offer the girls what he had cooked and asked them to help themselves, to which Mao said that his cooking looked greasy and dirty, so her mistress would not eat it, which she asked the girl not to be rude. Since the guy cooked it himself, Tom Pio thanked him. At that moment Mao was thinking that with her cultivation level, the lady no longer needs food, but she still follows the etiquette adopted by mortals. The next moment, the girl tasted the dish, realized that it was very tasty, and talked about it out loud, to which the young man said that she was too kind, and Mao looked at them in bewilderment. Pio could not understand why the young man did not respond to her praise. She rarely praises people. There are countless ordinary students in the clans who cannot stay afloat if they do not attract her gaze. But it seems as if this mortal does not care at all. Did Pio really pretend at all, looking at him? At this moment, Mao came up to him and took from his frying pan what the young man had cooked to try too. And Pio thought to herself that this mortal slightly interested her. Mao, running around them, said that it was very tasty, what the young man had cooked, and at this moment, looking at the fact that as the guy smiles, Pio asked him what he thought of her. Eating his food, the young man said that the girl was beautiful as a celestial, could conquer countries and conquer cities, to which she asked if Mr. Lai liked her. The young man honestly replied that it was so, and then the girl, seeing that the guy recognized it without hesitation, asked why it was so. It was. Our hero, sipping his vessel, said that the girl was a modest girl with elegant manners, a beautiful couple of a noble husband, To which, after hearing this, Pio thought that it was a beautiful phrase and a modest girl with elegant manners was a beautiful couple of a noble husband. Only she could not understand her. The girl asked what if he liked her, why didn't he look at her, had Mr. Lai deceived her? Then our hero gave out another phrase. Although he liked this girl, she was still not his, and said that here was another phrase for her. You can't look at something that does not correspond to the ritual. And, embarrassed, Pio said that she had to admit that she learned a lot today thanks to him. Listening to the poem that the young man had just recited, she realized that the young man was not from here. Was it true? To which our hero replied that he was not local. Hearing this, Pio said that she knew it, because it seemed that Mr. Lai was a man with an interesting past and asked not to share his story with Pio. To which our hero said that he absolutely did not want to do this and thought to himself that his story goes much further than one can imagine. It's a completely different world, a different culture, besides, it's the biggest secret kept in his heart, besides that broken system. Then the girl getting up asked to be forgiven for her rudeness. If he was sitting, then she would not bother him and left. To which, turning to the young man, she asked if he had read books. To which our hero heard about books and said that he did not do it, and upset the girl left, thinking to herself about what a pity it was, otherwise they could have become good friends. The next day, Mao shouted to the lady that it was some kind of nightmare. After hearing this, girl asked what happened, to which Mao said that after she said goodbye to Mr. Libo, she found a book in his room and held it in her hands. Then looking at her, Pio sat not understanding anything, and I was drawing my hieroglyphs, thinking that the guy had left. But at that moment Mao said that it was much more important that this mortal tried to steal her book. Hearing this, Pio was beside herself with horror. But the next moment she said that the girl was mistaken. Two identical books were lying on the table in front of them. How could it be? To which the girl said that apparently this copy was forgotten by Mr. Lai, and that they misunderstood it. To which Mao said, didn't he say yesterday evening that he didn't read books? To which the girl said, perhaps Mr. Lai also has some heart secrets, and thought to herself that unexpectedly, this mortal turned out to have so much in common with her. The next moment, Pio told Mao to handle this book carefully. They would return it to Mr. Lai when he came to them next time. To which our hero, who was already far away from their house at that time, thought that he had forgotten the book that he was putting under his pillow to soften. At this moment, his friends turned to Old Wu and he asked what they were doing, because this seal not only blocked their cultivation, but also prevented them from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To which his friends said that he did not have much strength left. Why did they suffer for a burden like him? At this moment all three masters were still in the cube in which they were imprisoned by limos. The friends didn't understand why their friend was saying that. Wasn't it clear that even though they only had a couple of days left, they wouldn't leave him, telling the old man about it? To which he looked at them thanking his friends, and they said that they weren't afraid of death, but worried about Mr. N. At that moment they saw that someone was walking there, and Mr. Yi was in front of them, and they were very happy, because it was really him. The young man saw figures in the distance and thought that it really wasn't Old Man Wu and his friends, and couldn't understand what they were doing there in the rain, and thought about coming up to say hello. Our hero didn't see that his friends were under the seal spell, because mortals couldn't see these seals, mortals like our main character. Approaching them, the young man thought that what a coincidence it was, and at that moment he was already stepping on the seal. To which all the masters asked Mr. N to be careful, there were seals everywhere, and not to come any closer to him. To which Mr. Yi did not hear them at all and thought that probably they didn't say hello to him, but they were just full of enthusiasm. As the guy heard, at that moment the gentleman stepped on the seals, everyone shouted that it was over. Looking at the young man, everyone thought that the fact was that this was not just a seal imposed by limos, because of the terrain and the fact that this place is an ancient battlefield. There are a huge number of natural seals here, and ancient seals were not counted at all. Looking at our hero who entered the seal, everyone thought to themselves, although the gentleman was strong, even he would have to face difficulties if he accidentally fell under the influence of this seal, everyone thought. And at that moment, looking at the hero, they saw that he calmly approached them under his umbrella, going directly to the seal and asking them what they were doing here. But everything was not so simple, and the masters thought that they underestimated the young man. The cultivation of the Lord and surpassing their ability to cognition. He was so powerful and did not pay attention to the ancient seals. Our hero looked at Old Wu, and he told the gentleman that they had not been able to get out of here for a long time, and thanked the young man for coming. Hearing about the fact that they had not been able to get out of here for a long time, the young man asked them again, and they only glittered at their savior. Yifeng, looking at the masters, thought that in front of them was just a puddle, not a swamp. why they just couldn't get out of it, and thought that these three are the real pretenders. But he thought that okay, since he encountered them, he would lend them a helping hand in holding out his hand to them. He said that it was necessary to go, to which everyone was very surprised. The masters told Mr. E that maybe he didn't care about these seals, but they were trapped, so they couldn't just get out of here, and thought to himself that at first, at least, as it seemed to them, it was necessary to destroy the seals, wasn't it? To which our hero asked if it was necessary he had to carry them out of this dirty puddle on his hands. Our hero thought to himself that all three old men were completely duplicitous. The next moment, everyone was looking at the gentleman and could not understand in any way from what dirty puddle he had to pull them out, because they were not afraid that only someone like the gentleman was able to call these terrible seals a dirty puddle. And then our hero, pulling them out one by one, first successfully pulled one of the masters out of the seal without hindrance and regret. The other two remaining in the press were insanely surprised at what was happening. The next moment, the master looked at the young man and thought that is, not only he can step over the seal, but also the people next to him are freed from its action. The master thought, looking at our hero, and he was very much interested in what level of cultivation one must have in order to be able to do this. And at this moment, the young man was just looking at the master. The next moment, the young man pulled everyone out, and everyone thanked Mr. E for his help and said that, by the way, Master Wu was injured, so they asked to look at him. But what did he say so that he would stop, and it was not worth bothering Mr. E. And after all, the wound could not be healed. What was the point of wasting Mr. E's time? He said, the wound that he had in the middle of his chest where Limos hit him. Then his friend, looking at Master Wu, thought to himself about that the master was right. If the Danshin was destroyed, the person was found to die, to which our hero, turning to the master, asked to show him his wound and looked at it carefully, saying that the wound was really serious. Of course, even Mr. E will not be able to help with the destroyed Danshins, Master Wu thought to himself. To which the young man said that the disease was certainly serious, but it could be cured. At that moment he was digging in his bag that was behind him and taking out the grass, he said. All the masters looked at our hero in shock while he spat on the grass, put it to Master Wu's chest, and pressing the grass to Master Wu's chest, the young man asked him to hold this grass with his hands near his chest, to which he thought that it looked a little careless and whether it would work at all. Pressing the grass with his hands and looking at it, Master Wu thought. The next moment, the herb had a healing effect and Master Wu soared and was stronger and more alive than all the living. Thinking that his Danshin had been restored and informed everyone about it. Bowing to Mr. E, he said that last time the young man gave him a rake for a song, and this time he gave him a new life. He would never be able to pay him off and asked to be allowed to become a servant of a young man. He longed to climb a mountain of bayonets and throw himself into a sea of flames. Our hero said that there was no need to be so kind and thought to himself that people from another world were very polite. It was just a rake and grass, could not believe that a man was so grateful for them. The young man said that then he would do so. Master Wu could help him in his affairs. There was a wasteland right behind his school. He was going to plow this land and plant something there, for which Master Wu thanked the master and said that he was ready to die for him at least. The rest of the masters, looking at the master, thought that now this old man Wu could become a follower of the master and the advantage that he could get in the future was limitless. At that moment old man Wu hugged our hero by the leg, and he said that he would continue his journey to the mountains, and they could return to the city, for what they asked why they would not go with him, because then they would be able to carry his things. All three were very happy and pleaded with Yifeng's gaze. Yifeng understood that these three old men, who could not get out of the puddle, wanted to go to the mountains with him. Didn't they create problems for him? Now they wanted to climb the mountains with his help. To which, running away from them, he told them to forget about it and that it was better for them to return to the city after all. They will only be a burden if they go with him. Those, looking at the fleeing gentleman and right at his back, thought that his expected strength from this man, from the back, leaving the worldly bustle, is like the rising sun, as if nothing in this world of passions, neither wind nor rain, will achieve his gaze. How is the Tiangxin medicinal herb doing here? One asked the other. Addressing Mr. Hai, his partner reported that the Tiangxin medicinal herb was already ripe. The demon lord could send someone for it at any time. The demon lord is in seclusion right now. In 2 days, he will return and personally come for the Tiangxin medicinal herb. This medicinal herb Tiangxin is very important for the demon lord, and Hai Yu, addressing the beetle, said that he had to guard it properly for these 2 days, not to make any mistakes, to which Hai Yu, addressing Mr. Hai Yu, said that he obeyed. But then suddenly they saw a man who was coming down for this very grass and did not understand at all where this man came from so unexpectedly. Our hero at that moment was reaching for a flower and thinking that it was a very good thing and finally found the medicinal herb Tiangxin. Now Zhang King had to be saved. At that moment, Haiyu flew straight at our hero and thought that it was necessary to stop this pathetic little man faster. To which our hero, seeing the raven, moved away and dodged. Haiyu crashed into the wall, thinking that it was quite obvious that this man was a mere mortal. But he playfully avoided him attacks. At this moment, our hero was thinking, where did this stupid bird come from? Looked at her and she began to attack the young man with a deadly growing whirlwind. But waving away the whirlwind, the young man thought about what it was all about and that this crow's brains were blown off. Since she attacked him, the crow was looking at it all. According to her, our hero did not understand that how did her attack dissipate in the air, and offered the young man to try all her power. Our hero has already started to get angry because he climbed for a flower, and the crow attacked her on him and therefore hitting her on the muzzle with a shovel. He said that she finally fell behind. The crow began to fall down from him, and our hero understood that the path was clear, and looking at it all the beetle thought about that he could not believe that Mr. Haiyu was killed by a shovel, and that this mortal man was in front of them, and that he was terrified. Even the young man wanted to steal the tanks and medicinal herb. The beetle thought that he should have reported this to the demon lord immediately. Our hero, having taken out the grass, thought that now he needed to find the shuiling grass. It can be found where the water flows. Looking at the map, Yifeng thought at this moment. Screams were heard in the cave that someone was asking. Did someone really want to tell him that someone stole his medicinal herb Tiangxin and climbing out of the cave? The owner asked who it was and asked to take him to where this man was, because he would kill him. While they were going to kill our hero, he was already near that very cave and looking at his map. He thought that a water cave was marked on the map here, but he did not know if there was a shuiling grass here. At that moment a raven, a beetle, and a turtle were trying to find our hero, and the demon lord was addressing Haiyu asked where the man was. Looking at Haiyu, who was struck down by a man, the turtle did not understand where this man was, to which the beetle said that when he left, the man was still here, turning to the demon lord. At that moment the turtle turned into a man howling and shouted that the little man really dared to steal what belongs to him, and I thought about where the 18 grand dukes and demons were, calling them. They were already standing on the mountain and asking if the lord of demons had called them and for what. The demon lord, addressing them, said that a man came to his mountain and not only stole his Tiangxin healing herb, but killed Haiyu. The Lord wanted them to find him within half an hour and bring him to him, and he would eat his flesh and drink his blood. The demon lord said. They all obeyed him and rushed search for our hero. Turning to the beetle and said, as for the beetle, at the same time, the beetle told the Lord of Demons that his excellency would soon break free, and he could save the shuiling grass for him for now, and said that the fact that so be it. Their lord was about to break through. It was impossible to miss something to happen to I tell the beetle that they will return to the cave with him and wait for the Lord to absorb the shuiling grass after that. He will personally deal with this person, and they returned to the cave. Then the demon lord saw that the shuiling grass was ripe. They had to make sure that nothing affected it, so he asked them to gather their demonic energy and explore the cave in its true form, to which the beetle obeyed the demon lord and agreed with him. Entering the cave, they heard a voice, and the voice said that he was lucky and that it took him a lot of time to cut this grass shuilin. It was our hero who was sitting in the cave at that moment and cut the grass. Seeing him, the demon lord did not understand who was in front of him, and at all his eyes looked at the young man who was sitting in his cave. Addressing the lord, the beetle said that in front of them was the same person who stole his Tiangxin medicinal herb. Hearing this, the demon lord was completely surprised. He was looking everywhere for this lousy little man, but he did not think that this scoundrel would come straight to his lair, and then he said that this man also dared to steal. And I hid his recently ripened shuiling grass in my basket. It was unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable, the demon lord said, and sprayed more and more, suggested that our hero die. But the young man did not notice the turtle, walked forward and stepping on it, suddenly saw a turtle in front of him, thinking about what a big turtle was in front of him, to which the turtle could not understand what kind of strength this young man had, how his worthy body, the demon lord, could be trampled by some person, and the turtle, cultivating his strength to attack Yifeng, said that the young man had to die. Then our hero, lifting the turtle by the tail, said that it was necessary to look at it, because Mr. Turtle was really quite strong. Our hero was surprised, and the next moment he hit the turtle directly with his shell on the ground, and he was bleeding to himself. But he could not believe that the irresistible power of the demon lord would not do anything good in front of this person. How was this possible? Did this person reach the level of a genius or even a martial arts god? What was he supposed to do? The turtle thought, looking at our hero. This is the biggest mess he's been in since he became the demon lord. At that moment, our hero was looking at the turtle, in his opinion, with sparkling eyes. But then when he saw the beetle, he was scared and said that really there were such big scolopendras. Suddenly the scolopendra pretended to be dead. As soon as he saw our hero, the young man was very surprised and thought about what suddenly this huge centipede took, and she died. Looking at her squatting, our hero said. The turtle, trying to roll over from the shell, thought to himself that maybe he, the majestic lord of demons, should also pretend to be dead and hope that this would save his life, and thought that it was necessary to try anyway. No one would see it. At that moment he pretended that he died, and our hero did not understand how the big turtle could have died too. The turtle thought to himself that for sure the young man would not be able to expose their deception, so soon their lives would be out of danger. But our hero, taking the turtle in his hands, thought that such a big old turtle would make a useful tonic if he took it with him and made soup out of it. Then it will just be useful for his student to strengthen his health. Taking the turtle, he was completely shocked, but our hero thought that now he needed to find a uglu flower. It would not be so easy to find. The young man could only rely on his luck, our hero thought. At that moment the scolopendra was lying, shaking and thinking about what she had to do. The Grand Dukes, addressing the princes, said that something terrible had happened. Everyone had to come out, from the Lord of Demons to God. Soup was about to be cooked. This was addressed by scolopendra to everyone. Everyone, looking at the scolopendra, turning to Yifeng, asked what happened. Then Yifeng, addressing the 18 great princes of demons, said that they had to find a way out. This man broke into the lair of the demon lord and not only stole the shuiling grass, but also grabbed the demon lord and said that he would take him with him to make soup from him. Yifeng said that he also fought with a young man in 300 rounds and lost 2 legs, realizing that he was not able to save the demon lord. He ran to the other lords to report what had happened, telling the 18 Grand Dukes about it. Scolopendra said. At this moment, the Grand Duke of Leopards spoke out, saying that he was talking some nonsense. If the demon lord himself was captured by an earthly man, then how did he, a small centipede, have the strength to fight a man for 300 rounds? To which the centipede, of course, was surprised. He said that I was able to fight him 300 times, because after the fight with the demon lord, this man was so exhausted that he had no strength left at all. The Grand Duke of Leopards and the Grand Duke of Eagles stood in front of Yifeng, listening to what the scolopendra was saying and hearing this. They talked about what had happened, and then the Prince of Leopards said that he was too cruel and asked not to take it to heart. They understood that the kid did everything he could. Then Prince Orlov said that everyone present knew how much effort Yifeng had put into saving the demon lord and that he should not have rested and gained strength. They asked for the release of the demon lord to be granted to them, and then Scolopendra thought that everything turned out as well as possible and ran away from them. Looking at their warriors, the lords of the leopards and the lord of the eagles said that the demon lord was captured. The matter was of primary importance, and it was necessary to hurry to save him as soon as possible. Judging by the information that Yifeng gave them, this man surpasses the demon lord in strength, but apparently not by much, otherwise Yifeng would not be able to fight with him for 300 rounds, Prince Orlov said. The Grand Duke of Monkeys, addressing the Grand Duke Orlov, said that he was right. But even in this case, the strength of this man is not something they could cope with, and what is even more interesting is why the young man made such great efforts. Grabbed the demon lord and is going to cook soup from him. This is truly a humiliating act. It is definitely an undisguised challenge. It can even be said that it was a declaration of war against the demons of the mountain range. People have always been vindictive and don't pay much attention to how to take revenge in their own way. That's why the young man is going to cook soup from the demon lord, they thought. But it didn't matter like them. The young man had his motives. This man intends to break them one by one. They were to inform the demon lords of other lands about this and ask for their help, to which everyone agreed with him, and all the demon lords were at the same time. In just one day, 18 great demon princes contacted the demon lords from other lands of the mountain range. Of course, in the face of a common enemy, the other demon lords decided to put aside their usual enmity and resentment and came to the others' aid. The demonic creatures of the entire mountain range united and issued a decree to destroy the enemy. That enemy turned out to be, of course, Yifeng, who himself did not suspect it. Gathering all together at dawn, they set out to find him.